Hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and the day has come. The time of recording. At time of streaming. 3 days and 21 hours until Cycle 2 Update 1.1 Harbingers of Ruin. We can now freely discuss anything. No NDA. I could talk about whatever the hell I want to talk about. Sorry the stream kicked off late. I published 2 videos today. Literally 2. The video on YouTube about the new community event treasure hunt race, and the first video on patch notes. So I wanted to get those done and out into the world before today's stream. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and we are ready to go. We are ready to go. Patch notes. Oh man, this is going to be a long one. Now I want to be clear. We will watch Mike's live stream today. So we will have Mike on stream, but for today's stream, we will not be playing bingo. So just FYI, there's a lot going on. We're gonna take a break from bingo this week. Just FYI. All right, everyone. Aaron, what is your first build? What an excellent question. Aaron, what are you going to be starting off Harbingers of Ruin with? I am going to be using the new Toothed one-handed sword, which allows you to summon raptors up to your maximum companion limit. And I'm going to run a 5 raptor pack as a Primalist Beastmaster for my first build. I said it, Beastmaster pack of raptors. I mean, technically the NDA isn't lifted, but I mean, all the information is out now, so it's not like, I don't know what I could possibly say that would break NDA. Raptors go rawr. But it's a very rare drop. It is a very rare drop. That is true. That is true. But it is also a world drop. And since it's a world drop, I have currently 400 runes of ascendance. So I've got a decent feeling we will have this sword within the hour of start. Maybe. He has streamer luck. What? Me? What? I actually don't think this is a dual wielding. You could dual wield it, but I don't think so. I think this is you rock one. I mean, I guess you could dual wield it. Yeah, I mean, it's one-handed. Aaron has streamer client. Correction, streamer client. Well, guys, get out of here. All right, so this should be a long stream today. I do have the game up in the background on my Beastmaster. If you're wondering where the audio is coming from, probably turn it down a little bit. But I don't know how much playing we're going to be playing today. Brow is gifted a sub to High of the Tiger. Rax is playing TLI. Of course. Rax and Woody are playing TLI. Rax is likely sponsored. I bet they're both sponsored. I played some TLI yesterday. I got to level 22 on my new Zealot of War. So far, I've only played the game on my cell phone. Woo-hoo. Don't be mad at me. Okay. So today's plan could not be simpler. We're going to look through some patch notes. We're going to look through a lot of patch notes. Doesn't mean we're going to read everything, but we'll be checking out some stuff together. Right now, I've got Last Epoch tools up so we could check out some new uniques and compare some skill trees and show off what's coming. Should be fun. Read everything. Oh, gosh. Let's get some hellos out there. Who's here? Brow, hello. Log out, what up? Guilty, hello. Tazlo, what up? Raven, hello. Raven, I figured you would be happy with some buffs to Thorns. Stone Andre, what up? The Muffin Man. Woo! Our patch notes were long. Yes, sirree, Bob. They were. He is not entertained. Everybody, the Muffin Man currently in chat works for EHG and has been busting his butt in the background. Thank you, Muffin. Smokey! Hello. Bot, what's up? Mike, what's up? Who else is here? By the way, everybody, today's giveaway at the end of stream will be a free copy of Last Epoch. So if you are on Twitch, type in !giveaway. Win yourself a free copy of LE today. Because of patch notes, I blame Aaron. Pack of Raptors, me? Pack of Raptors is gonna be sick. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be sick. And I obviously just put out my solo Raptor build. I'm gonna be able to lift up that build, drop it in with that sword, couple of tweaks to the passive tree, and we're just gonna be crushing. Hopefully. I said it, Beastmaster. What's up, Kaiser? You did say Beastmaster. How will Raptor Pack work? Raptors aren't known for solitary hunters. Don't start pissing me off right at the beginning. Don't do that. But everybody, if you're just getting here, today I can now officially confirm dual shields is in the game. Yes, you can dual shield inside of Last Epoch. Raptor Pack is coming. Avalanche has got a whole new bag. Technically, you can make your Disintegrate Void. There's so much to talk about. I don't know how we're gonna get through it all. There's so much to talk about. Howdy, Aaron. Are you cheating again? Me? Never. Who else is here? Hi of the Tiger. Hello. Frodo, how are you doing, sir? How are you doing? Alex, what's up? Rithik, read it all. It's too much. Top Monk, hello. Dude, I love the energy. Bergman, hello. Hope you all had a great 4th of July for the America people out there. Aaron, will each raptor be like golems and be as strong as the solo one? No, they will not. The only reason why it will not, I'll explain raptors. I'll give you a, I'll talk about raptors. We'll get there. And Shank, hello. Okay, jumping over to YouTube. Dark Room, hello. Who do we got? Zitarosa, hello. Angry Tuna and Joe. What's up, guys? Okay. I have a build. It's currently spec'd into right now. This is my solo bleed Raptor. Now, obviously this build is already at 300 corruption, and being able to make 5 Raptors instead of 1 Raptor, come on, that's insane. There's no way it'll be of the same power. And that is true. That is true that it will not be of the same power. So your Raptors will have reduced size, and they will have less damage because of the tooth. That's why I don't think you want 2 of these swords. You only want 1 of the swords because you need that to unlock your companion limit. But, you know, dropping 40% multiplicative damage but moving from 1 to 5, and then buffing their base damage and their movement speed and giving plus the skills, we might be able to counteract it. Baby Raptors. I mean, they're not honestly, the size you probably won't notice. Looking at the roll range, they'll be 15% smaller. It won't be that crazy, but they will be smaller. It's still going to be awesome. What's with the new community race item, the new chase amulet for real? Okay. If you're looking at the right of screen right now, in my Discord, almost 4,000 members. There's the link. The sign up for the new community treasure hunt race is up. There'll be 2 winners, one for cycle, one for legacy. And it doesn't matter if you're COF, doesn't matter if you're MG, doesn't matter if you're in a party. The real only rule is you are an online character. The first person to find the Nihilist, log out, you'll love that name, the Nihilist. Whenever I think of Nihilist, I think of the movie The Big Lebowski. They're Nihilists. I know it's stupid. The first person to find a Nihilist amulet, a new chase item. Okay. It's funny. It's got the obtained from question mark. This is a Pinnacle boss drop. First one to find the Nihilist amulet with a +2 to skills and turn it into a legendary with the T7 health affix wins the community event. Nihilist, I think, of Mass Effect. So you can buy this and win. Yes, you can. To be clear, okay? You would have to have a Nihilist in the store with +2 to skill levels. You would have to you'd have to have the gold to buy it. It would have to have legendary potential, and then you would have to have a 1 in 4 chance to slam the T7 health affix onto it. So it's not, it's not as easy as people think, but it's totally doable. I think people will knock this one out pretty quick. Everyone's going to be farming the Pinnacle boss. Everyone's going to want the fight. And with all the new uniques and everything coming, I don't think it'll be too great. Pay to win. Here we go. Here we go. Xavier, how's it going? T7 health or hybrid health? Health. If somebody, I don't know. Yeah, I know there's 2 health affixes. I was thinking about that. One's health with stun avoidance and the other straight health. I said it has to be health. But if it were like a couple weeks in and someone slammed the wrong affix, I don't know. But it would not. Hybrid health, there's only 2 health affixes that can roll on an amulet. Health / stun avoidance and health. Buy it on Aaron's LE store. You guys, we haven't even... I'm already 20 minutes in. We haven't looked at the patch notes. Okay. Are we ready? Health regen %. No. Flat life. Raven, you know what I'm saying. Stop pretending like you don't know. Okay. By the way, Raven, are you happy so far? Are we happy with everything? My bedtime story. Here we go. Oh, oh. They've already put stuff in. Cycles. We don't have to read this kind of stuff. Everybody, 9th, 11 a.m. CT. So for me, it is dropping at 10 a.m. We will be live at 9 a.m. So we will be live at 9 a.m. getting ready for the cycle. The goal is a 48-hour stream. July 9th, 10th, and somewhere on the 11th. The goal is a 48-hour stream for Harbingers of Ruin. We might have some special guests. We're going to be giving away copies of Last Epoch. We'll be trying out Raptor Pack, New Disintegrate, Forged Weapons, a whole bunch of stuff. A whole bunch of stuff. Okay. Moving on. Evade mechanic. All right. The evade mechanic. What everybody is going to see, and again, we can now clearly talk about this, this is a new movement ability that'll be defaulted to spacebar. It's been talked to ad nauseum. What is really cool, and I love, again, Aaron, why do you like Last Epoch so much? Diablo 4 looks better. Grim Dawn's, you know, like they always hit. PoE's got the all these items and different builds, and it's faster. EHG really puts a lot of thought into their game. Okay, so every character will have a default roll or dodge or evade mechanic, but you don't have to use it. So you can use, as everybody has seen. Ooh, Phantom Grip has, yeah, we can talk about Phantom Grip too. Everybody has seen the new crab ring. Evade is replaced by summoning a crab. The Evade is replaced by summoning a crab. All right, I'll just show it really quick. Phantom Grip. Level 2 to minion skills. Minion critical strike chance. Increased mana. Necrotic. Melee necrotic damage for forged weapons. Increased forged weapons duration. The stats on your glove apply on your forged weapons up to 100% effectiveness. I couldn't break NDA. All I could tell you about this ring is that I was gonna like it. I'm drooling. Anyways, you could turn your evade into a crab. There's also other things you can do, and again, we're not going to go through all of them. Evade is replaced by Terrify. These are new Acolyte gloves, and you do more damage to feared enemies. So you're going to see a lot of this. Hey, I'm a rogue. I use shift. I use transplant. I already have a 2-second movement ability. I just don't need evade. So now you can use an item to basically turn in evade for something. Very smart. Very, very smart. What's funny is someone actually was pretty close to that on Wednesday when we were joking around on it. Somebody was really close. And you guys will notice that when I'm doing my best to not break NDA, I try to give as many clues as possible. For Phantom Grip, I was simply saying, hey, look at the color. And Brow's like, it's cold, it's cold. And I'm like, is it cold? It's teal. In Last Epoch, teal is necrotic. Blue is cold. I mean, I could see how someone would look at it and be like, that doesn't look teal, it looks blue. Some of you said necrotic for sure. To me, I look at it, it's definitely necrotic. It's definitely necrotic. My favorite build in Grim Dawn is dual shield fired retaliation, so I'm pretty excited for the dual shield. Now, I guess we can just hit that too right at the beginning. There is a new, ready for this, one-handed axe. A new one-handed axe. But as you can see right here, this one-handed axe is not an axe at all. It is a shield. Melee damage, block chance, block effectiveness, health gained on block, endurance, melee damage for shield bash, melee damage for shield rush, increased block effectiveness, and reduced movement speed. And it is a common drop, which means you'll be able to get likely a 2 or 3 LP on it as well. So when we were talking about shield bash and being able to spec a lot of damage into shield bash, since they made it a one-handed axe, if you get legendary potential, that means you can slam a one-handed axe into this. So you can get physical penetration, you can get base melee, you can get physical percent, you can get crit chance, you can get crit multiplier on your damn shield. And of course, it gives a base melee boost to your shield bash in its modifiers. So when we were talking about shield bash getting a ton of changes, and I was like, and there's more, this is the more. You could dual shield. Attack speed. So there is a new attack speed passive inside of Primalist, where you can, one shield bash, you can remove the cooldown, and then there's a new passive where it boosts like 40 or 50% on your shield bash. Axe, shield. Bleed, I don't think bleed. You're not... shield bash doesn't attack fast enough for bleed. That doesn't make sense. It's a crit build for sure. I mean, if you're trying to use shield bash as your main damage dealer, it's not a dot build. Aaron, what class are you most excited about? Class am I most excited about? Oh, I mean, I don't have a top one. I think Void Knight is going to be awesome because the uniques for Void Knight are just monsters. I think Forge Guard's going to be good. I think any Disintegrate Mage is going to be good. I think Raptor Pack is going to be awesome. Oh, what class will I be excited about? Void Knight. You'll be excited lightly for Void Knight. Are you dual wielding? No, I'm dual shielding. Oh my gosh. I know the amount of new builds we're going to get to play with is going to be crazy. So anyways, with the evade mechanic, if it's like I don't need 2 movement skills, there will be items at your disposal that you can turn in so that you don't use evade and you still get a benefit from it. And one of those items actually is the new Nihilus Amulet, because evade kills it. You're probably not going to want evade with it because it kills your life and ward. So you're not going to use evade as much unless you have a ton of leech. Our poor ice cream elementals. Who is that? Catten, find us. Hello. Cat 10 find us? Catten find us? Hello. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. What is evade on a controller? I don't know. Question, do we know if after Warpath will the mana regen still count as mana spend? Yes. Yes, it will. Aaron, do the patch notes mention the Void Centipede? It does not. Do you know if a unique item is really good? Is it dependent on the rarity or the level requirement? No, it doesn't matter. There's so much that goes into what makes a unique item good. 1, the passives and skills you're using with it. 2, potentially other uniques that'll buff that unique. 3, sometimes a low-level item that has legendary potential can unlock something else. There's a lot. Earlier you mentioned you have a bunch of runes of ascendance. Do materials move to cycle 2? They do not. They do not. You would have to start over. Are we going to have a patch 1-1 subathon? We are not. We are not. So if anybody doesn't know, I held a subathon for cycle 1, and it went for 30 damn days. Thank you all for the support. The next subathon will be for cycle 3. So my guess is early November we get cycle 3, and we'll do a little holiday subathon. Okay, done with evade. Harbingers of Ruin, the new Pinnacle boss. We don't need to talk here. Harbingers, we don't need to talk here unless anybody has any questions. This is all really empowered timeline endgame stuff. Forgotten Knights is a new faction. We've already talked about this and the tiers for it. You unlock the new faction once you kill your first Harbinger, and your first Harbinger pops up when you unlock Empowered. So you're going through the game, how you normally kill the last 3 areas, islands, monoliths, and then you go and touch that chest. You guys know what I'm talking about. Went on your final boss to unlock Empowered, a Harbinger pops up. If you're able to kill the Harbinger, you unlock the faction, and you can start working through the Forgotten Knights. Any benefits to Nemesis over COS? I guess merch do have benefits. Not really. Harbinger raid win someday. Party play, it doesn't matter. Nemesis, we've talked about this to death, and it was in the video that I discussed. The big thing about the Nemesis system is you will encounter this throughout the campaign, just like how you would encounter exiled mages. Again, it's in the same vein. I will say that a lot of times exiled mages, you see them on every single echo. You do not see that for Nemesis. Okay, so that's like one of the things I wanted to throw out there. Don't expect I'm going to look for my cache, I'm going to look for my exiled mage, and I'm going to hit my Nemesis on every single echo. That is not the case for it. For this. Okay? And, you know, I'm sure it'll be easier later on. These fights are not like you automatically get the rewards. Like, they have their own movesets. They hit with damage over time. The Nemesis fights can be difficult as well. But always empower. Like, that's the big takeaway, is you empower, you fight, you empower, and you empower, you fight. That is what you do. I love solo self-found mode. A lot of people do. Look, I'm number 4 in points, Luz. Hi, Luz. Okay. Before we move into anything gameplay mechanics, any questions on Nemesis, party play, Forgotten Knights faction, Harbingers, Pinnacle boss, or Evade? We've talked about a lot of this stuff already. Does anybody have anything on that before we move on? Rigged, Mr. Aaron, me. Watch, I'll show you how rigged it is. I'll gamble all my points right now. Gamble all. And now I have 0. I hate this stupid game. Luz made me do that. Not very nice. Rip. What's up, Captain? Okay. No questions? Moving on. Boss defenses. This is one of those ones. It's very hard to talk about. People immediately see it and they think this sucks. Okay, especially because of the words they used. Dynamic damage reduction used to be a in the background boss mechanic that stopped you and your damage from hurting or from inflicting as much damage as you should. All of the hidden damage reduction that a normal boss would have is gone. And now you have a visual indicator in terms of boss ward, which, again, since before you didn't physically see it, you're going to instantly think they're making it way harder. Where no, now you can just see it and there's nothing that hurts you more than anything else. The way it works is you will fight the boss, hit this little block, its life will fill up with ward, you knock out the ward, then you fight the boss, hit the block, fills up with ward, kill the ward, kill the life, kill the ward, kill the life, kill the boss. That's how it works. So again, you're going to be like, so I got to kill the boss 4 times. No. The ward decays and decays faster as it goes down. And if you do enough damage, you almost can't see the blue. It's like bam, 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 and it flies down. It flies down. And it gives you a chance if you need to regroup. So the second you hit the ward, you can bounce out and the ward will go away on its own. And then you can fight him again, and then the ward will go away on its own. So remember, it's always decaying, and it decays at a faster rate. This is a good thing for the game. This isn't Diablo 4. Rogue struggle versus bosses. Falconer doesn't count. Right? Maybe. Hyped for the boss defense change. It is better. Yeah. It is better. And you know, some people say, like, I don't like that. I actually like the Duriel pops out of the ground. Hit it. It's dead. Give me my rewards. Just keep in mind, whether you agree or not, EHG does not want to make a game like that. You don't have to agree with their decision, but that's not what they are setting out to create. They want the fights to be dynamic. They want you to learn the mechanics. They want it to be fun and engaging. So just keep that in mind. Like, they're sticking to their guns on how they want the game to work. Thank God. Thank God. Right. I know. But some people are like, that's stupid. Like, I just want to kill it, get my loot, and then kill it again. Which, you know, like action RPG is obviously about efficiency. We have already talked about this as well. This is the update to player ward DK. And ultimately, what you need to know about ward is if you have a little bit of ward and you are using it as an added defense, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, it is actually going to function better. If you are using an outlier of ward, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, you are not going to be happy. That's, I mean, there's no simpler way of putting it. The days of huge ward numbers, they're likely still out there, but the rapid decay rate is just going to feel not as good. So, this is the way they are working on it. So, is the next cycle going to reveal a new website you'll be working with? No, nothing yet, Agent Franks. Nothing to announce yet. But I promise you, news is on the way. I promise news is on the way. Even bigger news than that. It's even bigger news than that. If you care about the new ward formula, I've got a tool to share from Reddit that will help if you are trying to min-max. So that's awesome. I made an Excel formula for the ward decay. It's overly simple. Isn't it nice they also threw up the actual, like the actual equation? I like that. I like that. So overflow, but below 10k is good. No, you know, and even the way that they put it is ward, we didn't go in and directly nerf it. It's nerfed in high use cases and it's buffed in low use cases. So for example, if you have maybe a couple nodes or a couple affixes where it's ward per second, and you can actually generate 1,000, 2,000 ward. Well, if you got 3,000 life, 2,000 ward, max resistance, max crit avoidance, 60% endurance, which might sound crazy, it's actually not at all. It turns into an added defensive layer instead of I have to have this defensive layer. So, yeah, it's good. Captain, thank you for the Prime sub. Okay, real questions. Would you start a Void Knight or Forge Guard fresh for the cycle? Ugh. Okay, that is an opinion-based question. So everybody would answer that question different. For me, if I had to pick between starting a Void Knight or a Forge Guard, I would start a Forge Guard. Specifically because of this ring. Phantom Grip. Specifically. That is just me. But that's what I would do. A Racing Strike's going to be awesome. There's a lot of... There's some good Void stuff. There's some good Void stuff. But you guys know I'm a minion guy. And having necrotic forged weapons that I can scale their crit and my gloves, I would take that. Aaron, you are a Forge Guard fanboy. Here we go. Here we go. Minion. What's up, Stonk? Yeah, that's how I would answer that question. Glyph of Envy. A lot of people don't understand this. In a nutshell, and I will say this is definitely on the weirder side from EHG. It's on the weirder side. When you are crafting and using a Glyph of Envy, the stability that it uses on the item is transferred to the stability of the timeline so that you can traverse through the timeline and get to the boss quicker. You just have to use it. You're going to see exactly like, oh, I get it. It is hard to explain, but yeah. It is. It's hard. My mic is too low. Here, we'll do this. How's that? Better? I'll just turn off the background. Glyph of Envy. Yeah. Disintegrate with Void Volcanic Orb. Oh my gosh. Yes, I could not say it, but, and I'll just kind of answer these questions as they come in. Disintegrate is completely new. And when you look at the skill tree for it, there is a new node, Unleashed Power. Every 3 seconds of channeling Disintegrate, you cast a static orb or volcanic orb. Yep. So technically speaking, if you wanted to spec into Volcanic Orb, you can do that, and you could turn your Volcanic Orb to Void. So technically, you would have a Void Disintegrate if you wanted to literally invest that much into it. But yeah. Source is about to be nuts. Okay, Raven, are you ready? I can now openly talk about this. We're taking a quick break from the patch notes. This is all in the patch notes, so this is all relevant. The Disintegrate tree. I talked about how I wanted to make a fire aura build. This node right here used to be 5 points invested gives you a 75% chance at fire aura. Now, 3 points invested gives you 103% chance at fire aura. And when you take twin beams, it counts as 2, which means every second you will cast 2 fire auras. On top of that, this node is also new. Disintegrate deals more fire damage, multiplicative per 2 of your intelligence. So when you stack stored power with Dragon Tongue, as long as you have 100 intelligence, you're getting a 100% multiplicative damage buff to your fire Disintegrate with 2 beams. And even though 2 beams cost 14 channeling, you can now regen mana while you are inside a Disintegrate, so you don't have to worry about mana as much. That build will be insanely tanky and damage. On top of that, they have changed up the Disintegrate tier 2 and 3 with the updated Lusomancer, which is going to give you multiplicative damage and global reduced mana. And you are going to be able, through Resurgence, ready for this, to stay inside of tier 2, tier 3. Which means you're shooting everyone, you kill them all. As long as you start shooting again, within a certain time frame, your beam starts at tier 2 or tier 3. It is ridiculous. It's really, really, really good. It's really good. Anyway, to see the new MTX supporter packs, do you have to wait? I have not even seen them, Angus. I have not seen them. But how long is the beam? Yeah, it's probably longer than you're used to. You guys get the joke. It's not very funny. Basically, this patch will break most of the previous builds back to the drawing board. Got him. That's what she said. Wow. What did I say? It's not the size, it's how you use it. I could say a comeback, but it's mean. I didn't know how your question. I was just playing. Just the cheater builds. Anyways, Disintegrate is going to be awesome. So, you know, I wish EHG, their marketing is fine. I love the people that do their marketing, but every once in a while, it's like Mike has said over and over again that there's no new skills coming, which of course that is true. There's not this new toy to play with, but I wish it was. There's no brand new skills coming, but there's at bare minimum 3 skills that might as well be new because they are changed so much. And people be like, "Oh, what skills are those?" Because this is going to be awesome. You can now shoot up to 6 fireballs at a time after 3 seconds of channeling. Lies, Disintegrate is new. I know. I know. But yeah, this tree's awesome. Okay, Glyph of Envy, we're good. And honestly, I don't think this whole thing was designed for your alt characters. So you're
Shut up and take my money.
You're trying to level an alt, and you use the Glyph of Envy from your main to just fly through regular monoliths to get to empowered. And when I mean fly through, I mean you don't even have to fight. You can just use your Glyphs of Envy to build the stability to then just fight the boss. So, yeah. I want it all. What's up, King? What up? Moving on. Mechanical changes. We are now on mechanical changes. This is where all the reading comes in. I like the pretty pictures. All right. They are once again increasing XP requirements. Okay, they're once again increasing XP requirements. So level 98, 99, 100 by around 20, 40, and 60% respectively. Now remember that they recently did a 250% increase, and believe it or not, a lot of people said it was still too quick. So this one's hard. This one's hard because it's like, who cares? Those last couple levels don't mean anything. And their own internal statistics, Mike has said that, 90% of people haven't made it to empowered. So I don't get it. It doesn't affect me, but it's just still kind of a weird one. I know. A lot of people say it's too quick, but XP tome rewards from echoes further to the center of the web now contain more XP. Okay, I've seen this. So you're going to get more XP from the rewards on the monolith. Minimum skill level changes. Character level thresholds for minimum skill levels. 2 at 8 from 10. So basically, when you respec your skills now, you will... it's a lower level to have a higher minimum, which is good. So that means by level 70 now, instead of 80, you will have a minimum of 10. So I think that's good as well. Reduced experience scaling from corruption at higher values. Now, fun story. When I was streaming for Cycle 1, there were people that would come into the stream and say, hey, I offer corruption power leveling. I use the broken bugged build. I'm at 2,000 corruption, and I can level your character to whatever in a few minutes, which I just can't. I can't believe that's something that. Anyways, they are punishing might be the wrong word, but it's diminishing returns. So the higher the corruption, you're going to have more diminishing returns. Let's leave it at that. Cinder, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. By the way, Andre from TLI was refreshing honest. It was the feeling I got. That's good. I'm glad you liked the podcast. Thanks for the content, and good luck on 1-1. Ooh, it's going to be fun. 1-1 is going to be fun. Doesn't the Glyph of Envy break your item? Nope. It does not break your item. This patch will break most of the previous builds. Oh, yeah. The stats are skewed because they had so many people buy the game on launch. You're talking about... you're talking about the stats skewed on XP requirements? Yeah. Oh, and how many people got to empowered. That's also fair. This actually says 1,000 corruption. The effective corruption for calculating experience bonus increased by 5% speed after 1,000 corruption. Every 100 corruption above 1,000 now is like 5 corruption above 1,000 before. They don't want people over 1,000 corruption. This is primarily intended to avoid reaching very high corruption, feeling necessary for effective farming favor. It's very silly. Okay. Gameplay changes the town scene characters load into. Now characters will not always load into the end of time. This is because of the crash. So when you have 265,000 players playing and all of them are loading into the game, and when they load into the game, they all load into the same spot, the game doesn't work. So they're trying to work on this. Reduced item sell costs, especially early on. They don't want people abusing gold farming techniques like going to Act 1 towns. I know, it's so stupid. Improved
4
ability.
months already, huh? Love to be here. Thumbs up.
4 months already. What's up, Alex? Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Bots. We got to counter the bots. Add the ability to equip a two-handed weapon while dual wielding and place those items into your inventory. Wait. Wait. Added the ability to equip a two-handed weapon while dual wielding and place those items into your inventory. What the hell are they talking about? Added a waypoint to Sanctum so that you die, quit, or disconnect. Okay, it's stupid. Moving on. Loot filter improvements. Loot filter improvements. You can now add another affix when you are target farming a specific item. So it'll give you another level, and you can add legendary potential, and you can add Weaver's Will. Loot filter is huge. Yeah, you can replace a dual wield with a two-hander. Yeah. I get what you're saying. And then it places the extra item in your inventory. Yeah. You're right. Controllers. Ooh, Raven asked this. Change the default controller inputs to include evade, minion attack, ability bar, move, dodge. Pressing Control Alt left mouse button on the game guide page's internal leaks. Now create a shortcut. Updated. It doesn't tell you where it is, though. Sorry. Dude, I could not imagine playing this on a controller. King, thank you for the bits. I just couldn't imagine. Specific legendary potential is huge. A lot of people feel that same way. I miss our little background music. Hold on, I'm going to put on our background music again. I'll just turn it down lower. PoE 2 begs to differ. Don't bring... I'm not ready for that. Says the man playing TLI on the phone. I had my whole family over for the 4th of July, including a parade and fireworks. I did not have access to my PC yesterday, so I was forced to play on mobile. All right? So don't be mean. Don't be mean. All right, if that's too loud, let me know. And there we go. Hey, thank you for the follow. Continue to ask questions, and we'll just bounce through this. Yeah, loot filter improvements are going to be great. It's already one of the best loot filters in the entire genre. And being able to filter out Weaver's Will, legendary potential, and add multiple affix conditions is going to be awesome. Now, just keep in mind that if you add in a rule where you only show uniques with legendary potential, I actually don't recommend doing that, because the egg is going to allow you to add LP to uniques with no LP. So unless you're like super high, you're not going to want to do that. The best, D4 doesn't have one at all. That is true. Just bring in the facts. Thank you. Thank you. UI. Now, something I did not know about that I learned in the video I put out before stream was that now on the UI, you can add your endurance. I love that. Endurance is going to show up as a yellow circle, a yellow bar on your life, so you can see your endurance threshold. I'm jealous of new LE players. That's sick. I know. Wait, is there no picture of it? We got to look at that really quick. We got to look at that really quick. How the hell am I going to find it? This video is so long. No, we're not going to find it. Anyways, it is near the end. That's what I thought. Give me a timestamp, all right. After the loot filter is correct. Okay, we'll look at it together. I'll get a picture of it. All right, moving on. So just so everyone is clear, we have been live for almost 1 hour. On the patch notes, we are currently on page 3. There's no way in hell we're getting through this whole thing. We're on page 3. Good morning. What's up, Exatheus? I got the gold on the historic rank. Oh, yeah. I play on my Steam Deck all the time. Slowing corruption doesn't sound good. Might kill end game enthusiasm more. Well, it's just, again, it's... If you are newer to Last Epoch, just keep in mind that EHG, again, you don't have to agree, but the studio making Last Epoch never envisioned in their wildest dreams pushing people, gamers, getting to 4-digit corruption. So, I'm not saying that it's the gamer's fault. It's EHG's fault for allowing the mechanics to get that high, but just, that's not the intended play for the game. So they're just trying to add more fun end game without feeling like you need to spend a week straight grinding the same maps for corruption. So that's kind of good, right? It's at 10:22. All right, let's look at it really quick. Well, here, let me finish this and then we'll go to systems. So something that I've complained about is that obviously your pets, right? The pets in Last Epoch, they're slow as hell. They always trail so far behind you. They obviously don't pick up any of your stuff. They sometimes glitch out when you transfer scenes. The pets will at least now match your player's movement speed. So, for anybody that cares, there is that. Okay, we are on systems on page 3. And let's look at the new endurance. It is at 10:22.
Now have numbers, and we've added an option to show those rule numbers in brackets next to items on the ground to show which loot filter rule is applying to the item. Great for troubleshooting your filter and deepening your understanding of how the loot filter works. We have added 2 different variations of always displaying your endurance threshold on your health bar that can be changed in the gameplay settings.
Boom. I know it's kind of hard to see. See the little yellow right here? That is now your endurance. So as your life goes down, you will know when your endurance kicks in. Again, so small. Technically doesn't change the game in any way. Absolutely huge. It's absolutely huge. I love it. I love it. Okay. Moving back down to systems. Page 3. And we are on to you. They showed this in the video as well. You're now going to be able to search the monolith, which is great. And then these are just updated to echo reward occurrences. Again, nothing They just continue to tweak the rewards of the monolith based upon what people are getting. They updated gold drop chances, and they just really want this to be the main end game system. This is why the Nemesis system is here. This is why the Harbingers are here. This is how you get to the Pinnacle boss. And on the roadmap, they've already talked about side procedural generated zones coming in the future and an expansion of the monolith. So this is just going to keep getting tweaked. And when you are up here, you'll be able to, you could type it in, or you can just click and it'll highlight them. So it's nice. 30 new uniques. Where are they? I'm sorry, everybody. I already made 2 videos today, and I will guess that today is going to be a pretty long stream, but tomorrow's video is all 30 uniques. So I will do a 30 unique showcase, and it won't be perfect, but I'm going to try and break up the uniques for, in my opinion, what class they are used for. So here's all the Acolyte uniques, here's all the Primalist uniques, here's all the Mage uniques, here's all the Rogue, here's all the Sentinel, and then here is the generic good for any build. So that video is coming tomorrow. Am I the one gatekeeping them? No, I am not. I am not gatekeeping them. I am not. I don't work for 11th hour games. Just to be clear. Okay. Gaze of Oribus. The Owl, thank you for the follow. Now that you're following on Twitch, type in !giveaway. We're giving away a free copy of Last Epoch today. Okay, Gaze of Oribus. For the people out there that like pushing corruption, Gaze of Oribus will always give you 12 corruption now, and you can use as many as 4 at a time. So that means that you can get 48 corruption maximum per your Gaze of Oribus when you fight a Shade of Oribus. And then, of course, that doesn't include just the regular progression from the center on the monolith map, and it does not include the catch-up mechanic. So as far as getting that 100 to 200 or 300, it's actually going to be much easier. On top of that, when you die, if you die to a Shade of Oribus, you will only lose 1 Gaze of Oribus, which is also, I mean, it's just, the quality of life improvements are just massive. They are massive. Love the videos. Thank you so much. Back to lurking. All right, lose. Okay. Gaze of Oribus. Blessing and stash swapping. So this is something that we've been asking about now for 2 updates, and they finally added it into the game. This is the #1 quality of life requested feature inside of Last Epoch, probably since blessings have been introduced. And they actually took it 1 step farther than I thought they were going to take it. Not only do... I actually can't even believe I'm about to say this. The blessing options are stored into your codex, which means every single time you kill a boss, the highest roll of your options you can swap between. That is insane. That is, and it's account wide. I don't even know what to say. I thought they were going to do your selected blessings you get to keep, but it's no, you get all of them. You literally get all of them. I would find my errands, Will, right before the new cycle. Oh, that is such a glow up. I know. So then it's like, I'm working on a new build. All right, I don't need lightning resistance. I need more mana. No, I'm going into Lightning Shred. We'll go Lightning Shred. We'll go Crit Multiplier. Let me throw on Endurance. And we'll get Void Resistance or Spell Leech. Like, you're going to be able to select your blessings on a whim at the NPC in the end of time. Huge. Absolutely huge. Okay. Moving on to the ladder. Not a lot to talk about here, but they did add a new ladder. So you have the arena, which is staying. And now you have a level
Back again,
ladder.
party face.
Now you have a level ladder where you can see how quickly you can get to level 100. For anybody that's out there that cares about that, they've added a new ladder. Dragonfly, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. 30 months. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. General changes. What is this? Reduce the total reputation needed to reach the highest rank. Oh, this is just they factions wise, even though they added 2 ranks where you're going from 10 to 12, you'll get to 12 faster in cycle 2 than it took you to get to 10 in cycle 1. So a lot of people are like, great, I have to grind more to get the next 2. You do not, because it is quicker. Guilty, you're funny. I love that. A lot of work at the moment, but I'm on vacation when the patch drops. That's what I like to hear. I got to Rupture 125 before changing to Torchlight Infinite. Congratulations. But then we will miss Aaron's frustrations of not getting the right buffs. No. I can handle that. Was COF really that far behind MG? James, it's a really hard question. People would just don't want to admit it, but yes. I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to do this. I'm team Merchants Guild, so Merchants Guild is the best. I'm not trying to be tribal. If you just simply compare the two, anything I need, 95% of anything I need at any point I can get like that, or spending hundreds of hours potentially grinding an item that I'll never find. You just can't. We're not talking ethically. We're not talking what you should do. If you are just sitting there and comparing merchants compared to comparing COF, and you're removing all the noise on what you should do, merchants is superior in almost every way. So Aaron is tribal. He's always used the Merchants Guild. That is not true. Literally half of my characters are COF. And I am rank 10 in COF. To prove it, I'm rank 10 in both. It's not better for fun. I'm not talking about fun. I'm not talking about that stuff. I'm simply saying which one is stronger. See? Zowler, don't be tribal. I completely missed the bag on this cycle. Team COF, rise up. Here we go. I played both. Merchants Guild, nothing changed. They added 2 ranks. You'll be able to get it. And they just split up some stuff. There's literally no change. And unfortunately, the new UI for Merchants Guild was not finished. So it didn't make it into this build. But it'll likely be one of the first things patched for Cycle 2. So the new UI and search features for Merchants Guild is coming after the update. Okay? Just pulling your leg. I know. COF is still behind MG. There's not much they can do to make COF equal Merchants Guild. If they do, COF won't be fun. Okay, this is my honest opinion. COF, in ways, is truly more fun. Someone like me that has 15 different masteries, all over level 90. It is really fun to find a triple exalted, a double tier 7. Like, you definitely get more insane items. Like, no question. And someone like me that loves crafting, I have hundreds of glyphs of despair, because those are the only prophecies I take. So my favorite crafting material that I never have enough of, I have an ample supply through COF. So those are my two favorite things about it. But as far as being a trader at heart, I do like Merchant's Guild. Okay. Here are the changes. COF is getting a new rank. Rank 7. Exiled mages drop twice as many experimental items. Exiled mages only drop 1. If you're COF, now they will drop 2. And then bosses have 150% increased drop rate for any specific rewards they have. So you get a big boss drop buff. And then they have updated rank 12. A lot of people are mad about this. Prophecies grant twice as many items. Previously, rank 10 changed. Formally, items from prophecies are duplicated. So instead of them being duplicated, you get twice as many items. Most people hate that as well. But though that is the update to try and get it more in line. I love the 150% drop rate. It's huge. Yeah, especially for the race we have going on. By the way, if you are not in the Discord, the sign up for my treasure hunt race for the Nihilist Amulet is up right now in Discord. 2 winners, Cycle and Legacy. Well, 1 winner from each one. Get into the race. We kick off on the 9th of July. It's going to be fun. I'm going to win this one. This is our 7th treasure hunt event. I join all of them. I've never won. I don't say that proudly. MG allows a credit card warrior to buy gold and buy whatever items they want. I've never seen somebody do that. I know it happens, but it's bad. Angwar, thank you for the Prime sub. 22 months. Thank you, sir. I call it a Merchant's Guild gamer will win the treasure hunt. Oh, hey. Just to be clear to what Kaiser just said, the last treasure hunt was won by COF. Just throwing that out there. Skill changes. Holy crap. Wait. You can buy gold for money. You cannot buy gold for money in game. It's just talking about RMT, these third-party sites, just like Diablo, just like PoE, that try and get people to spend their money. Plague Dragon's Tongue solves my issue with Swarmblade. Ooh. This is an item that maybe... Are you talking about... I think I know what you're talking about. Is it a sword? It's green. It's not a sword. Is it an axe? What the hell is it? Dagger? No. Scepter? What the hell it is? What's that green thing they added? Spear. That makes sense. Plague Dragon's Tongue. Okay. I'm already working for something on this, everyone. You ready for this? New unique item. Not shown yet. Up to a 45% chance to summon locusts on hit with Serpent Strike. Up to 3 locusts per 2 seconds. Up to 7 maximum locusts. Increase attack speed, increase attack, cast, and movement speed for locusts up to 27%. Melee physical for your locusts. And you ready for this? Up to 5 levels for poison skills. Minion Hive Queen. My Swarmblade build that uses Locust is called my Hive Queen is getting a brand new bag. Yes, Dragon's Tongue. Dun, dun, dun. They're trying to do what they started to do in WoW for helping players cheat the system. I hate RMT. I work behind the scenes a little bit because these people hit me up all the time. Hey, Action RPG, love your content. I represent blah, blah, blah website. We offer the best premium currency in Last Epoch, Diablo, and PoE. Would you be interested in doing some marketing for us? And I try and like get as much info as possible and then share it. Anyways, I do what I can to stop it or help prevent it the best I can. The best I can. The only reason you want to buy gold like that is if you're MG. It's still terrible. It's still terrible. And if you felt like you needed to buy gold in MG, that is because you are following some SS tier, broken, likely bugged build that the items are so inflated because everybody has to have them. It's just so silly. It's very silly. If you can't sell stuff to make your own money, you're doing it wrong. MG allows the credit card warriors to buy all the gold and buy whatever items they are after. I want to buy gold when I'm in COF. You can do it. The critical strike chance in LE multiplicative, for examples, increased critical strike chance. No, that is not 40%. So, Thunder, let me explain. Let's say you have, there's two basically affixes, okay? You have base crit and you've got increased critical strike. So let's say you have 5% base critical strike chance. And then you find an affix that says 100% critical strike chance. That 100% is applied to the 5%, and now you have 10%. Does that make sense? So it's really important to find as much base critical strike chance as possible because the percent increase goes off of that. Got it. Awesome. Okay. Continuing. Channeling skills. The big update to channeling skills coming is you can regen mana. Oh, Aaron, that's not a big deal. It is a huge deal. Massive. What is the difference between it on an item? How do I know which is base? Normally it's a much smaller number. Sometimes it'll say actual base critical strike on it. You'll know. It's a smaller number. You'll know. Or you could check Last Epoch tools. Normally where people get confused is like, well, what's the difference between base crit, spell crit, melee crit, crit percent? It's just they have different roll ranges. Okay. Ailments. All right. Where's Raven at? Let's see. You can't wait to play Necro again. Ooh, Necro. I like Necro. Got a new item. Should we look at the Necro item? No. Let's go through ailments. Frostbite now gains 50 damage from 36. I cannot believe they boosted Frostbite. I can't believe it. I know they nerfed some of the items that everybody uses, but they buffed Frostbite. That's like a 30% increase. 30. You've seen this already. Go figure. Blind no longer causes enemies to aim erratically and now makes enemies unable to critical strike from having critical strike chance. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Let's just say, for instance, your gear is not very good. You have no critical strike avoidance, and you have no less damage taken from critical strike. At bare minimum now, you can blind your enemies, which halves their chance to critically strike. That's pretty cool. Cold builds are back. Cold builds are like as meta gets. Sorry. Withering now has a maximum stacks of 10 from 20. Okay, that is a Warlock nerf. That is a Warlock nerf for sure. The bleeds inflicted by Spirit Plagues, Hemo, and Lacerate nodes now also respect ailment conversions. Okay, that's good. Haste Frenzy and Immobilize can no longer be replaced by stacks with the lower remaining duration. Haste effect with 4 seconds remaining cannot be replaced by a new one with a 2-second duration. That is good. Attempting to replace a long duration haste stack with a lower duration one will still trigger the advent of the erased effect. This is a bug fix. Fixed several cases where self-inflicted ailments were not respecting ailment conversion. I see. Okay. Bleeding Heart. Not going to be able to hit level 100 with my Spellblade. My first char is level 65. Probably going to run a Falconer for... Why do you pick Falconer? Just curious, Jay. The blind makes them completely unable to crit. Wait. Blind no longer causes the enemies to aim erratically. It now makes the enemies unable to critically strike. Oh, from having critical strike chance. I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction. It now makes enemies unable to critically strike. Holy moly. Blind isn't hard to get. Well, I guess it can be hard. Holy crap. Okay, so just so everybody's aware, having 100% critical strike avoidance or 100% less damage taken from critical strikes is the same as blinding an enemy. That's pretty cool. Bug fixes. Fix a bug where abilities that were not supposed to be able to buffer themselves could buffer themselves in online mode. Fix an issue where the Sentinel and Acolyte two-handed sword idle stance animation would stop looping after a short time. Fix lightning VFX on a large number of skills, including Lightning Blast, Gathering Sword, Disintegrate. Fix an issue where slots on the ability bar couldn't be cleared in online mode. Fix an issue where the ability VFX were offset in offline mode. Okay. Oh man, we are moving on to the Acolyte. All right, everybody, we are now into skill changes. Oh my gosh. Buckle up. Grab your popcorn. I hope you're all ready for this. I was able to theory craft a 4 million DPS Event Horizon build with the basic gear, 7 million with almost perfect gear. Stop trying to break the game. Stop trying to break it. Is the VOD of you reviewing this going to be available on YouTube? It's available right now. Every single stream that I have is multicast to X, YouTube, and Twitch. And every VOD on Twitch and YouTube are available on those platforms. So if you go to my YouTube channel and click on the live button, all of my VODs are saved there. And by the way, tomorrow's video will be all 30 new uniques. Okay, so tomorrow's video, we will look through all 30 new uniques. I will break them down to Acolyte, Sentinel, Primalist, generic, and hopefully help push people in the right direction. 30. Okay. And by the way, everybody, like, Mike starts his dev stream in 18 minutes. This is going to be a really long stream likely tonight, because I can't read the patch notes while we're listening to Mike. So we're going to have to figure something out. Okay. Do you want me to screenshot those? I already have them all. Actually, you know what? That's actually better, Brow. If you want to screenshot them with the roll ranges, that's probably better. A patchathon? Oh, gosh. Acolyte skill changes. Bone Prison now has 300 base health. You know, maybe we don't watch the dev stream. No, we have to watch the dev stream. We have to watch the dev stream. No, we're not going to be playing bingo today, Kaiser. There's just too much going on, and I can't. It's just too much to balance. We're going to take a 1-week break from bingo. Bone Prison now has 300 base health from 500, nerfed. Ossify now grants Bone Prison 15% less damage per point from 500% added point. That's a buff. Bug fix. Fixed a bug where Bone Prison did not receive its listed health scaling from your level and intelligence. Okay. Polka. Oh my gosh. There's going to be a lot of stupid in that dev stream. Hey, Bone Curse got changed from 300 base health from 500. I think that's just too big of a change. Mike, can we maybe make it 325? Because my build heavily utilizes Bone Curse. And I don't know if it'll be something like that. Something like that. 305, 305. Chaos Bolts. Devour the Dam now grants 5 health against cursed enemies per point from 6, nerfed, and requires 2 points into Doom's Vindication from 1, nerfed. Call of Mord now shows its base freeze at 20. Chaos Bolts, small nerf, nothing huge. Chthonic Fissure. Chaotic Rupture now grants 13% chance per point to replace spirits with Chaos Bolts from 20. Okay. So Spirit... Wait. Okay, nerf on Chaos Bolts being triggered through Chthonic Fissure. That sucks. Twisted Waves now grants 1% more torment damage per 3 necrotic resistance per point from 1 to 2. Wait. Twisted Waves now grants 1% more torment damage per 3 necrotic resistance per point from 1 to 2. Nerf. Fix Chthonic Fissure, not showing a tooltip on the Warlock Mastery. They nerfed necrotic resistance to boost the Curse Torment, and they nerfed the amount of Chaos Bolts you can trigger from Chthonic Fissure. I don't like that. Death Seal no longer has a minimum mana cost of 1. This means the mana cost multipliers are now able to be reduced to 1 or 0. That is good. Chaos Bolt. Was that necessary? Okay. I am going to guess that the reason why they did this isn't because it is this overarching insane power. I think they did this because it's just everybody plays it this way. I know that sounds really stupid. It doesn't even make sense, but it is so satisfying to trigger your Chaos Bolts from your spirits in Chthonic Fissure, and then your Chaos Bolts to trigger your Bone Curse or your Rip Blood. It just like really creates this one button build, and it's very popular. So I can see why it's like everybody plays it, even though it's not broken. We should probably reel it in a little bit. That is my guess. It was the most fun way to play it. Well, what's even crazier is then if you have a Wheel of Torment staff, your Wheel of Torment staff creates Chthonic Fissures, which shoots Chaos Bolts, which triggers Bone Curse and Rip Blood and Harvest. So you actually don't need to do anything if you really wanted to. All right, Dread Shade. Blind Fury no longer blinds the targeted minion, instead grants them 50% less critical strike chance. Damn, that sucks. Infernal Dread can only refresh Infernal Shades at a maximum of 2 times from unlimited. That's okay. I use blind on my Golemancer because it gives him a huge attack speed boost. But now that it'll cut their crit chance in half, you can't use it. I don't like that one. Ghost Flame. Wheel of Torment build. Let's go. Ghost Flame. No longer prevents mana regen while channeling. Oh yeah. Ghost Flame, you're going to be able to channel way longer. Holy crap. We've been talking about trying to build a Righteous Fire build. I wonder if we could stack enough mana regen where we could get the ring around us and offset it enough. Raven? It got nerfed. Spectral Menace now grants 10%, negative 10%. It's Ghost Flame time.
Thank you for all the hard work on the guides and videos.
Little Zen Buddha, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. What was the name of the node that it spins in a circle?
The fun has arrived.
That's mine. What's up, Orange? Desecration. Deals damage in a circle. Where is it? Spectral Menace, 10%, negative 10% mana cost per point from 14. Okay, that's not that bad. Spirit of the Dread now grants 10% movement speed while channeling from 20. That sucks. Doom Surge now grants 5% movement speed per point while channeling from 10. Damn, these are all nerfs. Disdain now grants 6% less damage taken point. Ignore bleed damage channeling from 10. Nerf. Disdain requires 3 points of Dread Furnace. Disdain 2 points of channeling. Spirit of Dread now increases the channeling cost by 80 from 50. Wraith Form grants 1 dodge rating per intelligence while channeling from 10. There's nothing in there for that. I mean, at least this node. Like the Ghost Flame now deals damage in a full circle around you, but it has higher channeling cost. There's nothing in there for that in Ghost Flame, Skoji. Is Necro nerfed? Please no. Okay, so far we're really only on Warlock. Okay, Chthonic Fissure, Chaos Bolts are nerfed. And Ghost Flame. Now, Ghost Flame is nerfed, but it's, again, okay, Ghost Flame is nerfed, but it is massively, indirectly, I guess, directly buffed because you can regen mana while channeling. So, yes, the skill was reeled in, but you're likely going to be able to channel for far longer because of your mana regen. So, you know, that's like, I use Ghost Flame only like a movement skill. It is very fast. Yeah, they're making it slower. Movement speed from 20 to 10. Movement speed from 10 to 5. Mana cost per point from 14 to 10. Mike needs to hear this. Joking, of course. Mike can finally talk about what build he wants to make. Raptor pack. If anybody just got here, I have been holding back what build I plan on making for Cycle 2. I can now openly say we are making a Beastmaster 5 Raptor build. Beastmaster 5 Raptor build. Mountable Raptor Avalanche build. No. Oh, Beastmaster, not Shaman. I knew it. You guys didn't know anything. You didn't know anything. There's a new one-handed sword coming in. The Tooth. And right here, you can summon raptors up to your companion limit. Beastmaster is my main class. Look out. You cried enough, it finally happened. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and say they are doing this because of me, because that would not be fair, and it very likely is not accurate. I have been asking for this for 4 straight years. to the point where I've almost shed real tears. So when I saw this, that a new item is coming that allows you to basically make up to 5 raptors, I was very happy. Yes! Look at that. You can now mount your raptors. Oh, I know. Now, just to be clear, yes, you're going to be getting minion melee skills. Yes, your minions are going to be getting minion damage. Yes, you're going to have increased minion movement speed, but your raptors will obviously do less damage. So you're not going to have a solo raptor and you're just going to times it by 5. That would be like insane. So I'm not even saying this build is going to be overly performing, but it just should be an absolute blast to play. So anyways, yes, that is what I'm playing. Will be hard to get an item needed. This is a very rare. So this is a very rare, which means it is essentially like finding an Aaron's Will. Okay. Now, it is also a world drop. Now, since it's a world drop, that means you can use a Rune of Ascendance. And for one-handed swords, there obviously is some. I never found an Aaron's Lack of Will. I have 400 Runes of Ascendance. So, I'm getting this damn sword. All right, I hope I'm getting it. I don't know. Okay, we're on Acolyte. Mike kicks off in 6 minutes, I guess. What we'll probably do, let's do this. Let's do this. We're on page 4 of the patch notes in 90 minutes. Page 4. We'll get through Acolyte, or we'll get through some of this, and we'll watch maybe the first 20 or 30 minutes of Mike's stream. And if it's just like silly stuff, hey, Mike, how's it hanging? You know, then we'll switch back to patch notes. So we'll just check it out. We'll check it out. Remember how many runes Aaron needed to get his Wheel of Torment? I needed 3 runes of Ascendance to get my Wheel of Torment, and I needed 1 to get my Spine Sword. No, Wheel of Torment was 3. Spine Sword was 1. Literally 1. Such a humble brag. What? I want a T-Rex pendant now. Right? Oh, right. The spine was first. What a disappointment item. I know. While you watch the dev stream, check out Dragon is Dead. It's Dead Cells plus Diablo. I don't have time for that. I can look at it later, but I can't look at it during the dev stream. Aaron, I just wanted to say I always appreciate your good vibes, my friend. Happy Friday. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming by and saying that. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh. To Dez? Today? To Dez? Thank you for the Prime sub. I see you. Thank you. You have all the time. I bought it. It's awesome. Okay. I'm not looking at chat for a second. Harvest. Learned weakness now grants 20% global increased critical strike chance per point if you hit a cursed enemy with Harvest recently, from 10%. Buff to Harvest. It also grants a global 5% critical strike multiplier if you hit a cursed enemy with Harvest recently. Harvest got a singular node buff. Profane Veil. Scorn now grants 5% more damage to cursed enemies per point from 10. Nerf. Vampiric Pool now grants 3% minion health as ward from 4. Nerf. And now extends the durations of Profane Veil by 0.2 second per minion consumed from 5. Nerf. This was the big 50,000 ward, eat your bone armor node. Science now grants 1 ward per 15% uncapped necrotic resistance per point from 1 point per 5. Nerfed whenever a spirit is revealed inside a Profane Veil's area. The axe benefit in Profane's instructions now instantly kill enemies that are below 6% health from 7. Nerf. Okay, Profane Veil. Not like a huge change, but only nerfs. Reaper form. Ooh, what do we got in Reaper form? Death comes quickly has been removed. Rapid Destruction has been moved to its position. Rapid Destruction grants 8% increased attack and cast speed per point from 10%. Now also grants 2% increased movement speed per point. Nerf. A new node, Blood Moon Reaver, has been added at Rapid Destruction's previous position. It converts Reap's base. Everyone's going to like this. You guys ready for this? This is what I've been holding on to. Reaper. This is Lich. Okay. Read this as Lich form. A new node, Blood Moon Reaver, has been added at a Rapid Destruction's previous position. It converts Reap's base damage to physical and grants 10% physical penetration in Reaper form. Converts poison effects from the tree to bleed and gives Reaper form physical VFX. I was thinking about Raven. I don't know why. Why do I think about this person so often? It's because he loves dots. You can make a physical bleed Reaper now. You love me. Look at him. Ellie is alive. Yes. And it changes the visual of what your Reaper looks like. Mm-hmm. Bleed Lich, baby. Hell to the yes. Stupid. Guys, are all uniques going to change after cycle's done? Are we going to become legacy? Asking because I will stay in legacy. Everything coming to cycle is also coming to legacy. Everything. So you don't have to worry about balance, changes, skills, uniques. You could play both. All right, let me get Mike up on the screen for a second. Let's get Mike up. I'm going Void Knight Shield Bash. I'm going Raptor Pack. Now, everybody, once again, we will have Mike up. The patch notes stream will continue. I just want to see Mike's angle for today. And we'll watch it for a little bit. If he's showing off a lot of stuff and breaking down some good questions, we'll hang with it. But now that the cat's out of the bag on everything, I'm not sure what he's gonna show. So we'll see. Afternoon, what's up, Elite? You will love Tooth for Raptors. I was just talking about it. I will launch with Raptor Pack. Launching with Raptor Pack. Elite, thank you for the tier 1 sub. 6 months.
Welcome. Glad to have you with us.
Let's see what Mike's got.
I'm one of the devs for Last Epoch, and I play horrible builds because I think it's fun. We'll answer your questions. And we've got lots to talk about today because patch notes just dropped. We also stream for charity. It's up on my head. What else? If you have a question for me, please put @LastEpochGame in the chat so I know it's for me. I'll mention this all again later. And thanks very much to the subs we got right off the bat. Trunks 1984814. Thank you very much for the sub and the gifted sub.
Let's see what Mike's got for us today. We'll get back to the patch notes, I promise.
Yeah, we're rolling. What else we got going on today, huh? Who knows? The game's on sale? Oh yeah, the game's on sale. We're on Steam Summer Sale and Nexus sales too. So check it out if you don't have it already. It should be kind of weird. I feel like most people who come to the streams, especially who are here for the start of the streams anyways, probably have it already. But now I can reveal why I've been playing Beastmaster with Raptor as my build starting, because we had the big the new Raptor sword that makes you gives you a Raptor swarm, and I gave a clue to that item like a month ago now, almost probably in stream, and I said Owen's friends or something like that, or like I referenced Owen and lots of friends from Owen or something like that. And it was the character from Jurassic World. Friends being the Raptor squad that he got.
I did not catch that.
That was my horribly cryptic. I said it was gonna be brutally hard. No, I don't think anyone even tried to get it, but just thought I'd clear that up in case someone was still trying to figure it out.
Clever girl. That's my intro for my solo Raptor build.
Ooh, piece of candy. Piece of candy. Not a piece of candy. Piece of candy.
Raptor is gonna be a monster.
Two good ones there. Raptor package starter? Yeah, it is. Not surprised. I saw you release a Raptor video, build video.
I didn't release a Raptor build video.
Borderline. Borderline. That's fine.
Okay, maybe I released a Raptor build.
I'm gonna get my character sheet reminder done early today since you'll probably be busy. Well, thanks for getting it in. There are some updates to the character sheet. There's a few more that like we tried to squeak in at the last second, and it caused so many problems. So we're like, never mind. It's so hot. My office. Socks are coming off. Oh. That's on the heating element. Oh, it's off. What am I talking about? Of course it's off.
Good words. Build. There it is.
This is the new Avalanche unique. Yeah, I mean, I don't... Is there one? Avalanche itself is getting a pretty big facelift. Oh, that's hot. Thank you very much for the sub, Anima TWM. Thank you very much. Glad to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying yourself. All right, we got a hype train starting already. My goodness, it is early in the stream for that.
Why did they nerf our ice cream guys? I don't want to talk about it.
I'm pretty pumped about the patch and getting the patch notes out. There's so many more books that spawn. There's something, I don't know if that's in the notes. There's little things like that like just don't make their way into the patch notes because like you throw a quick fix together and you just push it. It's like whatever. And then like 3 months later, there's like patch notes and you're like, I did that change forever ago. All right, more. Trunks with another gifted sub. Thank you very much. Congrats to you getting
we
that.
just shrine to the frozen rat.
Yeah, there's the hype train. Hey. All right, hello. I noticed the issue with the random disconnects is maybe fixed. I get some random stutters here and there, but instead straight up disconnect, which is awesome. Also, the patch notes are pog. Oh yeah, we've been.
We will continue the patch notes.
We're still like, I know you don't see a bunch of patch notes that say like fix this big problem and multiple things like that, and it's most of the lingering issues with like really smooth and like high quality multiplayer experiences for some people. Because other people are already in that camp, but for people who aren't, usually it's a combination of like a bunch of little things, usually. And we are constantly working on that. Multiplayer improvements, just better networking structures, just any minor improvements and adjustments we can get anywhere. It's always.
Don't forget, everybody, on Twitch. I'm sorry to the YouTube and X people. I love you. But right now, the giveaway is through Twitch. Type in !giveaway. Give away a free copy of Last Epoch.
But anyways, I'm glad it's better for you, which is always the goal. I saw announcements was added. Does that mean we get announced who killed the boss first? That's the plan. That's the plan. We are I mean, something that I think is a hugely awesome feature for games like PoE that have it, where like a cycle starts and you see that little pop up that's like so and so reached this zone, or so and so just killed this boss, or so and so just died in hardcore at this level. They were rank whatever, and you like those types of announcements. They're awesome. I think it's one of my favorite parts about an early early PoE cycle. And so we're putting Last Epoch's spin on a feature just like we always do.
What's up, Canadian guy?
But yeah, that's the style of thing we are planning and looking forward to getting in.
Raptor pack. The no performance update.
I don't know if it actually is going to announce the first boss kill, but that was the catalyst
we haven't made it
started
that
on that
far
project with.
Yet. We'll get there.
What is evade on controller? It's whatever your right button is.
That's a Raven question. I already know Raven asked that question. I don't even have to look.
So like on a controller, it's this button right here.
Duh.
This is a switch button layout, so it's weird, which is why I didn't say the button name.
Noob. No.
All right, what led to the decision to pull Sigils of Hope quality of life into a unique instead of balancing and adjusting the skill itself?
Here we go.
I think a lot of it is... I don't remember that conversation off the top of my head, to be frank. I would suspect that it was probably a big enough change in functionality that it would have it causes just a little bit too big of a rework. We didn't have time to finish it with where we were in the patch cycle.
New Sigils of Hope ring. I'll pull it up right now.
That unique items have a higher tolerance for restricting access to specific parts of the tree than individual nodes do. So if there was, this is what happens sometimes. Or if it's just like a big enough departure from the skill sometimes, and we want the base functionality to still exist the way it was, then we'll just put it on item. But sometimes, if it's just going to cause too many conflicts in specific nodes, and we don't have enough time to fix that problem specifically, it'll sometimes get pushed.
Stop giving away my secrets. Oh gosh.
I feel like that one was always an item though.
This was the item I was dead wrong on. I said 100% it's going to be a Forge Guard unique.
Yeah. Raptor Pack's going to be awesome. I'm very looking forward to that Raptor Pack. it's going to be fun. Roughly what level can we expect each rank 8 in Merchant's Guild to reach rank 8 in Merchant's Guild by exalted items under new scaling? I don't know that specific
exactly.
of a line before.
Exactly what
it will depend on like how you're interacting with the system, and it'll be faster than before, because you'll like reaching rank 12 is in 1.1 is faster than reaching rank 10 in 1.0. So reaching rank 8 in rank 8.
I bet that was Raven again. Let me just quickly clarify, everybody. We are currently on page 4 of the patch notes, okay? The Last Epoch dev stream just started, so we're going to watch it for a little bit just to see if Mike's going to give us any potential info we don't know and see what the plan is for the dev stream. And if it's just kind of going over generic stuff, we'll switch back to patch notes. So we will get back to the patch notes. Right now, we just started the skill updates, so we will get back to it, okay?
I think that's because you won't have access to it before the patch. I think that's the problem with
I'm not
selling
excited
the individual NTX
everything.
early.
Not even PoE nerf
Could be wrong on that.
One pass. What are you talking about?
Those things scare me. I'm trying to fly from them. I reset my keybinds. That is one thing. All your keybinds are getting reset when the patch drops. Gotta fix it now.
Hey, did my Prime show up? I had to run to dinner, but gonna make sure it went through. Oh, I got it. Thank you. Came through 3 minutes ago. Thank you, sir. Thanks,
Perfect.
Canadian guy.
It's so frustrating. The button I use for inventory open is the same button we use for our like our dev console shortcut in editor. And so when I'm like working in the editor and open the dev console, it opens my inventory too at the same time every single time. It's so frustrating.
Why didn't we get a barbarian class? I know, right? I'm working on it. We did get a Raptor pack though.
As far as the MTX stuff, the one thing I think that this question is predicated on is probably the concern that a new MTX pack will push out the old ones, but that won't happen. So you're not going to need to make a decision between new or old before you've seen the new ones. That makes sense. So like the old ones aren't going away when the new ones join. I'm sure the old ones will at some point probably cycle out because we can't keep just adding more and more and more and more. We get overwhelmingly huge number of packs. But for now, at least, there will be both sets of packs simultaneously. The Eternal packs and the Abyssal packs will both be on there at the same time.
Hey, what's up, Robo?
That's the biggest problem with spear builds, is that there's just any two-handed weapon builds, it just takes up so much inventory space.
Sorry, everybody.
Mike, how about them set idols?
I know I just said it, but there was an ad running. We will be back to the patch notes soon. We're just checking out the dev stream for a minute.
We've talked about. A streamer will not make bingo today because of the patch notes. That is so wrong.
Who put that in there?
I'm the worst, I know.
Who did that? Who brought up our bingo?
I mean, if it's the center square, I feel like it's supposed to just be a gimme anyways, so.
We're not playing bingo today, people.
To a last second bugs, those are a real frustrating one. These gates would only ever spawn with the fire ones. No matter what was coming out of it. Like the sun gates were the only ones that would spawn.
I think people didn't realize they were crushing with bad gear, so the nerfs combined with good gear is still a good build.
We got it.
Okay, this is my honest take on, there was a comment that was put in that said they nerfed everything, not even PoE would do that, something like that. I would guess that the individual that made that comment is talking about SS plus tier builds. So for example, Frost Claw, for example, Blast Knife, for example, Ballista maybe. Like these builds that are pushing 1,000 corruption that EHG did allow to happen, but they don't, from a long-term game design, want to keep in the game they have nerfed. So just know that this game literally has 500 different builds. But yes, if you wanted to target S plus tier builds, those have been reeled in. That's my guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
These guys are scary. Whoa! Close one. All right.
I'm excited for Raptor pack.
Hey, could you please clarify? Will we be able to play seasonal content in offline mode? Okay. This is yes, I can definitely clarify. It is really straightforward. Okay.
I kind of want a Swarm Blade. Hell yeah!
So the all of the content, other than just the actual Pinnacle boss fight. So like,
how many Raptors? Can
everything
we get?
other than put eye into the Aberoth
5.
portal and walk through the portal and you're fighting the boss. Everything other than just that sequence alone
We're
is
gonna have
completely
5
available for everyone, online,
Raptors.
offline, legacy, cycle, doesn't matter. Everything other than just that one specific interaction is immediately available to everyone.
Amazing Raptor.
So it doesn't matter what mode you're playing in, you will be able to play all.
My goal is 1 hour into the new update, I have Raptor Pack up and running. That is my goal. 1 hour.
Like that final, very last thing is the only thing that's restricted. Everything else is completely open to everyone, day one, minute one. That final thing opens up to everyone as the day after someone in the cycle kills it. So cycle online cycle, someone there has to kill Aberoth.
We need dinosaur
As
blurps.
soon as that happens, doesn't matter what game mode they're on, but as long as they're online cycle, they unlock it for everyone the next day. So if you
Broward guilty, write that down. We're definitely going to need dinosaur blurps.
Until someone kills the final boss in cycle, and then you have access to everything. Hopefully that's as clear as I can possibly make it.
That's
I
very
think I said the
clear,
same thing like
Michael.
4 different times there.
Very clear.
Do it.
All right.
Thank you.
Any plans for adding either temp race servers or adding
Blah, blah.
functionality for vision cell races on the main servers? I mean, we don't have not in 1.1. The only thing we've added in with the ladders is, I mean, so there's the announcement stuff that could help with some of this stuff.
You're going to adopt guilty.
For specific announcements type thing. And then there's the level ladders that are there as well. And the timestamps in the arena. So there's a few extra tools there, but there's nothing hidden on top of that, if that's what you're asking.
Man, Raptor Pack is going to be fun. There's so many fun builds. I
Let's
don't know how
not
anybody
die.
can look at the patch notes and be like,
Quick, easy question. Will the patch it the same day on GeForce Now as well? I mean,
gonna
we
be
don't
so
do anything
fun.
for GeForce Now. That's entirely a separate platform. So as long as they're downloading it on the first day, yeah. That's not a
I
platform
know.
we manage. Falconer got nerfed D3 style for Cycle 2 post nerf. Post nerf, do you think it's a good racing build to 100? I think it's still gonna be quite strong. I think having the
I love these questions.
like the Falcon inherently
Love it.
because it can't die is very useful for low gear characters because you don't have to worry about you've always got DPS rolling no matter what. You can
I like
just
that
run
orange. I like that.
DPS ticking. So like I think inherently minion builds are generally pretty good as season starters or cycle starters just normally, and then the Falcon has that extra mechanical leg up.
Lord, passive tree.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, you can't see it.
Wrong class, but ooh, spear.
+1 to maximum companions.
I want to get like
passive tree.
I want a 4 LP Drellsting. Come on, game, drop it for me, please.
And then the helmet. 2, picking Beastmaster 3, helmet 4,
really
passive tree
should.
5.
Finish unlocking my idle slots.
Right above my head, +1 companion summon limit.
Currently, Forge Guard seems to have a node for throwing two-handed minions. Sword and board isn't the mastery focus too spread with so many options. I disagree that it's too spread. I mean, we tend to there tends to be a lot of overlap between those. So like, lots of the like minion stuff can be done with.
Hey everybody, I'll give it a few minutes, but just in chat right now on YouTube and Twitch, if we would rather just go through the patch notes ourselves instead of watching Mike this week, let me know. I got a feeling this is gonna be all just review and ridiculous questions, but I'm down for whatever.
Thing there in that list? I don't think so. Hey, I recently was able to track down a major issue. Cool, please post it in the bug reports forum.
That's fine. Yeah, you could just put up a poll. That would work too.
I do not know if it's been fixed or not. I do not know if it's related to some other bug. I'm sorry, I'm not going to read the rest of the question. I don't deal with bug reports on the on stream. Sorry.
I told the guy to put it in the forums.
All right, no doubt that many builds needs to be nerfed. But after reading the patch notes, they were obliterated. What is the strategy going forward? I mean, I think that the I don't know.
I don't know
wait,
how
wait
Mike's
to get your
gonna
hands on it and see how it
handle
plays.
this. I would just freak out.
Then we'll talk. If you still feel it's non-competitive with any other builds in the game in a week from now,
I mean, it's
that's
just
the same question.
So disheartening.
Will a COF or MG T10 get transferred to T12, or how will you get to
Ooh,
it?
that was our question.
Listen to the patch notes. I think actually, because it's done through reputation calculations, and it's probably
That's our
reputation
question.
amount reduction that caused the tier to go up. I have to double check on this, but I think it's going to go to 12 because it should be the rank that you are is just calculated based on how much reputation you have. And the way that we reduced the time to 12 was we reduced the reputation requirement, I think.
That's our question. Guilty, did you put that in?
So you should see. You should.
Kyber.
Trying to double check on that.
I'll just be happy on July 9th if I come home from work and the servers aren't a raging dumpster fire. You and me both. Patch notes, please. All right, we'll give it just a few minutes and we'll jump over to patch notes.
Find out. All right. Any chance of making new defenses for shamans that are not related to totems? I find it a bit unreliable. I mean, one of the things that one of the major pieces of feedback. I mean, like everything that's happening in the patch is in the patch notes. So if it's not in the patch notes, no. But maybe for the future, I don't know. You can leave suggestions in our suggestions thread. As far as like totems being like reliable or not, as in like defensive layers and things like that, you should like one of the big pieces of feedback we've been getting on Shaman in general lately has been that it's too devoid from totems in a lot of cases. There's no really good reason to go totems.
Ooh, I gotta
things
show
like
you
that.
guys
So we're just trying to
something
add
for,
in more options for totem
Shaman.
players, in the
show you
totem
guys
focus
something.
ministry.
There is a change to Shaman that I don't know if anybody has caught yet.
With regards to the ranks, I've been told it should go to rank 12, but not 100% sure if it actually does or not.
All right, I'll finish this
Probably thinking
echo.
the same thing I am.
Jump back to patch notes.
Oh no!
If
Alt tabbing in the middle of a fight,
I'll
super
sit and scream at Aaron.
dumb.
Got my Raptor pack in the background.
Where
Ready.
are you? That's the right person to ask. All right. Is there any ETA when we can expect to see detailed stats for abilities in game? No. For example, I'd like to know what my crit chance will be with Avalanche, where it can count things like increased crit chance for cold skills
hold on, be right
and
back.
skill talent points. Yeah, we don't have an ETA on that. That was that's something we've been working on for a long time. It is still in the works. I mean, what did we say earlier? We're going to take any relic with poison damage on it? Let's go for it. Discovery. What do we get? Low fortune potential. The Runes of Discovery use 0 fortune potential. So I was just taking 2 free stats there. Don't hate the minion dodge rating. It's not really useful. What's our fire res like? It's the only thing that's capped. It's not coming from this, is it? No. sorry, I know my face is like half over this, but health regen, I don't actually hate that. I like health a lot more though.
Everybody
That
voted
turned out to be a half
patch
decent item.
notes.
Huh.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Mike. We appreciate you, Mike. We love you.
Yeah, baby.
And you're gone. All right. Okay, I will just say, my heart right now, it just feels weird. I've covered 141 dev streams. And we're not covering this one. All righty then. Let's do this. Get some more background music. I'm sure you'll rewatch for the video. I don't think I'm going to put out a video. Tomorrow I've got my all 30 new unique video coming. All 30 new uniques. What is something new for Shaman that I don't know if people have seen yet? Every once in a while, something is dropped that just appears so small that it might be overlooked. This node is new. This is inside of Summon Storm Totem. There's a singular node right here that is new. Your Storm Totem now casts Storm Bolts from your Gathering Storm instead of its own Lightning Strikes. But the Storm Totem has significantly less cast speed. Huge. It is a massive node added to Shaman. Massive. So this is the kind of stuff where I'm like, yes, there's no new skills, but a lot of skills are getting little tweaks that it's going to feel new. So, of course, 80% is a lot. It has to be a lot. It has to be a lot. You can cast your Storm Bolts from your Storm Totem. Anyways, I just wanted to quickly show that off because I don't know how many people saw that. The Storm Bolts benefit from your Storm Totem tree and your Gathering Storm tree. So, just for a small example, we would have to test this to see if it was minion or your Storm Bolts. I think it would be your Storm Bolts. So imagine you are a shaman and you use the Storm's Carved Testament to manually trigger or automatically trigger your Storm Totem, which then uses your Storm Bolts. Anyways, okay. Stop yelling. Okay. Anyways. We are back on patch notes. Build I was thinking of playing got absolutely cooked. Was it some S tier broken thing? Vote. All right, there's a poll at top of chat and Twitch. What is your starting class in Cycle 2? Primalist. My starter didn't get a cool unique buff. Aww. What's the meta build for LE? Damn it, Omega. Why do you gotta do that to me? What's the meta build in the next 3 days? I don't know. standing time has been redeemed. That's good. I need to stand up anyways. Okay. Before we start going through the patch notes, right now we just started Acolyte skills. So we are now covering the skill portion, and we are on Summon Skeleton. There was somebody in chat. I know Mike was talking. There was a lot going on. And I think, you know, everyone has their own opinions. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions. Everybody's entitled to their own feelings. I'm not trying to throw shade or be disrespectful. I think most people know that. It's all a matter of perception. I look at this patch and I think, you know, just the most giant step forward. The biggest balancing patch they've ever put out. 2 new endgame systems, including a new endgame faction, including a new pinnacle boss, which will be a staple final static fight to see what your build is capable of. Visual enhancements, optimization, new backend servers, which hopefully hold up. We'll see how well performance is at launch. There's just, I mean, you look at the care, you look at the thought, whether you agree or not, like EHG is not making decisions from like a, well, put this skill in the game because then we can sell that MTX. We'll just nerf it later. And, you know, like decisions are made truly from feedback from the community to try and make the best possible game. There's hundreds of us community testers that have been submitting and working with EHG to try and make this patch as awesome as possible. And it just like sucks. It feels disheartening when there seems to be so many people that are like, well, all the 1,000 corruption builds are nerfed. So they've killed everything. And it's like, man, is that really how you feel? I mean, you are talking probably less than 0.05% of the entire player base gets to 1,000 corruption, you know? And EHG doesn't want the game to hit 1,000 corruption, yet it's their fault that players could get there, so they're trying to work on it. And it's just this, well, all the builds are gone. I'm not excited. This sucks. Like, what? Like, I don't know. I feel like I've been doing this long enough where, at least to a degree, I can take a step back and be like, what is the best for everyone, not what is the best for me. I am excited because I get to play with 5 Raptors. That doesn't even mean it's going to be good. It could suck. But I don't care how strong it is. That's just something that I want to do. I'm excited we have a new Disintegrate. I'm glad there's 30 new uniques. I'm glad there's a new faction. Like, I guess when you lean into it from a fun perspective, instead of a, I need the strongest, fastest thing, you know, like, I just think so much opens up. So anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm sorry for the people that are upset thinking that the 5 truly 1,000 corruption builds got nerfed. I know it doesn't feel good when you pour a lot of time into a build and that build is no longer viable, but just know EHG is really trying its best. So I just wanted to put that out there. Clip that. Don't be a build planner. Andy, I thought you had heard 300 was the goal. 300 corruption is the goal. Is the goal. Will you do another subathon on Tuesday? I will not. I will not. The next subathon will be for Cycle 3 at the end of the year. There's so many new builds to try. Dude, there's at least just right off 20 new builds. Easy. Easy. I want to try so many new builds. If I can't kill the Aaron boss, then it is what it is. Unfortunately, fun is subjective. Some find the meta fun. Others find build diversity and experimenting fun. I totally get it. That's why I'm saying it's all opinionated, or it's all opinion based. But I guess what I'm saying is that you're going to have 30 new items to make the next meta build. And please believe there will be probably 1,000 corruption meta builds. There's so much balance change and so many new uniques that somebody will break the game again. I guarantee that'll be something for this season. So what about a surprise small subathon? I'm going to attempt a 48-hour stream. That is not 48 hours on camera. But it'll be like, all right, everybody, I'm going to bed. And I'll just leave the stream on and go to bed. And then when I wake up, hopefully the stream is still on. Something like that. That's the plan. Aaron, how much did you pay EHG to add dual shields? I have a very specific strategy with EHG. I know all of them. I've got the merch. I've got the EHG hat. I am death by 1,000 cuts. I just say it all the time. Over and over and over and over again. And I think sometimes they just want to shut me up, or sometimes it might be in their future plans. But technically for this update, we got dual shields and Raptor pack. I have been talking about that for years. I've also been talking about reset the all passives button and the next mastery being a barbarian. Those are like the ones I've been going after recently. Did Aaron just say he'll send me free merchandise? No.
Hey,
oh,
Aaron.
for sure. New
Hope
corruption.
you're well. The free sub belongs to you, sir.
Hey, thank you so much for the 7 months. Thank you, sir. I understand where both sides are coming from with it, to be honest. Each side has fair arguments. Hey, newish player here. I got a quick question, explanation. Why are people saying everything got nerfed, wondering what to play with the next update, and I'm not sure. Played only Rune Master so far. I don't know how to answer that question. I would tell you play what you think is fun. This is what I would do. I would start with, do you like minion, ranged, or melee? Answer that question, and then I'll help guide you. Reset passive button would be top of my list. Raptor pack. What's where now? Yep. Tuesday for the update, we will be maining Raptor pack Primalist Beastmaster. We will be maining Raptor pack Primalist Beastmaster with the new Tooth Sword that allows you to make raptors up to your companion limit. And we will have 5. We will have 5 raptors. This is my #1 build. Normally I love source builds and ARPGs, but LE it is what I like the least. That is weird. Okay, we got to start getting through these patch notes. All right, everybody, we are restarting the patch notes readings. The discussion on nerfs and all that stuff, we could literally go on forever. We just started the skills portion, and we are currently on Acolyte, and we're going to talk about Summon Skeleton. Skeleton rogues now have a baseline 20% chance to inflict poison on hit. Oh my gosh. I've been asked a lot. Aaron, you have never ever made a poison necro. This first line technically could unlock that. Have 10 skeleton rogues. If you could figure a way to keep them alive, you can inflict a boatload of stacks of poison. Skeletons now gain 8 health from level from 5 and 8 health per intelligence from 5. They're buffing the skeleton's life because they die so easily. Bone armor from all sources, including skeleton warriors, now grants 8% less damage taken. Skeleton warriors' bone armor cooldown has been reduced to 4 seconds from 10. That's huge. Impatience has been removed. Bone Share no longer has reduced effect on non-minions. Okay. Skeleton Rogues changes and buff to overall Skeleton's life. Summon Skeletal Mage. Skeleton Mages now get... Okay, so the exact same thing. They're trying to give Skeleton Mages more life, just like they did with Skeletons. Transplant. Bone Armor now just gives the Bone Armor buff, which grants 8% less damage taken. Previously scaled with the effect of the points. Maximum points has been reduced to 1. Ooh. Plated Bone has been removed. So Transplant, a reason why people take this movement ability is because Necromancers specifically don't have any sustain. As a Necromancer, you normally don't hit. You don't attack. And since you don't attack, you cannot leech back life, or you can't build on hit effects. So normally you run Transplant, which gives you less damage taken and gives you Bone Armor, which was nerfed. Also, they nerfed high ward builds, so low life on Necro is going to hurt as well. So just FYI for all the minion players out there, we're going to have to think through sustain options as a Necromancer. It might be a little rough. Squirrel Helm and Raptor Sword, how would that work? I don't know. You would make squirrels. The squirrels would override it. Infusing Souls. Oh, Wandering Spirits. Infusing Souls has a 15% chance to grant 4 mana per point whenever a spirit expires from 6. Nerf. Okay. Mage skill changes. So this is Disintegrate. I'm not going to read through this, okay? I'm not going to read through Disintegrate. This is something we have already looked at. And just to be clear, if you are a fan of Disintegrate, not my builds, build planner. Rune Master, in my opinion. Skills, Disintegrate. Disintegrate has, it is as close to a new skill as you're gonna get. You can now shoot fireballs from your Disintegrate. You can now shoot static orbs or volcanic orbs. You now have a much easier way to make fire auras. You now get multiplicative damage off your intelligence in fire. You now have ways to maintain tier 2 and tier 3 after you stop shooting. You've got a whole bunch of changes inside of this tree. So for the person that just asked, actually, hey, I heard everything's nerfed, don't listen to those people. You could try Disintegrate. Disintegrate's going to be a whole lot of fun. Disintegrate's going to be a whole lot of fun. All right, Orange, enjoy your driving. I guess I could try something more unique to LE. I played PoE before and wanted to try something fresh. So Disintegrate, whole new bag. Saves us from reading. I can just show you. Okay, moving on to Elemental Nova. You can now, so now when you take channeling as Elemental Nova, you can, it costs more, but obviously you can regen mana. Infernal Nova's area increase now applies to the direct cast of Elemental Nova. Okay. Fireball, where's Frosty at? Frosty, where are you at? Fireball. Flammability now also gives you equal amount of lightning resistance shred if Fireball has the amount of conversion in lightning. That's good. Fire Spray now requires 2 points into Winged Fire from 3. That is good. Unchained Fire now requires 3 points in Adept from 4. Small little tweaks to Fireball. All of them good. Firebrand. Bug fix. Fix the bug where tearing gives Firebrand more damage. Kindling now grants 10% melee critical strike chance per Firebrand stack from 5. Buff. Triple Strike now grants 3 mana from 10. That's a bad nerf for mana regen. No longer grants added mana cost from 2. Buffed ignite chance. They're lowering the amount of mana you can get from this tree. Now allows you to consume up to 3 Firebrand stacks per point from 1. That's good. Nerf mana. Incinerate now grants 12 more damage per Firebrand stack. Nerf. Searing Bond now grants more damage from 10. Buff. Firebrand's a really interesting skill. I've never seen anybody actually use Firebrand as a damage dealer in any capacity. It is always used as a buff skill. So you use Firebrand 3 times Shatter Strike, Firebrand 3 times Flame Reave, something like that. And basically, just kind of reeled in the amount of mana you get. Will we get new loot filters before? Wait. You're asking if the loot filter changes will come before Tuesday? No updates are coming until the launch. Flame Reave, slash and burn gets 25% ignite chance per point. Buff. Dancing Flames grants 14% less mana cost from 12. Buff. And only reduces range by 5 from 12. Nerf. Ember Infusion no longer increases mana cost, but grants 12% more melee damage from 20. Change. Flame Rush. Why Rune Master for Disintegrate? Well, you get a free skill. Okay, there's a couple of reasons. Glyph of Dominion has this node, which is going to give you a 40% multiplicative damage to your Disintegrate. You can make it last a long time. You can get it to cast on you, and you can make it fire. So you're getting a basically damage over time, fire, multiplicative bonus to your Disintegrate. That is 1. 2, inside of Runic Invocation, you have this node, and that is faster runes while channeling, which you will have at 105%. So what that means is that you can take triple fire, which will shoot a fire bomb when you manually cast Runic Invocation or when you come out of Flame Rush. And what's nice about triple fire is when it hits an enemy, it applies spreading flames, which is a damage over time ailment. So you're getting a lot of bonuses. You're getting a lot of bonuses. Flame Rush is fire. Glyph of Dominion is fire. You can use a invocation that is fire. So I'm gonna my plan, which will likely be my second build, is Flame Rush, Glyph of Dominion, Runic Invocation, Disintegrate, and Flame Ward. That's my plan. I think it has the best synergies. You could use Arcane Ascendance since you're not moving. I tried that. Feels okay. Spellblade, you would not use. All of it is focused on melee. But I think Rune Master is a clear winner. But Source would work as well. I see. Thank you. You're welcome. Ghost chair to the right? Yeah, it's my ghost chair. I'm kicking it with my leg. Convert Disintegrate to Void. You cannot convert Disintegrate to Void. You can give it some Void, though. Flame Rush. Fixed the bug where Blazing Flux node in Flame Rush skill tree would not grant cooldown. That's good. Fixed a bug that prevented runic burst damage from applying correctly. Nice. Focus. Oh, I'm excited to read through Frostclaw. Oh, Frostclaw's coming. Oh, question mark. Inside of Disintegrate, a new node that was added is right here, Unleashed Power, which allows you to cast Volcanic Orb or Static Orb. So if you convert your Disintegrate to fire, and then you take Unleashed Power, which gives you Volcanic Orb, and then you use the community unique staff, it will convert. Isn't it a staff? Or is it a spear? It's always a stupid spear, isn't it? It's right here. Lost Refuge. It'll convert your Volcanic Orb to Void. So technically, if you are using this item, you can shoot a Void Disintegrate. Kind of. Kind of. Now he comes to the big one, Frostclaw. We're not there yet, but I'm excited to read through Frostclaw. My thought also if I go on to Forge Guard. Here we go. The burst of mana on and ward that occurs after channeling 1 second now also recovers 10% missing mana. Buff. Fixed ward gain on traversal skill use triggering every time you start channeling on focus if it was changed to a traversal skill, even if you canceled the channeling before teleporting. That's right. Get these damn ward bugs out of here. All right. Frostclaw. Let's see if people are mad about this. I have not read this. This is my first time reading it. Ballista now grants 4% increased ice barrage fire rate per point from 5 on Frostclaw hits up to a maximum of 60 from 80. Okay, it's a nerf, but it's not huge. Maku now consumes 80% of Frostclaw's mana cost when cast this way, and it will not trigger at negative mana. On Through the Snow now adds 4 mana cost from 6. Ever Onward now adds 4 mana cost from 6. Frozen Malice now adds 2 mana cost from 3. A Crack in the Ice now increases mana cost by 30% from 40. A Gift of Winter chance to gain 12 mana on cast now only occurs on direct cast. Volley of Glass now has a negative 20% freeze rate. Volley of Glass now removes area tag. I mean, it still works. It still works. Any new Necro uniques? Yes, there is new Necro uniques. Tomorrow, I'm dropping a video. It's going to take me forever to make. I'm going to break down all 30 new uniques and what classes they are for. That'll be coming tomorrow morning. Well, it's not dead. This is what I like to tell people, okay? I know there's an ad running. I apologize. I can't wait for this one. If all builds are here and Frostclaw's up here, what EHG does is it tried to bring it down. So it's still the best, but it's just not the best by, that 200%. They try to bring it in line, bring up everything a little bit and bring this down where it's still the best. Back, daughter woke up. Gotcha. Loose, thank you for the 1 bit. So when you talk about, yes, it got nerfed, but I feel like there's the big difference between getting nerfed and getting killed. Like, it no longer works. It still works. Lightning Blast. Closed circuit buff no longer stacks. Its buff now grants 20% increased damage from 15 and 50% critical strike chance from 40. I'm a baller. Killed. Did. To Poison Aura. Oh man, we use closed circuit on all of our lightning builds. Be less Raiden. Mana Strike gets a cold conversion. Me happy. That's true. The weekends come and go fast. That is true. Okay, Lightning Blast. That sucks. No longer stacks, but it gives you a flat higher. You're still taking it, but yeah, it's not as good. Use a wand instead for mana cost and get more mana regen. Think Frostclaw builds will still work well. Yeah. Mana Strike. Repulsing Strikes now has a 100% chance to knock enemies back. But 2-second cooldown, 1 maximum points fine. Added a new node called Frigid Grasp that converts Mana Strike to cold. I knew about this one as 2. And they put it in the video. It's pretty cool. Mana Strike can now go cold. Rune Bolt. Fixed a bug where Rune Bolt's Rune Weaver granted 4% mana spent gained as ward per stack instead of the listed 40. Okay. No, the Mana Strike thing. What? You don't like this? Cooldown? No, it's too cold. Oh gosh. Runic Invocation. Frostguard no longer grants 30% damage reduction. Its ward granted every 0.4 seconds is now 20 per 1 intelligence. 14 plus 0.5 for intelligence. That's not good. The movement nodes that had their values tweaked, the blink forward, leap, and backwards leap should be smoother to play. That's good. Fixed a bug where Runic Invocation's Rune Power Core could cause your runic energy to display higher than the actual value. Okay, it's not bad. We are melting. It's 98 today. I almost threw on my last Epoch hoodie and I was like, probably not. Ooh, what is... I didn't think Shatter Strike got a lot. Shatter Strike. Unrelenting Winter now has a clearer description in its effect. Whirl Frost now 2 ward when using Shatter Strike and hitting at least 1 enemy per point. Doubled against frozen enemies. Cold Steel now grants 20% crit strike multiplier per sword per point. Nerf. Cold Presence now grants 10% more damage per point, doubled to enemies on high health, from granting 25% more damage to high health enemies. That's fine. Glacier Smash now grants 8% more damage per point, doubled to frozen enemies, from granting 10% more damage against frozen enemies. That's a buff. Icicles triggered from Ice Spikes. Cast. Nobody uses that. White Out and Absolute Zero now state they give less attack speed, not reduced. Functionality was not changed, only description. Whiteout and Absolute Zero's less attack speed modifiers are now multiplicative with each other. Previously, they were additive with each other, but multiplicative with other modifiers to attack speed. I have to test that. Whiteout now grants 80% increased mana cost from 90. It's nothing. Fix the bug where Ice Blink was giving more attack speed instead of increased attack speed. Okay. Oh, that might be bad. Ice Spikes from Frozen Shrapnel now receive 1 spell damage per 3 melee attack. That's good. Frozen Shrapnel might actually be something. Lingering Chill now grants 5% global more cold damage per point from 20%. We don't like that. Ice Barrier now grants 50 more armor per point for 4 points on hit, doubled against frozen enemies. Acclimated now grants 5% less cold damage per point for 4 points on hit, doubled against frozen enemies. Okay, so Shatter Strike. I love Shatter Strike. Got a lot of tweaks and changes, but nothing like it's dead. Some ways it might be better. Snap Freeze. Cryomancy now grants 10% increased freeze duration per point from 12, and maximum points have been reduced to 4 from 5. Nerf. Static Orb. Overcharged detonation grants 2% more orb hit damage per 1 mana cost from 3. Nerf. Volcanic Orb. Fixed issue with targeting with the cursor on complex terrain, making for smoother and more predictable targeting. Hey, Guilty, look. You got a Volcanic Orb buff. It'll now work better on complex terrain. Look at that. Primalist. Primalist. We're chatting, Mr. Aaron. That's fine. You guys keep chatting. Avalanche has a huge update. Avalanche might be as different as any other skill, even maybe more than Disintegrate. And again, I'm not going to read all this, so we will look at it together. We are moving over, and I will show you. Where the hell is it? Avalanche. Dun, dun, dun. Now, couple of things. There is a build that I created. We call it Golem Storm, that EHG did take notice with. You could make as many as 50 Coldstone Elementals. And they have no, my ice cream. I know. They noticed. The joke is that a lot of people from EHG personally messaged me and said, we didn't even know that Shaman could make a golem minion. There's a lot of people that didn't even know that that existed inside of the game. And I'm like, yes, I know. They have updated Coldstone Elemental, and we will test this. This is one of those, okay, is it a buff or is it a nerf? All right, here we go. You can now have a maximum of 9. All right, so you could have 9 Coldstone Elementals, and you can give them a 100% chance to spawn instead of like a 5 or 8% chance. Only 9 scoops now, I know. But they also have multiple nodes. So when a Coldstone Elemental is hit by a boulder, they regain health and gain Frenzy and Haste for a short duration. So you can now give them 300 health and 2 seconds of Frenzy and Haste. So your Coldstone Elementals, they're staying alive and they're moving quicker and they're attacking quicker. And you have this. Avalanche drops additional small boulders. If Avalanche is channeled, small boulders drop more frequently. So it is this buff to the amount of boulders you drop that comes from Coldstone Elemental. I don't know if you'd actually need it, but that is the update. 100% of the time is knives. So yes, the potential of normally sitting between 20, maybe 30 of them, or having 9 that are always full health, that are always have haste and always have frenzy. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. The problem is normally, this whole avalanche tree, you have to turn it into a channeling skill, and you got to work your way over here to get it. But technically, you can. I don't remember what is it? They're physical, aren't they? Are they physical cold? Anyways, that is a major update. While in range, Storm Totem, Avalanche hits deal additional lightning damage, and Storm Stack chances have been added. It is now default not a channeling skill. It is just a regular cast skill. You could turn it to physical. It still has Fissure from large boulders. You can allow it to channel earthquakes. This will likely be the craziest thing. Your channeled avalanche creating earthquakes. I don't know what that's going to look like. That feels like insanity. That feels like the meteor belt. Like, how do you maintain your mana when you're dropping all these meteors? Can we let it follow us again? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, avalanche follows the player. Yep. So you could, theoretically, if somehow you can afford it, turn it into a channeling skill, take as much mana efficiency as possible, take Earthquake, and my Endless Storm Avalancher, my Endless Run Avalancher, you click, you run, and you're triggering earthquakes. I don't know. It's crazy. But ultimately, the big thing is they updated Coldstone Elemental. You can now buff your totem. You can now trigger Earthquake, and you can trigger Upheaval. Where the hell is Upheaval? Somewhere in here. Oh, it's stupid. It's right here. Upheaval chance, you can get it to 100%. So technically, there's enough points where you can trigger Upheaval and Earthquake while running. I mean, come on. Come on. Aaron, do you know if Julra's gloves are still bugged and not fixed in 1-1? Not granting minions the attacking cast speed. I don't know. I haven't seen that. Has anybody checked the patch notes? But it is a channel at this point. Yeah. You don't have to turn it into a channeling skill unless you want Earthquake. If you just want to manually cast it and have Upheaval, you could do that as well. So this is where you could find some synergies, right? Coldstone Elemental, minion, Storm Totem. You could give it the Blizzard node, and you can take Upheaval Totem, turn it cold. Like, you're gonna be able to mess with some stuff in this tree for sure. Who doesn't want earthquakes and being followed? I don't know how you would maintain the mana. What's the default on Earthquake? 50 mana. 50 mana. And what is the likelihood on Avalanche? Mana consumption at 90%. Earthquake every third large boulder. I mean, maybe you can. I would think previously it's impossible because you can't regen mana while channeling. Well, now once you turn it into a channeling skill and it follows you, you'll be able to figure it out. You just need a lot of mana regen. So Avalanche, brand new skill basically. Basically a brand new skill. All right, Earthquake, as we were speaking. Fixed a bug where Seismic Tide could consume mana while at negative mana. But if you are at negative mana when one of the initial hits from Tide occurs, this hit will not consume the mana, but any remaining special hits will not occur. Fix a bug where Snow Crash could trigger while at negative mana. They've been working on negative mana a lot, where things can trigger at negative mana to give you more negative mana. They're trying to get rid of all that. Fix the bug on Fury Leap. Fix an issue where when taking pack leader node, you could lead to companions leaping off the map. I've never seen that. Well, I'm glad they fixed it because we're going to need that for when we're leaping with our 5 Raptors. That's what we're starting with. 5 Raptors. Invest a ton into attunement and mana regen and let it do its thing. 5 bleed Raptors. I mean, yes and no. Raptor isn't actually... The enemy needs to be bleeding for it to do a ton of damage, but it's not a dot build. But yes, 5 bleed Raptors. That's our starting one. Gathering Fury. Fix a bug where Gathering Fury's chance to repeat bow abilities could also repeat channeling bow abilities, which could result in 2 channels occurring simultaneously as long as the channel is maintained. Gathering Fury. Fix the bug that was probably being exploited. Maelstrom. Cyclone now grants 1% global more physical damage per stack from 5. Nerf. Violent Squall now grants 200% more damage, 200% increased duration, and 200% healing from healing winds from 100. You can only have a maximum of 1 stack of Maelstrom. That's fine. Sleet-footed now grants 3% increased dodge rating per point from 12 added. That's fine. Gathering Storm has been renamed to Growing Storm. It now also grants 2% chance on any hit to cast Maelstrom using the same cooldown. Temperis Idol Affix now grants a chance to cast Maelstrom every 3 seconds from 5. Buff. Essence of Debris now grants 8% global increased stun chance per stack from 15. Nerf. Everybody use that. Makes sense. Serpent Strike. Ooh. OMG, Keegan is cheating. Ported back in and got me instantly killed. Come on. Come on. 1% more instead of 5% increased. Oh, is that what it said? Oh, yeah. You're right. Serpent Venom now has... Ooh, I gotta show everybody. Since we're on Serpent Strike, we're starting to move into Druid. I gotta show everybody something else. Spellblade. Locust Master. This is new, right? When you use Armblade Slashes, you can now summon Locust instead of doing a melee attack, right? Isn't this new? Additionally, when you use Armblade Slashes and hit at least 1 enemy, all existing Locusts gain additional melee physical damage. It has changed. Yeah, this buff stacks and does not expire. So, my Hive Queen build, which is a little older now, will be making a resurgence. We are really going to see what we can do with Locusts based upon some changes to the tree. But more importantly, because of a new spear coming right here. This is the Plague Dragon's Tongue. Chance to summon a Locust on hit with Serpent Strike. Max of 3 every 2 seconds. Maximum Locust up to 7. Increased attack, cast, and movement speed for Locusts. Melee physical damage for your Locusts. And up to 5 levels for poison skills. So if you like minions... me, and you like Locusts, you're gonna like it. Go to dev chat. Why is this quality so low?
Someone's first PC, a 433 Celeron, 32 megs of RAM, NVIDIA Riva TNT2 GPU. I remember those. Workhorses, classics. When NVIDIA was fighting ATI, not AMD. still winning. Right. Where are the Lich buffs? I don't know. Hiding.
Is that a new void
All
portal?
in the patch notes. Regarding set
void
items,
portal?
have you ever considered? Yes. I can tell you right now, yes. But let's read it anyways. The idea of making set shards, reducing power, locking them certain item slots. Most time people are taking the set for the set bonuses, and the trade-off of losing a prefix suffix for a set bonus seems interesting. Yes, we have definitely considered that. Did the devs consider adding the option to the loot filter to add notifications on the minimap for exalted items? Yes, we have considered that many times as well. It's the minimap icons are not dynamically efficient enough to be able to allow you to generate every item having a minimap icon, because that's what that does. You gotta think of the abuse cases, the extreme cases. Any plans for large mid-season updates? Define large. There's some individual features that didn't quite make it into 1.1 that we'd probably like to slip in still.
What is this, Hellraiser?
Large
What
now.
is this?
Like it depends. There can be like there can be. The reason I'm waffling on this is because you can have like a single line of code or a single line of text that can have really big implications
It's
for
a
the whole
fish.
game. So like maybe, I guess.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just have to ask. You guys don't take this in any weird way. Is this like a front tail? I don't know why I even brought it up. Never mind.
Games are kind of doing the same thing in a way. Like we're both releasing new content. We're both fixing our weaknesses and emphasizing our strengths. And like I think we have a fairly similar overarching strategy for how we're going forward with like adding more content, adding more cool stuff to do, keeping things that we're doing well fun. So like I assume it's pretty similar overall. In like our strategy going forward, but like the core games are different enough that like are like the way we execute those strategies is going to look different as well.
Looks like an alligator.
When to expect bizarre changes? If we're talking about the UI changes that were mentioned briefly in the patch video for the bazaar, I don't know when that's going to happen. It is something that we've been trying to get done as fast as possible, but so I've been talking about this on stream for a while now.
Crotch predator. What's up, Humble?
And these are there were underlying things in the way we
Raven's
built
got
the
a
back
front
end of the
tail.
system that caused the front end to need to be displayed this way, which I know sounds weird, but there are huge amounts of the system that we had to adjust the back end before we could even touch the front end on them. And so we're still finishing up those changes first.
So now we're gonna have the void portal and the front tail. Is that where I can't even. Never mind.
Notifications to the minimap for exalted items. Yes, we did. Any chance we get Earthquake as a totem? I already answered this. For Raptors, how do adaptation node? He evolves one when Raptor kills enemies. Work with new sword that gives you Raptors up to your maximum companion limit. Do each Raptors evolve individually? Yes. Or do they each get the bonus? Yeah, they should be individual. It's a little bit of anti-synergy there. Besides the evade being added to the HUD, will there be any additional changes to the overall look of the HUD? The shop button is now over here and purple. And there's a new map or a menu icon here. So that icon's a little bit different. I think these got like slightly moved, like the buff bar areas and the buff and debuff bar areas got moved and adjusted slightly.
Yes, the front tail gets bonuses for using the void portal. It's a new type.
The only thing
of
I'm
synergy.
noticing, I mean, if you count it as part of the HUD, the health bar at the top has those new pips on it. Technically part of the HUD, I guess. Not much. Basically, no.
Why did I bring it up, Lady
I
Medusa?
love
When I
MTX.
was
Did the devs
saying it, I
consider adding
shouldn't
the
have.
option to the loot filter add notifications? Yes. Primalist Werebear MTX, where it's just a dude in a raccoon costume when. I'm really excited to start doing some MTX, like transform MTX. I think there's some wacky things that'll be able to be options there. I think that'll be fun. Ellie have no more Twitch drops. Ellie does have Twitch drops. Check out our news posts on our various platforms and you'll see them. I don't run them on our primary stream. We run them for other streamers so that they can get more views. Will pets pick up gold in the future? We don't have any plans to add that at the moment. I don't want to say never because there's always a chance we add things like that, but we do not have any current plans for that.
The silly one. I know why they don't want to do it. It's just silly.
Could we get last Epoch across MTG Commander? I want to play Commander Spellblade deck. Yeah, I mean, I would do that in a heartbeat. Are you kidding me? My like two favorite things. I'm in. I'll become that hypocrite to make that a reality. I've been less of a positive proponent of Universes Beyond in general, and some of them have been pretty awesome. So it's like I'm softening on there a little bit. And I would go full hypocrite if it was the option for us to do it ourselves. So I understand it happening for sure.
Obviously, I'm going to get the supporter packs because it's me, and I love the game. Not overly like I gotta see them.
Definitely
in-game,
haven't
but
made
the
a bunch of
pictures
custom
were like,
cards myself.
I mean, the one portal was cool.
Definitely don't have printed up in a box behind me or anything. They're definitely not in there, I swear. All right. Also,
You love
any hope
portals?
for Shadow Cascade to maybe work with two-handed swords? That'd be great. It's extreme. This is one of those like no, but like never say never type thing. It's like
obviously, this is an ask, not a tell. If you do plan on getting the supporter packs, they will be available through my Nexus store for the exact same price. But it helps me. Just FYI. Okay. Bye, Mike. Back to patch notes. Brow, keep an eye out if he does that. If he shows anything else. Not my personal style, so I'll pass on those ones. My guess is that in the game right now, they've got 4 different supporter packs, and he showed off 2. So maybe he'll show off the other 2 during that stream, but there's likely 4. Holy emote size Batman, right? It's part of the new power-ups. It's power-ups. You can throw emotes all over the screen and make them bigger and highlight comments and all this crap. Will the old supporter packs be there on the 9th? Yes. Yes, they will. Is this Ellie? This looks horrendous. His stream does not look very good. Just know that the actual visuals in game do look better than I believe what he is streaming. I'd like to think so. Can get out of here with all of those. It does look better. Aaron's comment about the Vanquisher MTX. I shouldn't have said crap. I don't know why I said anything. Oh, that's what I blogged in for. The supporter packs are right here. Eternal, or you got the Traveler, Templar, Vanquisher, and Legend. And these are not going away. And yes, I own all of them. So just know that I would think they're going to add 4 supporter packs. Maybe they're only adding the 2. I guess that's possible. But yeah. The Void Portal. Don't look at that. Kaiser, get out of here. Don't fall off the bridge. I'm not going to fall. They list them in the patch notes. Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. We didn't make it that far yet. Okay, back to the patch notes. Exclamation point build right now will bring up my Raptor link. I will be playing Raptor Pack Beastmaster to start the cycle. Just FYI. And let's get back to the patch notes. We are on Serpent Strike. I'll buy stuff from them. I think they deserve it from my point of view. You mean you'll buy stuff from my Nexus store supporting them, right? Okay. I feel like it is also a good time to plug, if you are not in my Discord, the sign up for the new community event, the new treasure hunt race, is up right now. I just threw the link in Twitch. And let me grab the link for YouTube. There'll be 2 winners, one on Cycle and one on Legacy. First one to find the new Nihilist Amulet and turn it into a legendary. You guys will see it. Wins. Just for now, sign up. Get in. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. My treasure hunt races are normally pretty fun. This is our 7th treasure hunt race. Our 7th. I'll throw it over on X as well. We are hunting. How many people have already joined? We just put it up. We've already got 27 people that have joined the treasure hunt. Yes, I like that. I got close last time. You did. The 7th treasure hunt race. First one to find the new Nihilist Amulet. What does the race item do? You have not watched the video. Bad, Exatheus. Bad. But it's fine. The Nihilist Amulet is the one... Actually, maybe it is the first. It is an item that has extremely large roll ranges, and I believe it's the first item where you can get a negative or a positive. So, for example, you can get as much as negative 20% mana regen or as much as 50% mana regen. Insane roll ranges. And that's with armor, mana regen, all resistances. This is the Pinnacle boss drop. Let me rephrase. This is the rarest Pinnacle boss drop in last Epoch. And in order to win the treasure hunt race, the first person to find a Nihilist Amulet with a +2 to all skills and add to it a tier 7 health affix wins the race. I play games. Got no time to watch videos. That's okay. That's okay. It's easy. We're all going to be fighting the Pinnacle boss a ton. Someone will find it. And remember that the adding legendary potential to a Nihilist Amulet can be done through the egg. So that's where we're at. What I'm going to do is if within the first 2 weeks nobody claims it, we will update the event to I will kill the legendary on it, and I'll pick roll ranges. So like the first one that finds a Nihilus, and all of these are like 80 plus or something. You just found an awesome rolled one. Something like that. Yeah, but that's the race item. We've now got 29 in the event. Nice. So join the Discord, go to announcements, or go to last epoch, and literally just click the interested button. I'll put it at the bottom of last epoch chat. And I just pinged it. Okay, sweet. Back to the patch notes. Hype, what's up, King Konger? Ooh, it's our other King Konger. We got two of them. Yes, Cycle and Legacy. There'll be a winner for Cycle and a winner for Legacy. Anyone know if Summoner Forge Guard will be better this patch? It'll be way better. It'll also be one of the first 5 builds I play. I am just his mod. There's the other one. How's the stash base going to work? Cycle characters move to Legacy. Yeah, it'll just be temporary tabs until you get everything all organized. What are the odds? 2 King Kongers. You guys do Cycle, I'll win on Legacy. Deal? Deal. Okay, let's go through this. By the way, everybody, we are now on page 6. We're cruising through the patch notes. We are now on Serpent Strike. And to the person that asked about Forge Guard, you get to play with the new passive tree, and you get to play with the new Phantom Grip Ring. Tomorrow I'll be releasing a video that breaks down all 30 new unique items. The Phantom Grip Ring can give you up to 4% minion critical strike chance base, +2 to minion skills, +8 to mana, up to +8 melee necrotic damage for forged weapons, increased forged weapon duration, and up to 100% of your gloves apply to your forged weapons. Hey, that's pretty good. 3 days, 18 hours. Okay, Serpent Strike. Serpent Venom now has... You know what they really need? I'm sorry, I just might... For Serpent Strike, it actually needs like a visual difference. It's just so damn clunky to play. Even watching Mike play it, it's like, oh, this feels brutal. Melee Necrotic, interesting. The lore behind the item is like a witch or something. They went to go... It got... I don't remember what the hell they told me. They went... The Sentinel, the Forge Guard went to the Acolyte to buff his minions. Yeah, the Forge Guard went to the Acolyte to buff his minions. And instead of buffing them, it cursed them with Necrotic. I don't know, some crap like that. Serpent Venom now has base damage of 400 over 3 seconds from 300. Oops. Buff. Slither now gives a buff granting 10% more dodge rating rather than Serpent Strike and hit at least one enemy. The buff's maximum stacks is equivalent to the points allocated up to a maximum of 3. Previously gave an endless stacking buff of 4% more damage per tick. I believe that's a nerf. Shroud of Winter now causes Slither to grant 1 dodge and 1 cold resistance. Previously, separately endlessly stacking buff gave 4 dodge and cold resistance. Okay. Shattered Immunity now gives 1% more Serpent Venom per poison and more Serpent Venom damage per frostbite. And 1% more Serpent Venom damage per poison against high health enemies. And 1%... Wait a second. Did Serpent... get a large buff? I might have missed that. Where the hell is this? Serpent Strike. It did get some stuff. When Serpent Strike hits an enemy or hits a rare or boss enemy, you have a chance to summon a Primal Serpent. Chance on kill, chance on hit. Serpent's damage buff, 65%. Serpent attack speed, health, armor. No, it looks pretty much the same. We want our primal snake. Okay. Serpent venom got a huge buff. 4 LP would be wicked. On what? The ring? It was needed. We want the snake to be good. Summon Storm Totem. Press your advantage now gives 10% more critical strike chance against shocked enemies from 6. Buff. Intensify now grants 8% increased mana cost from 15. Buff. Frostbite now grants 40% chance to inflict frostbite from 20. Buff. Core now also grants Storm Totem +1 lightning damage per 10% of your shock chance. Buff. Thunder Totem has been reworked. If you have cast the last 3 other totems, up to 5 are consumed, to instead summon a Thunder Totem, which deals 20% more duration, more damage, duration, size, and health per totem consumed. Does not consume Storm Totems or Thunder Totems. Buff. Added a new node, Unmatched Storms. This is the one I was talking about, and this is what I showed everybody. This is big. Storm Totem now casts Storm Bolts instead of Lightning Strikes, but has 80% less cast speed. The Storm Bolts benefit from your Storm Totem tree and your Gathering Storm tree. So we would have to test this, but basically what this means is you can spec into Storm Totem even though you don't care about minion, because your Storm Totem can use your Storm Bolts. My TV build revived. That's right. League reveal. What on Mike? Dude, Mike's stream is it's all pixelated and jacked. All right. Fix the bug where Blizzard did not convert all the shock chance to chill. Fix the bug where allocating Blizzard caused exploit weakness and press advantage to no longer provide their stats. Fix the bug where Storm Rider was always triggered by shocks even when Blizzard was allocated. Okay, so summon Storm Totem buffs. So this is the kind of stuff where it's like, Aaron, everything is nerfed. Everything sucks. And when you hear someone say that, be like, oh, did you see Storm Totem? It got tons of buffs. But Storm Totem sucks. That's not the point. Point is that it wasn't a direct nerf. Read my post above. PoE dropped their new league on top of the LE patch. Oh, league reveal. I thought it was on the 18th. I thought it was on the 18th. Send me a link on Discord. Brow, kick me the link to what you're saying, if you can. Hakashu. What's up, brother? I miss you. Thank you for the Prime sub.
On July 18th at our...
Yeah, no, you're wrong. Yeah, that's what I thought. July 18th. That's the same day as the reveal of the Spiritborn. It's not... Unless you... Yeah, it's just the teaser. Correct. Yeah, I saw that already. Dude, literally, brow. I was penciling in my calendar a WTF GGG video. You had me like instantly irately upset. Yeah, no. The reveal of the new season is on the 18th. And when you talk about like, holy crap, the fireside chat for Diablo 4 showing off the Spiritborn new expansion is on the same day as the PoE one. Oh man, I almost flipped out. Was recharging my social battery, almost full at the moment. That's great. Yeah, the league is actually on the 26th. There you go. Hey, Aaron, can I follow your build master build for using the new Raptor sword? Yeah. So if you follow this build, the link is right there. Obviously, it'll have a new weapon. It'll have an offhand. There'll be some updates to the skill tree and the passive tree. But it'll be 95% the same. Of course, we have to do testing and see what's the best, but it's going to be unbelievably close. Okay, ad break done. Was my ad break when you answered my question? No, I just hopped in on my last break from work. Is there confirmed dual shield wielding, or is it just a monument of protection that is technically a shield axe to use in a main hand? It is all a matter of perspective, okay? However you want to look at it, the new one-handed axe is an axe, but it's a shield. So however you want to look at it, this is 100% a shield. But it is EHG labeled it an axe so that you can use it in your main hand. It's a shield, though. Dual shield is in the game come July 9th. I'm here for the dual shield. Man's got to protect. Gotcha. Thank you very much. You're very welcome. What's cool, though, too, and I said this earlier, is this is a one-handed axe, which means you can dual wield it for anyone that could dual wield axes. And since it's a weapon, this is a common drop, which means 2 LP and 1 LP will be very common. So you can add on physical penetration, you can add on melee base, you can add on physical, you can add on crit chance, attack speed, leech, crit multiplier. You are going to have so many options with your new dual shield, including a pretty big roll range of up to a base of 85 melee damage, which technically this base melee damage makes up for the implicits not having a base damage that it normally would have. So yeah. Okay. Moving back to the patch notes. Summon Thorn Totem. We are almost done with Primalist. And then we're moving on to Rogue. They add the new plus 18,000 ward on hit shard. Hopefully no bugs that bad. Yeah, I'm so stoked to theory craft a new shield bash guy. That's what I like to hear. It's only a shield if you could roll shield affixes. I mean, Steel, that is... I don't know if I agree with that. There is not a singular weapon that has implicits for block or block effectiveness or block chance. So you know, I mean, I get what you're saying. You can't add block chance or block effectiveness on it. It's a shield. Someone say thorns? Oh, I thought Raven left. Damn it. He's still here. All right. Summon Thorn Totem. Pillars of Herod now also require 1 point of Venom Tip Thorns. Nerf. Impale now requires 2 points of Ancient Power from 1. Nerf. Guided Thorns now requires 3 points of Oaken Protection from 4. And grants 20% reduced cast speed from 25. Buff. Memories of Eterra now has 4 maximum points from 3 and requires 2 points in either Totemic Wisdom or Forested Expanse, but grants 3 mana per point from 4 when the Thorn Totem dies or is consumed. So 4 points from 3. All right, just a little tweak. Characters with Thorn Totem specialized will get a free skill respec. Oh, I really think people are not going to be happy with that. Summon Wolf. Wolves now have 220 base health from 160, gain 12 health per strength from 8, and gain 12 health per level. Cold Spriggan Druid is fun. I like Cold Spriggan Druid. I mean, when you're rolling the dice on Aaron, what do you think are going to be buffed? I would not have guessed wolves. So again, when a wolf gets buffed, remember that also means a squirrel gets buffed. And they gave more survivability, more overall life for our wolves. So my Thorn Totem will be reset. I dislike it, but they're going to give you it for free. For free. You don't have to play one echo to reset it, you know? Locust Master no longer adds a cooldown to Armblade Slash. It instead completely replaces Armblade Slash with Summon Locust. As a result, it also no longer grants a damage buff when hitting Locust with Armblade Slash. Known issue. Ooh, Locust Master description still incorrectly mentions the damage buff. This text will be removed in an update. Okay. Can't they just update it now? Locust Master now requires Wasp Flight instead of Viper Call. Bloodlust Swarm grants Locust Swarm 5% increased damage per bleed. Raven. Consumed from 50%. Bug fix. Fix a bug where Locusts converted to cold by Frostbite were not treated as cold minions by Gathering Storm's Friends of the Tempest. No, lady, Locust is going to be off the hook. So I was trying to show this earlier, and then we jumped over to look at the new supporter packs. Lady, if you have not seen this yet, Plague Dragon's Tongue. 75% fire resistance, up to a 45% chance to summon a Locust on hit with Serpent Strike, max of 3 in 2 seconds, 7 max Locusts, increase Locust attack, cast, and movement speed, increase melee base damage for your Locusts, and +5 to skills. Hive Queen, Locust Master. Oh, it will make a resurgence. We will figure it out. And we're going to use the damn Serpent as well as a free minion. Yes, we are. Physical Locust instead of cold sounds like cool Locust. That's what I'm talking about. It should be fun. Now, I will say it sucks that it's on a two-handed spear, so this is going to take up both of your spots, but it is a common drop. 2 LP is rare, so it will happen. So since it's a spear, you can throw on melee base. You could throw on double melee base. You could throw on minion physical penetration or cold, depending on how you use it. There's going to be a lot of options for the unique. You think you have something for it, Serpent Strike? will finally be useful. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Hey, thank you for the follow. If you are on Twitch, type in !giveaway into the chat. We will give away a free copy of LE today. Upheaval. What do we got? All right, we're almost done. 2 more. Earthbreaker now grants 40% more damage from 30. Buff. And now also grants 40% increased stun. Earthbreaker, huge buff. Quarrymaster Maker adds 3 mana cost per point from 4. And also grants 8% more damage. Upheaval, 2 nodes, buffed. Warcry. Warcry has a new tree. So now, remember the whole like zigzag to get to 50% cooldown? It is now 2 points away. So right here, Warcry now has a cooldown of 5 seconds, which it used to be, you know, it's 10, 50%. But cannot stun or freeze enemies, but Warcry, and no longer can guaranteed stun, freeze, or fear. So 2 points to get it cut in half. And they're going to adding 20 mana to create your Warcry totem, which I believe was already there. So it's just like an update to the tree this way. Berserk still affects your Raptor. Buckle up for Raptor pack. And the rest of this stuff is pretty much all the same. Just an update portion to the tree over here. Base cooldown is now 18 seconds from 10. 20% of the remaining cooldown is now recovered whenever you stun an enemy, which would be great for Shield Bash. Oh, no, you can't use it with Shield Bash. Shallow Breath now sets the cooldown to 5 seconds. That's what you want. Shallow Breath requires Staggering Roar. Kinetic Scream requires the starting node. And Howl. Everybody is going to take the 5-second cooldown. You have to. Okay. Rogue skills. What else do we have after rogue skills? Sentinel skills. Holy crap. Then the mastery changes. Then the item changes. Holy moly. Then the unique item changes. Enemy balance we don't care about. Oh, cosmetics. You can now apply MTX weapons to different types other than the MTX weapon. That's good. Tooltip now lists all eligible equipment. You can equip some one-handed items in the offhand slot. You can now equip the same MTX item in offhand as the main hand. MTX titles. New. Added 4 new pets. 4 new armor sets. 4 new helms. 6 new back slots. 8 new weapons, 5 new portals, and added 4 supporter packs. Oh, there is a lot. Now, I think some people that don't know about EHG might be like, oh, they're getting greedy. They're going down the MTX hole. People beg and plead to give them more options for cosmetics. All the time. All the time. So we're getting a ton. 4, 8, 12, 18, 26, 30, well, 26, 31 individual cosmetics, 31 individual cosmetics, and 4 supporter packs. That's me. I'm people. Yeah, give us options. People don't have to buy it. I agree. I agree. Other visual adjustments to the UI shop. Visuals and improvements. Updated the lighting. It's fine. SSFX, music, VFX, animation, bug fixes, controller, campaign, monolith, multiplayer bug fixes. Holy crap. Enemies, visuals, skill changes, and corrections. Look at this. Look at this. Ooh, Lethal Mirage. Be careful. Brow. We've already looked through this. That's in this portion. Eye of Reen. No, not requiring direct use. I hope for some Lich love. Got none. Look at that. That's the second comment. They literally made it where the Lich has a brand new physical form. Why limit the amount of consumed minions in the Wraith Lord Harbor? Why? Don't ever read the comments. Okay. Let's go back up to Rogue. Hey, Chili, thank you for the Prime sub. I don't understand the attraction to Ellie where the raids and stuff. All you do is the campaign. Mad Dog, have you... I'm sorry, Mad Dog, I'm not saying this disrespectfully. Have you played Last Epoch? We haven't made it to that. We haven't made it that far yet. We are on rogue changes. We're on rogue changes. Hey, at least Paladin got this. You got your sigil ring. Huh? Orin Sun Seal. Did I miss anything on Scorpions or no changes at all? No changes at all. I just read it and drink their tears. Oh, jeez. We haven't made it to Sentinel yet. We're on Rogue. I'm not trying to be disrespectful either. Sorry. I got to 45, been by myself the whole time. So you're new to the game. Yeah. So inside of Last Epoch, obviously there's 15 masteries. Once you beat the campaign, you unlock the Monolith of Fate, which is the main endgame component. You have regular Monolith, then you have Empowered Monolith. You also have 3 different dungeons, and you have the Arena, which is the competitive kind of endless wave system. Also on July 9th, the new update coming, which is titled Harbingers of Ruin. This update is going to add the Nemesis system, the new faction, the Forgotten Knights, Harbinger fights, which is 10 new boss fights, and the new Pinnacle boss. Also with 30 new uniques and the most balanced changes ever put in, and probably some of the most quality of life features that's been requested by the community ever. There, for whatever reason, again, I don't know. It's so hard for me to talk about. Just like endless people upset, and I'm just like over the moon excited. I don't know. I can't explain it. I am over the moon excited. And then I read the comments and it's like my build didn't get buffed, or, you know, I don't know. It's just hard for me. But it's awesome. I've already played it. I've literally already played Cycle 2. It is awesome. It is awesome. Fingers crossed the servers hold up. Fingers crossed. What would you say to be the end of the campaign? The end of the campaign is you fight Majasa, who is the big snake lady. How much stronger was the new Summoner Necro got with the new changes? I only played... I mean, I can say this is not breaking NDA. All of my tests were with Disintegrate. I played all Disintegrate. So I tested Harbingers, Nemesis, balance, performance, items, all around Disintegrate. You got to remember that I'm under NDA, so, you know, I wake up, make a YouTube video, stream, 4 kids and a wife, family over for the summer. So I can't just grind thousands of hours in the community tester program. So I normally can only pick one build to really focus on and test all the new systems. Oh, from the patch notes? If you asked me about the patch notes and what I want to test first, it would be, I can't believe I'm saying this. Skeleton rogues. I would stack tons, as much melee attack speed as I can get for minion, and as much life, and see if I can keep skeleton rogues alive. If I can keep them alive, I might be able to put 500 stacks of poison on the enemy, because skeleton rogues are now getting a inherent base poison chance. So that, it could be horrible. I don't know. That's the most intriguing to me right now. I never use skeleton. Actually, I only use skeletons early game and on my only minion build. That has me intrigued. Is that new? It is new. It is. Wait, I gotta find my spot. No, we're not at Sentinel. I got it, everyone. I know where I'm at. It is right here. Summon Skeleton. Skeleton rogues now have a baseline 20% or 20% chance to inflict poison on hit. What other minion can apply poison on hit? Wraiths. What other minion can apply poison on hit? Mages. So now you have golems for defense, rogues for poison, mages for poison, and wraiths for poison. That's my current. I've never, ever published a minion poison build. Rogues have me intrigued. Okay, we're moving on to, it's funny, we're moving on to Rogue, the mastery or the class, not skeleton rogues. All right, rogue skill changes. No way to get a golem to poison. The problem is it just doesn't attack fast enough. You would use your golem to boost the armor and movement speed of your other minions and generate threat to help keep your minions alive and buff your minions. You would not try to use the golem as a damage dealer. You'd use it as a meat shield that procs everything else. Changes to rogue energy. Oh, you're right, my rogue energy is gone too. But yeah, turtle, that's what I'm thinking. All right, aerial assault. Plum daggers now grants umbral blades hit from twilight strike node 100% chance to inflict armor shred. Previously 100% chance to inflict shadow dagger. Brow, where's Brow? Ooh, they took out shadow dagger and added armor shred. People are not gonna like that. Instead of 100% chance of shadow dagger, it's 100% chance of armor shred. They probably won't notice. Rending barbs now grants 100% chance to inflict bleed on hit with caltrops per point from 50, and grants your falcon 1% bleed chance per dex. Okay. Its maximum points has been reduced from 2 to 4. McFluffin's career's over. Does McFluffin like shadow daggers? Gustborn Guard converts the health gain from Healing Gust to Ward at 50% reduced effect from no reduction. Healing Gust moved from a 50% reduced effect from no reduction. That Storm on the Horizon now removes the traversal and movement tags. That's interesting. Bug fix. Fixed a bug where rending barbs bleed chance buff on the Falcon lasted for 5 seconds and now lasts 4. It's no big deal. Fixed tags and description inconsistent with aerial assault. I mean, again, this is like, is the skill dead? Of course not. Not at all. They buffed bleed, and you can't inflict shadow daggers, and you can't generate as much ward. It's not dead. It's just changed a little bit. Feels bad for Rogue. But hey, we'll play other builds. My Rogue is a ward shadow dagger. At least it's a blade dancer. So at least it's a blade dancer. Acid Flask. Quick Draw now grants 6% increased throwing speed per point from 5, and its maximum points has been reduced from 4 to 5. Buff. Proficiency now also grants 3% more damage per point. Buff. Explosive Flask now only requires 3 points from 4. Buff. Cluster Bomb now also grants 50% increased mana cost from 100. Hey, look at that. Acid Flask. 4 buffs. See? We're doing good. Morning, how goes the patch notes? Autobot. I don't know how to talk about it. We're 4 hours in. I mean, the amount of I don't know where it is. It's going good. We're on page 7, 4 hours in. And it's 7 of 126. But 126, it keeps going higher because the amount of comments is just, it is like the world's exploded. It's hard to put into words what's happening. Basically, actually, it's very easy. The main builds that can push thousands of corruption have been reeled in. And there is a vocal minority that is upset. Wife gave me a sinus infection from her Indiana trip, so I've been in bed. I'm sorry to hear that. This should be one big YouTube video. So just in case, I mean, there's 100 people watching on YouTube right now. Every time I stream, it is simulcast to X, YouTube, and Twitch. And every stream saves a YouTube VOD under live streams. So technically, every stream is a YouTube video, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear you're sick, Autobot. That sucks, man. Not dead, just different. That's true. Big Lebowski, best movie ever. Okay, I was just talking about the Big Lebowski because if you look on the right of stream, the new community event, our new treasure hunt race, the name of the amulet is titled Nihilist. Whenever I think of a nihilist, I think of the Big Lebowski. Somebody out there will understand what I'm saying. And of course, it's one of the best movies ever. A summary video would be smart too. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. So tomorrow's video... Hydrate, I'm out of everything. Damn it. Tomorrow's video will be all 30 new uniques. So the way I'm going to break it up is, to the best of my ability, here is all the uniques for Acolyte. Here's all the uniques for Sentinel, Primalist, Rogue, Mage, and then generic uniques. And I'll hit you with all 30 new ones and try and timestamp it. So if it's like, oh, I want to play Acolyte, let me see the new uniques for Acolyte. That should be tomorrow morning's video. That's like your opinion, dude. Hey, man, there's a beverage here. Ballista. Armed construction now grants the explosion 1% more damage per dex per point from 2. Care package now only drops its potions over time if the ballista has hit an enemy. Okay. Is it like 30 split equally between all the masteries? It is not an even split, but there is something for all. Like, I haven't even shown off the new two-handed staff for Necromancer. It is a staff, isn't it? What the hell is not a staff? Is it a mace? Oh, it's an axe. Stupid. Two-handed axe. Increased minion damage, increased minion health. Base health. You can only control one shade. Dread Shade has 30% increased buff effect. 200% chance of apply frailty and slow to nearby enemies. For Infernal Shade, casting Infernal Shade grants your minions damage immunity. I'm just going to read that final affix one more time. Casting Infernal Shade grants your minions damage immunity for 3 seconds. Okay. Cinder Strike. Melee Cinder Strike's first strike no longer attempts to auto-aim at nearby enemies. Inferno now grants 8% more damage per point. And 2 added fire per point from 4 damage and doubled on the first strike. It's probably a nerf. 20% added mana cost from 30. Also grants 30% more damage. Buff. Tireless now grants 20% mana efficiency from 12. And maximum points reduced to 3 from 5. It's buff. Flame Alchemist now grants 20% chance to throw a volatile flask when Cinder Strike's first attack hits an enemy. The previous was 15% chance on hit for the first attack. Maximum point has been increased to 2 from 1. That is interesting. So for Cinder Strike, it has a node in it where you can throw a fire flask is basically what it is. And it used to be you have a 15% chance on the first attack. And now it's a 25% chance to throw it on the first attack. And you can put 2 points into it, so you can get it up to a 50% chance. I know it's like, yeah, okay, great. That simple change potentially unlocks an entire build around Fire Flask. Dancing Strikes. I am so excited for Cycle 2, man. I am glad someone's excited. That is good. That is good. You'll give Fire Flash a try. Now I'm excited for Flasks. Hi, there's LE Tools. Yeah, a lot of LE Tool stuff is updated. If Wraith Lord was only a minion, that would make targeting their 18-second buff a lot easier, right? Dancing Strikes. I never use Dancing Strikes. Channeling, now spelled, grants, let's see, we get a buff. Grievous Wounds now spelled correctly. Oh, grants 25% bleed per chance from 10. Buff, Silent Death now grants 100% poison resistance shred per point. Change. Poison shred, that's a lot. Now grants 25% physical resistance from 10. Buff, and maximum points have been from 4 to 3. Buff. Dancing Strikes, buff, brow. Hidden Blades now grants 50% chance to Shadow Cascade on first strike from 10. Huge buff. Increases maximum points have been increased to 2 from 1. It now requires 2 points into Deathly Waltz from 1. Brow, am I reading this correctly? Hidden Blades can grant 50% chance to use Shadow Cascade, but you could put 2 points, so it's 100%. So that means you can guarantee a Shadow Cascade on your Dancing Strikes. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, just making sure I'm reading that. That's really good. Graceful Area now grants 4% global damage per point to you and your allies in the arena. And 2% less damage taken per point to you and your allies in the arena. That's fine. Rhythm now grants 3% global more damage per rhythm stack from 10% increased. This is additive with Perfector Choreography by multiplicative with other modifiers. Dancing Strikes. Buff. Dude, Rogue. Falconry. Look at all this. There is a ton of stuff in Rogue. I'm guessing they're just murdering Falconer, right? Is that basically what's happening? Detonating Arrow. Lightning Tendrils no longer hit the enemy that were hit by explosive called by lightning tendrils. Copper Dust Arrow debuff can no longer stack. Arrow of Delays. Movement speed buff reduced to 4 from 12. It's a buff. Thundersteel Arrow now gives 50% more damage. Buff. Infused Discharge, 2% more damage. Bug. Okay, nothing really on Detonating Arrow. Dive Bomb. Dive Bomb's base damage and damage effectiveness are now 140 and 700 from 170 and 850. Shadow Falcon's performing Dive Bomb, such as On Wings of Shadow, now deals 60% less damage. Dancing Shadows now grants 50% chance per point of your Shadow Falcons that landed inside of the smoke bomb to take off and dive again from 100. Its maximum points has been increased to 2. At least they made a maximum of 2, so you can invest to get the 50 back to 100. Know your place, bird boy. Okay, so again, for all the people out there that are very upset, this is a great example. Dive Bomb is one of the best skills in the entire game. They did not kill it by any degree. Instead of 170 and 850, it's 140 and 700. It's still huge. The less damage from 25 to 60, of course, that's huge. You're talking about 35% multiplicative damage. But it's not dead. In Dancing Shadows, you're just losing a singular point. You could still get it to 100. This is truly the example of like a reel-in compared to an execution. It's so busted, it's not fun. Shadow damage on Dive Bomb builds were insane. Yep. I had trash gear and was slaying. Explosive Trap. Smoke Trap's chance to grant Dust Shroud per second. Spent arming is now 30% from 40. Nerf. Smoke Trap now requires that the trap hit at least one enemy in order for its effect to occur, and the description has been improved for clarity. Nerf. Sky Signal now grants 2% elemental and physical penetration per stack of Falcon whenever the explosion detonates from 3. Nerf. It can now be triggered up to 15 times every 3 seconds from no limit. Nerf. Added a mana cost. Nerf. Explosive Trap. Now you have to hit an enemy. People are not going to like that. Falconry. The Falcon deals 14% less damage. Rending Talons now grants 20% of your chance to bleed poison and shred resistances and slow on hit to your Falcon per point from 50. Falconry now has a throwing minion tag. That's okay. Go for the Eyes has been reworked. Oh, actually, no, that's bad, right? Because now it's scaling with minion damage. Oh, yeah, that might be really bad. Go for the Eyes has been reworked. Your critical strike chance modifiers also apply to your Falcon at 75% effectiveness. Previously was applying each type of increased critical strike chance to each type of critical strike chance and then picking the highest total. That's like a huge bug. They're hurting that one. Arsenal now is a maximum of 5 stacks from 10. Yeah, Falconry. Falconers, I should. The Falcon's been reeled in. Flurry. Wouldn't that be a buff? Get the minion tag and throwing? I would have to test it. Falconry now has a throwing minion tag. It doesn't say Falconry now has a throwing and Falconry now has a throwing tag and a minion tag. It says throwing minion tag. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. But for example, like if something is a spell and it moves to minion spell, well now all your spell damage does nothing because it only scales with minion. So it makes it it changes the entire skill because the scaling is different. I've got a Falcon Fist. Me too. I see. Oh, I see your thought process. Yeah. Flurry. Well, those are the big ones. That's not terrible. I mean, Falconer is so broken on the positive side that there's nothing in here that's cause for like, my 2,000 corruption can now only do 900. Like, it's very silly. Flurry. Boundless Blows no longer prevents mana regen while channeling. Channel cost is now 13 to 5. Okay, that works. Vile Tactics. First strike, poison chance. Second strike, bleed chance. Third strike, poison resistance shred. And physical resistance shred chance are now 20 per point from 10. Good. Incision now grants 15% critical strike multiplier from 10. Flurry's getting buffs. Deep Strikes now grants 10% more damage from 8. Giant Slayer now causes Adrenaline Rush to grant 15% more damage to bosses. Fix a bug where Flurry and Boundless Blows could attack faster than intended. This is one, like really fast, this bug. Fix a bug where Bow Gathering Fury, where its chance to repeat the bow abilities would repeat its channeled bow abilities. Good. Okay. Hail of Arrows, Endless Barrage no longer prevents mana regen while channeling. That's overall channeling change. Lethal Mirage, 2 bug fixes. Multishot. I like Multishot. What do we got? Hopefully Multishot gets a buff to the shotgun effect. No love for Spriggan form. I guess they hate it. What do you mean? In the video, they show the Spriggan rolling because of Quiet complaining for 5 years about Spriggan not having a movement ability. So now they, I don't know, it's almost like a slap in the face that now it can just roll around. I love Spriggan, but yeah, it still can't move fast. All right, Multishot. Added damage now applies at 120% effectiveness. Buff. Keep pushing him around. Knockback effect now has a 100% chance, but has 2-second cooldown and requires direct use. Okay, that's fine. Won't back down now has a maximum of 3 arrows fired when out of mana from 1. That's cool. Okay. Toxic Gift no longer makes Multishot unable to inflict slow. Strong Pull grants 60% more damage from 55 more on hit, but now only applies to direct uses. You will notice what they are doing. Right off the bat, I notice it. They have put it right here, direct use, and they have put it right here, direct use. Everyone. I mean, literally almost everyone uses Flurry when they use Multishot because you shoot so much faster when it's channeling. So now they're trying to like, which is definitely a design flaw. It's silly that you would never use this skill by itself when you can use Flurry. So, I mean, I like that they're trying to pull it back into its own area. It's good. Giant Slayer grants 500% increased stun chance from 800. Nerf. That's shotgun effect. Stand My Ground grants 12% more damage if you haven't moved in the past second from 10. Small buff. Large Quiver. +3 mana cost per point from 4. Efficient Draw grants 12% more mana efficiency per point. No Easy Way Out grants 20% chance to slow on hit from 10, and now also grants 25% chance to inflict bleed. No, you're not going to play bleed. Hit and Run grants 50% chance to point to gain haste when you use Multishot. From Stand My Ground, it's a double buff. Point Blank. Description has been updated to clarify that it loses damage steadily as it travels, falling to a maximum damage loss of 22 units. The base distance multi-shot arrows travel. Just a description. Back to back now doubles every 6th attack from every 8th. Buff. But only applies to direct uses. Bleed Falconer would work. Oh man, they are killing Aaron's shotgun build. It just needs yeah, they are. It just needs to be changed where you directly cast multi-shot instead of channeling it. Repeater bow. Reduce the number of attacks needed. Basically what they did is they buffed the nodes we use, but you have to manually attack. You have to manually use it. Repeater bow reduces the number of attacks needed for back-to-back by 1 from 2, but now also grants 3% more damage. Its maximum point has been increased by 3. Okay, so if it's 3, that would mean 9% multiplicative damage to multi-shot. Plus, you can double your arrows every 3rd attack when you're directly casting it. See, brow? Shotgun's still good. You just don't use flurry. Heavy arrows now also grant 10% chance to inflict armor shred per arrow that would be fired, counting arrows before the limit is applied. And then 2 bug fixes. Okay, Shotgun Marksman is still good. You just have to change it. Well, Rogue has been king for a long time. A little nerf doesn't hurt, right? Right? Net. Trapper now grants 1% damage per 1% dodge from 1% more damage per 100 dodge. Puncture. Toxins cause enemies to take 12% increased damage over time from 10. With 25% chance to apply on hit per point from 10. Its maximum points has been reduced from 4 to 5. Death's imprint chance to inflict shadow daggers is now direct use for puncture. Wait. Death's imprint's chance to inflict shadow daggers is now doubled for direct uses of puncture. So, Ballista shooting puncture doesn't, or will still put shadow daggers, but if you directly use it, you'll get twice the amount. That's fine. That's fine, Lady Medusa. That's not that bad. Shadow Cascade. Hurricane of Blades no longer states that it prevents mana regen while channeling. Makes sense. Smoke Bomb. You are now limited to a maximum of 2 smoke bombs active at once. This is typically only relevant in Cloaked Incursion and allocated utilizing sources with cooldown. Fix that for the exploit. Umbral Blades. Last one. Steel Bladestorm now receives 40% less chance to inflict shadow daggers. Backstab now grants 28% more recalled blade damage. Bloody Trail now grants 10% more recalled blade hit damage per slow. Fixed a bug where recalling blades did not receive Umbral Blades baseline 40% less chance to apply ailments on hit. Shadow daggers really took a hit here. 40% less chance to inflict shadow daggers from lethal darkness. Big hit on Umbral Blades. Yes. Yes, it is. Damn. All right. Sentinel skills. Oh, is that's what I was murmuring about? That freaking Umbral Blades Shadow Dagger build was so bad, though. Time to play a real rogue. You didn't play the game. You sat and watched your blade spin. I mean, technically, Isn't that kind of all of it? How many uniques have been revealed so far? So tomorrow I'll break them all down for you. There's 30 of them. There's 30 of them. There's a lot to talk about. It'll probably be a pretty long video, but you can see them all. I'll timestamp it. Blade Dancers mains on pins and needles. No. It's okay. All right, hold on. I've literally been talking and reading for 4 straight hours. You got to give me a couple of minutes. I desperately need a drink. Okay? We are starting Sentinel skill changes in a few seconds. I'll be right back.
Close the curtain, close the door. It's getting too bright in here for me to say. I've been standing here a while, trying to figure it all out. If it's you or me. So do you feel your heartbeat beating a little faster? Do you? And feel my hand reach out to hold you. It's that something you do. I'm alive. Taken notice of this situation. I'm alive. Taken notice of this situation. I can see your outline move. Our fingers interlaced till we are face to face. So do you feel your heartbeat beating a little faster? Do you? And feel my hand reach out to hold you. It's that something you do. I'm alive. Taken notice of this situation. I'm alive. Taken notice of this situation. I've been standing here a while, trying to figure it all out. If it's you or me. I'm alive. Taken notice of this situation. I'm alive. Taken notice of this
Good day, chair. How's it going? Right now, my wife, 3 of my kids, my brother-in-law, 3 of his kids. They're all at my house. And I went upstairs to get a drink, and there's nobody here. So I was like, all right, I'll warm up some food too. And I don't know where everyone's at. You're a very underrated content creator. Your work ethic is honestly inspiring to me inside and outside of the gaming world. Thank you so much, Citra. That really means a lot. You win best comment of the day. Thank you. That was very, very kind of you. Thank you. That is very nice. It's all tech. Oh, jeez. We all love Aaron. Thank you, Kaiser. Okay. I got some shrimp and sausage warming up. Got my drink. We are now ready for the second half of today's stream, which is like the first half. Patch notes. Okay. Sentinel skill changes. All right. Anomaly. Temporal Prison now grants 10% increased time lock duration from 25%. Nerf. Time lock now also adds 8 seconds to Anomaly's cooldown. Huge nerf. Erasing Strike. Damn, they didn't give Erasing Strike anything but bug fixes. Fixed a bug where Void Beams from Ravenous Void did not visually move in online play. Fixed the bug where Void Beams from Ravenous Void did not receive the strength. Fixed the bug where Void Lens did not affect Void Beams. Fixed the bug with Obliteration was not providing its listed Void spell damage to Void Beams when erasing Strike. Fixed a bug where implementing the destruction of Erasure. Dude, Void Beams. Hey, Raven, we need to figure out something for Void Beams. I guess they sucked and didn't work. We need to make this better. Mr. Orange has been gifted, or Mr. Orange has gifted a sub to Citra. Look at that. All you got to do is say a kind word. Woven, what's up? Patch notes is going good. I've been reading for 4 hours. We're on page 8. Hey, listen. I consider myself a very honest person. I've never used Void Beams. Is this something we can figure out? Brow? Guilty? We could figure this out. Raven is currently killing a 250 corruption Rye. You like them? And they weren't working previously. Shield Charge uses them. Beams are good. Pills are good. Forge Strike. Okay, this is what we want. All we want to see is buffs to forged weapons. Come on. Temper now grants 4 melee fire damage per point from 10. And now also grants 10% more fire damage per point. Okay. Anvil Blow no longer grants physical damage to Forge Strike. It also grants 20% less attack speed and more physical... Wait. Anvil Blow no longer grants plus 15% physical damage to Forge Strike. It now grants 20% less attack speed and 50% more physical damage. Got it. Reforce Weapon now grants 4% more global damage per point if you have used Forge Strike recently, from 20% increased. Rending Descent now also grants Forge Strike 5% armor shred duration. Forge Master now has a 30% chance to convert weapons to great axes from 20, with 100% increased area from 50 and 20% more damage, but 10% less attack speed. All right. One buff to forged weapons, and that is that you can make great axes. Not a big buff, but it's something. Detonating ground now is 300% ignite chance. Ignited ground now detonating ground 100% ignite. Stupid. Lava burn Now grants detonating ground more hit damage. All right, forged weapons got nothing. Only our great axes got something. Oh, forged weapons now have a base health of 320 from 220. Woohoo! Their attacks now have a base damage of 2 from 18. What? That can't be right. Oh, I'm a freaking microwave. Huh? Scrimp kebabs? With some sausage? Two? Like, that can't be right. It's gotta say 12. Right? If forged weapons base damage is 2, I don't know what to say. What I'm actually hoping for is that this is supposed to say 22. Screenshot that right now. Likely 20. Keep reading. Deal 4.1% more damage. Woohoo! These damage types are intended to reduce their power in very early game while preserving or buffing their damage in end game and raising the relative impact of your weapon on their power. You're saying that this is supposed to say 2? Can you ask the HG to point on the doll where the Forge Guard hurt them? I can kill 250 Raya. Raya, nice job. No, fam. It can't be. I mean, I don't know. They have more life. Supposedly, they do more damage. And they want them to feel more powerful in endgame compared to leveling. I don't know anyone that levels with forged weapons. I mean, I guess I did when we were screwing around with Forge Guard, but that feels insane. Okay. Maybe the damage goes way up with levels. I don't know. But I mean, like, when you talk about, like, an oxymoron, like, the base damage went from 18 to 2, but it deals 4% more damage. I don't know. They're trying to scale it from your weapon as opposed to the base damage of the skill. Just check Last Epoch tools for its base. We can look at it. Hammer throw. Disintegrating aura now grants... Oh, it's channeling. Yep. Rapid disintegrate maximum points reduced from 4 to 6. When fully invested in disintegrating aura and rapid disintegration, the disintegrating aura now deals 28% more damage than before. All right, hammer throw got a boost when you are channeling it. Healing hands. Oh, look at the bug fixes here. Ooh, be right back. Dinner time. I know I've got my shrimp. Mmm. All right. Right off the bat, Healing Hands healing has been cut in half. Divine Barrier now converts 20% of Healing Hands healing into ward from 100%. They cut 80% of the ward on Healing Hands. 80. Divine Barrier now converts 20% of Healing Hands healing to ward from 100%. 80%. Urgent Healing now grants plus 20 upfront healing per point from 35. Nerf. Yikes. And then all these bug fixes where it was probably broken or not working correctly. Okay. Well. Yeah, Healing Hand players aren't going to like that. And remember, so just to be clear, it's actually worse. Healing Hands upfront healing is cut in half, right? So this 100 is already at 50, and then they cut it to 20. So really they cut it by 90%. 90% of the healing or the ward is it's cut in half by 90%. Most people probably won't notice that. Maybe some people were. Javelin. If you have a spear equipped, added melee damage from the spear applies to the javelin as added throwing damage at 50% of its normal value from 30. That's nice. We got a javelin buff. Strategic Patience now grants 60% more damage from 50 and 20% less attack speed from 25. Buff. Divine Fury now grants plus 2 mana from 4. Nerf. Serrated Javelin now grants 30% chance to shred armor. Hey, Javelin got a little bit of love. Aaron sent it to you. Holy crap. The base damage of forged weapons is 2 physical. It's not a typo. Two. Topper is good. Flame whip territory. That's really funny. All right. Judgment. Consecrated Ground now has a damage effectiveness per second of 375 from 225 with an equivalent base damage per second. Ooh, that's nice. Flaming Soul grants 35% more Consecrated Ground damage from 25. Purifying Flame, 30% more Consecrated Ground damage against Ignited. Lingering Force, 15% duration Consecrated Ground, and offering more damage per mana from 3 to 2. Holy smokes. At least Consecrated Ground on Judgment. Huge buffs. It's good. Lunge. Fix the lunge, sometimes freezing the character. If you had to put in order some of the longest standing bugs that also had the highest annoyance factor, that might be number 1. This might be the worst and most annoying bug in the history of bugs. If anybody uses lunge, it's lunge has been like that forever. It's horrible. And again, no disrespect to EHG. I swear they've said they fixed it 10 times. So let's hope it's actually fixed. Right? Let's hope. All right. Manifest Armor. Come on. They killed our forged weapons base damage. Maybe Manifest Armor. Got all the love. Heated metal now grants 40% chance to ignite from 25. Buff. No one's going to use ignite chance. Burning armor now also grants 10% more fire damage per point. Buff. Redistributed steel now grants 15% more damage and 6% less armor per point from 25 and 6% and 6% less health. Buff. The Whirlwind Strike ability now has 300% added damage effectiveness from 60 and has a 4-second cooldown from 10. Now, that is interesting. That is very interesting. So far, so good. Nobody in the history of Last Epoch has ever taken this node. The Whirlwind Strike having a 10-second cooldown at 60% damage effectiveness is laughable. But a 4-second cooldown with a 300% effectiveness, now that is very interesting. That is very, that might, I mean, this singular line might be build defining. I don't know. That's true. Only Canadians use that skill. Here we go. Rive. Laceration now has base damage equal to 200% of your melee damage from 100. Wow. Laceration got a double buff, or 100% buff. That's cool. Laceration sucks, so probably needed it. Abdominal Energy Wave now has a base damage effectiveness of 30 and 150 buff, and no longer requires being high health trigger. It now consumes 4 mana to trigger as long as you are not at negative mana. Oh, that's a great trade-off. It got a big boost, but it cost you mana. Rive's a free skill. That's not a big deal. Focus Strike now requires 3 points of consecration from 4. And grants doubled critical strike chance for the 3rd strike from guaranteed critical strike chance on the 3rd. It now also grants plus 50% critical strike multiplier on the 3rd strike. Hold on, wait a second. They killed guaranteed critical strike. So Rive, you could get a guaranteed crit. I want to look at that. I want to look at that. Rive's 3rd strike has double the critical strike, and its critical strikes deal more damage, but strikes 1 and 2 can no longer critically strike. I don't use that anyways. Well, you would put 4 points here, which would give your 3rd strike 8% base. And then this would boost it up to 16% base with an additional 50% critical strike multiplier. So you would need crit chance. I freaking hate that. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. Flame Drinker now has a maximum stacks of 20 from no stack limit. Fix the 2-handed sword animation for Rive. All right. Sorry, everyone. I'm eating and reading at the same time. Two bugs to shield rush. again, fixed some void beams. Shield throw. Heavy shield now grants +6 throwing damage from 5. Small buff. Sharpened rim now grants 2% critical strike chance from 1. Buff. And its maximum points have been reduced from 3 to 4. Still a buff. Avenge Wrath now grants 2% critical strike multiplier per 100 block effect from 1% per 100. And now requires 3 points of shrapnel rim from 4. Buff. Shield Barrage now grants 20% less damage from 30. Buff. All right, Shield Throw got a little bit of love. This is the big one. Shield Bash. Brow's going to play some Dead Void Knight Rive Shield Bash. Actually sounds fun. Would it benefit the build if Rive was just the catalyst to use Healing Hands with the auto cast on melee? Yeah, I mean, yeah. What you want is Void Knight, Rive, Healing Hands. So the Void Knight is causing echoes, and then Rive is echoing, and it's auto-triggering Healing Hands. It's really good. But Rive is the damage dealer. Unless you go heavily into echo damage. Shield Bash. Its cooldown is now 18 seconds from 10. 20% of the remaining cooldown is now recovered whenever you stun an enemy. So this is a really interesting update. If you have a ton of stun, you could bring down the Shield Bash itself. You know, for example, if you were into stun chance on Rive. Shield Bash, and you stun until you could use Shield Bash again. It's just a different way of playing. Added a new node, Indomitable Force, connected to Cutting Edge and Flurry Blows. Adds 1 melee damage per 40 block effectiveness. Maximum points of 2. So that is +2 melee damage per 80? No. Let's look at it. Let's look at the new Shield Bash. It is you. Shield Bash now has added block effectiveness per 40 block effectiveness. Yeah. So you can have +2 base melee per 40 block effectiveness. It's huge for damage. That's your big boy. Flurry Blows now grants 9 mana from 25. Iron Arms now grants 1 more physical damage per strength. No longer grants increased cost. Another way to buff your damage is through your strength. Serrating Strikes now grants 15% more mana per point. Concussive attacks, maximum points has been reduced to 3 from 5. Invigorating has been replaced with High Impact. Daze now grants increased stun. Conjurer now has a 100% chance to cause the enemy to drop a potion if Shield Bash has a cooldown. Steel Coating now grants +9 melee physical from 6. I am very curious. I wasn't able to test this. I'm curious how far we're going to be able to push the damage on a dual shield. You can dual shield Shield Bash. We're almost done. You can actually dual shield. All right, we are on. Let me finish Sentinel, Mr. Orange, and I got you. By the way, everybody in YouTube right now, some people are talking. No class is getting new skills, just reworks, buffs, nerfs. That is true. There are multiple skills that will feel like brand new skills. Shield Bash, Disintegrate, Avalanche. They'll feel like brand new skills. Void! Oh no, we're not on Void Beams. We're on Smite. Oh, I'll read Void Beams. All sources of Void Beams cast by the player, such as from a Racing Strike or Shield Rush, now have added damage effectiveness of 300%. with the equivalent base value previously 100, 125, and 300, depending on the source. Yeah. I've never in my life used void beams. They got massive buff. And I guess there was 100 bugs with them. They're all fixed, or at least that's what it shows. So that's good. Smite. The keen affix of Adorned Ryan Idols now also grants 10 to 25% chance to trigger the smite on throwing hits from 4 to 9. It can also trigger upon 10 times per 2 seconds with no limit. That's a weird one. Smite. Fix a bug where void concentration of smite from the temporal corruption node did not prioritize the lightning conversion from smite's order of Lagon node specific ailments, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Warpath. No longer, channeling. You can now regen mana. Gorebringer increases bleed duration, is now converted to Ignite or Time Rot. If Warpath is converted to Void or Fire, fix the bugged word double if used two hands weapon or doubled if wielding effect Spiral and Steel did not work. Okay. Yeah, Sentinel didn't get a ton. Sentinel did not get a ton. Nobody's gonna play Dead Void Knight Rive Bash build brow. Why? So I think Turtle, if you were really focused on block effectiveness, I think you could probably get it to 3,000, which would give your 150 base melee. Okay, we are at passive changes.
Items into exalted ones. It can Harbinger. You will take into Harbinger tree, but its cooldown have a way to traverse destruction. Minions are skill by default.
Minions,
Buck's
minions,
first ever unique
minions.
to have negative counts as a one-hand.
Oh, Mr. Orange. Mr. Orange, pay attention.
This Sentinel Shield, meet the Monument of Protection. This Sentinel Shield counts as a one-handed axe and can be equipped with another shield, adding significant offense to shield-based skills and strong additional defenses. And the new Black Blade of Chaos. This Blade of Chaos, strong additional defenses.
Pays attention. That, my friend, is a Sentinel holding two shields. Did you say, was that Rive?
Skills and strong additional
Yep. He's using Rive with his dual shields
defenses.
and shield rush.
And the new Black Blade of Chaos. This powerful in-game two-hander.
This one's gonna
changes
be
the Blade
interesting.
Dancer's Lethal Mirage into a skill that can be used much more frequently, providing a potent and engaging new playstyle. There are 30 uniques coming with patch 1.1, so happy hunting.
Tomorrow's video will be a breakdown of all 30 uniques. I don't know why I agreed to do this. It's going to be a very long video. Bastion of Honor in the new Axe Shield. You can do that. Change his name to Attention. Okay. Finally, two shields. It just makes so much sense. I concur. Okay. I don't know if we need to read the passive changes. Do we? It's like, yes. everything. I'm trying to eat my shrimp kebab. Mr. Future Proof, I have tested it. It will use your tree, but if in the fireball tree it says must be self-cast, it will not work. Just FYI. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who just tuned in, Aaron is doing a patch-a-thon. Oh. We actually don't have, hold on, we have passive changes, and then we've got item changes, right? Then item changes. I think that's it. Oh, unique item changes. And now where I said we're not reading enemy balance. When are you gonna play your favorite core punk? I logged in and I started a class and I made it to the first town. And then I was like, I can't possibly look for the pipes. I'd rather just blow my freaking brains out. And then I didn't, and then I jumped off. That's what happened. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. Get her done. All right. Passive changes for Acolyte. The only changes are for the Warlock. So what we can do, we can go Warlock. We can look at them. Okay. Warlock's first mastery bonus grants 4% more damage per curse on the target from 5. They nerfed by 1% the overall damage of just being a warlock. That's not good. Word of the Novice now grants 1 ward per second per 3 intelligence while channeling per point from 1 ward per second per 2 intelligence. Ooh. Okay. Less ward. Doom Herald now grants 2% less damage while channeling per point and 2% more damage to damned enemies while channeling per point. Nerf. Aspect of Death now grants 0.4 more damage per stack of negative ailment on you from 0.1. Nerf. This node previously stated it scaled with points allocated, but it did not. The result that at max investment, this node would give 18% more damage at 90 stacks, compared to 9% more damage at 90 stacks it was giving before. Okay. I mean, some nerfs. Mainly nerfs. Mage. Holy smokes. Moving over to Mage. Spellblade. Burden of Knowledge now grants 5 spell damage per point from 4 and 5% reduced cast speed per point from 6. Prismatic Blade's effects have been replaced. It now grants 1 dex per point and 1 added melee damage per point. The added melee damage is doubled when using a sword. Frozen Steel now has a threshold bonus, which grants 6% more damage. Prodigy now has a threshold node, which grants 1%. Maybe we just look through. This is what we'll do. We'll look through the threshold nodes on Spellblade, because they're all new. All right. If you don't know what a threshold node is inside of Last Epoch, it's these bonuses you see. Put 5 points into Arcane Warden, and you get Ward Decay threshold per intelligence. New. Ooh, I can finally show this off. Oh, I don't know. I can't believe after 5 hours I have forgotten about this. As many of you know that has watched me play Last Epoch, I've been working very, very hard to make Fire Aura work, to make a true Righteous Fire build in Last Epoch. And this is the node that we have been talking about. Fire Aura, spell damage per 2 intelligence. So you got 100 intelligence, you can now boost your Fire Aura's base damage by 50. But something, and this was already shown to the public, so this wasn't a leak back in the day. But something people didn't know was this node. Each of your fire auras have a chance to shred enemy fire resistance per second up to 50%. So, if you have, let's say, 20 stacks of fire aura, each one of those fire auras has a 100% chance to shred an armor stack, a fire shred stack per second or per 2 seconds. So not only are you getting a huge boost to the spell, you are also going to be shredding fire like crazy from your fire aura. Woohoo! Aaron, still going to suck. No! I don't accept that. 4 points on Frozen Steel. You deal more damage multiplicative to chilled or frozen enemies. Aura. Aura. What else do we got? Threshold nodes. Dex. You have increased critical strike chance per point of dexterity. That one's huge. That one is huge. Moving on. More fire aura chance. Increased attack speed with Prismic Blade. Increased cooldown recovery speed with Surge. Crit chance per 15 intelligence, and that is base chance. Okay. Each stack of fire increases your melee elemental damage. Ooh, that would be good. So that's Spellblade. That was Spellblade. Hey, thank you all for the follows. Don't forget to type in !giveaway into the chat. All right. Rune Master. Now, Rune Master already had threshold nodes. Arcane Focus now grants 2 ward gained on direct spell cast from 4. Again, reeling in ward. Sucks. Mental Catalyst now grants 6% reduced bonus damage from critical strikes with the Catalyst per point from 8. That is a silly one to reel in. Sucks. Edict of Scion now grants 2 ward gain per active rune on the area skill use per point from 4, and now requires that the area skill hit at least 1 enemy. Nerf. Celestial Doom's threshold bonus now grants 100 ward gained when you hit a branded boss or rare enemy with the spell from 28, with a 1 second cooldown from no cooldown. Jagged Veil now grants 2 ward on crit per point from 1 and up to 5 times per point, no limit. Jagged Veil. Okay, Sorcerer. We get to look through the whole Sorcerer tree. Okay, got family coming over in 6 minutes. See you later. See ya. Thanks for entertaining us, teaching us things. That is it, right? No. We're like not even close. Well, we've made progress. Total buff for Spellblade. My Humming bees will be happy. They will. Okay. Right now we are breaking down the updates to passive trees. You still need to read all the comments. Don't bring up the comments. Why you gotta bring up the comments? How bad are they? Polka break? No. No polka break. Just messed about real quick with my 2 shields at T7 block. On the offhand shield, got me 3,800 blocked effectiveness, which is 190 flat melee. That's pretty damn good, Turtle. He said polka. No, I didn't. All right, let's look at the new threshold nodes on Sorcerer. That's already there. That's already there. Ward per second per 10 max mana. That's there. That's there. When I say that's there, I mean it's already there. More damage over time. You deal more multiplicative damage over time to enemies inflicted with spreading flames. This node right here almost made me go disintegrate on my this node almost made me go source on my disintegrate build. It was close. Like, ooh. That's a good one. I gave my Alpha 3 code to Luz so she can play Core Punk. Oh, they're so nice. Arcane Insight. Ward decay threshold per intelligence. What else do we got? Spark charge chance with 40 mana. That is new. Archmage. This is spell damage and chance to refund 20% of the mana cost. Doubled if 300 mana. Tripled if 1,000 mana. So that would be 5. That would be 15 and 21% refunded if you had 1,000 mana. Mana spent gained is ward 50%. That's huge. Some of these threshold nodes on Source is huge. Oh, they're so nice. You're going to be able to maintain a decent amount of ward and maintain your meteors, I think. Okay. Primalist. Look, Primalist got a lot in the base tree. Berserk now has been renamed Cornered Beast. Its effects are now also active for 5 seconds after you leave low health, and the buff icon has been added to display when it is active. That is actually really, really good because I use that node. Primalist. Cornered Beast. Additionally, when damage leaves you at low health, it stays with you for 5 seconds. Ooh, I like that one. Hey, a buff that we use. Beastmaster. This is one that have some people up in arms. Porcupine Constitution has been removed, has been moved beyond the lock, taking the position of Envenom was at. It now also grants 4% chance per point to gain aspect of the boar on a melee hit. The second node named Boarheart, which gave 1 strength per point and 4% chance per point on the aspect of the boar on melee hit, has been removed. Envenom has been moved into its position. Added a new node, Natural Fortitude, at Porcupine Constitution's previous position. And we could just look at that right now. Wait, where the hell did it go? There's Porcupine Constitution. Boar Heart. This isn't updated, right? Beastmaster will die in high corruption. No, this one isn't right. Added a new node, Natural Fortitude to Porcupine Constitution previous position. It grants 1 strength per 2 point and 3 added health regen for a companion point. It has a threshold bonus, which grants 2% increased health regen per point of strength to you and your companions. Counterpoint Raptor Army Dagger. I have already made an announcement. Now that it's public, my main, my starter, my when you log in to Twitch or YouTube or X and check out this live stream, the first thing you will see is my Raptor Pack Beastmaster. Yeah, sources looking, it's going to be strong this cycle. I agree. First thing, numero uno, Raptor Pack Beastmaster. We're going for it, people. We are going for it. Let's look at Mike up. Mike rated Travik. I don't know who that is. All right. Let's go back. Yeah, so this is just to quickly before, I don't want to glance over this because I know there were some people mad. Porcupine Constitution, an aspect of the boar. Basically, this is something that has been used on every single build. Doesn't matter if you're a druid, it doesn't matter if you're a beastmaster, it doesn't matter if you're a shaman. It just basically gives damage reduction. And EHG, from a game design, they consider it bad game design, where it doesn't matter what the build is, what you're doing, what your level, what, like, you have to take this. Which, I mean, I think most people would agree that is bad game design. But I mean, it doesn't hurt that, but it doesn't make people feel good that they're so used to using it and now it's gone. Look at all the shaman updates. Oh, people are going to be so happy about this. All right, before we move on to Rogue, let's look at the Shaman. I would say Shaman as well, but doesn't look like it's going to have enough defenses, especially with how the Beastmaster passives moved. Yeah. Okay. Should just eat. Let me just finish eat. I got 2 shrimp left. Can I just eat my shrimp? Okay. It's good. Oh, Traffic usually streams PoE. I got it. I'm sorry. I got it. Tell everyone the Raptors were solitary hunters. Please stop. It will be a 5 Raptor build. Okay. Let's check out some threshold nodes for Shaman. Nothing. This is already there. Cooldown for Leap. Nothing. Chance to cast Stormbolt. Already there. Mana gained on Storm hit. Stun avoidance per attunement. Increased health regen per 1% uncapped endurance. Your endurance percent. Shared spell lightning penetration per attunement. Avatar of Thunder is awesome. Melee cold penetration per strength. What else? Increased mana regen per attunement. Endurance threshold per maelstrom. I will definitely use that one. Increased melee attack speed. Chance for indirect Stormbolt cast to double cast. A chance to frenzy your totems. And health regen per attunement and totem stun immunity. So it is interesting. You could health regen per attunement here. And then health regen per uncapped endurance. Not really. Don't really see a synergy between those two. Well, it gives the same bonus, I guess. So if you want to spec into health regen, which has always been a winner. Yeah, shamanism is good. Okay, rogue. Sky Synthesis for Blade Dancer now has a threshold node which grants 50% more Shadow Dagger damage to bosses and rare enemies. See that, Brow? Blade Dancer getting Shadow Dagger love. I know how much you would like that. Shadow Daggers damage rare and bosses. This is one of those ones where it's just like you just sometimes scratch your head. Now let me explain. Shadow Daggers have been broken for so long. Used in almost every rogue build. Now, you could maybe understand giving Shadow Daggers a 50% multiplicative damage bonus on this side, which means you can't use it as a marksman and you can't use it as a falconer. No, they added a 50% multiplicative damage bonus to Shadow Daggers for a 9-point investment into the Blade Dancer tree, where most people take Cloak of Shadows anyways, which is dexterity and glancing blow. So that is, I don't know, Death's Door effects, or I don't get it. Seems fewer Shadow Daggers on the skills, but they hit harder, so it might be similar to previous levels. Yeah, I don't get it. Mages get all the love. I know. What's up with that, Stone? You are going to have to apply the Shadow Daggers. I know. They'll figure it out. Death's Door effects are now also active for 5 seconds after you leave low health. Okay, that's just like Berserk. Death's Door now also grants 10% crit strike multiplier per point. Was previously 3 death. Oh yeah, Death's Door got a nice boost. I like that. I like that. Falconer! Threshold bonus grants 1% critical strike multiplier per 3 critical strike avoidance from 2 to 3. Falconer got a singular passive change, and they nerfed the minion critical strike from 2 to 1. Marksman. Ooh. I wonder if there's any synergy with that shield that eats your health and the low life buff nodes. Maybe. Maybe. Looks like Marksman and Forge Guard. We'll go through the little ones and then we'll hit the big ones. And then we're moving on to item changes. Void Knight. The first mastery bonus now grants 1% more melee damage per 3 vitality. Previously, it was 75% increased melee void damage, not scaling. The first mastery bonus now grants 1% more melee void damage per vitality. That is really good. Eternal Form now also has a threshold bonus, which grants 2 health per vitality. Man, it is really cool having whatever a lot of people like about Void Knight is you can scale it through vitality, and of course vitality gives you life. So you are scaling your damage while simultaneously scaling your survivability. It's very, very nice. Way better. So Void Knight got love in the right direction. Sentinel. Damn, Paladin got nothing. Literally, Paladin is not listed. It got 0. Sentinel, Time and Faith now grants 2% missing health restored per point from 5 point when you directly use Rive. That's horrible. Relentless now grants 50 stun avoidance per point from 20. And now also has a threshold bonus node which grants 100% increased duration of stun immunity from being stunned. Okay. No listed in buffs or nerfs, so good as is. Paladin, okay, so Paladin, let's be clear, did get this. Not the crab ring. Orin Sun Seal. Up to +2 levels for Sigils of Hope. Up to 12 seconds of Sigils of Hope duration. Up to 25% increased healing effectiveness. Up to 15% increased armor. And every 10 seconds, if you are above half mana, you cast Sigils of Hope and consume 80% of its mana cost. Basically, this ring automates sigils. It's a common drop, and you are definitely going to find it with 1 to 2 LP. So yeah, you get a auto cast sigils ring. This is an example of I would only ever use this ring if it had legendary potential, because you'd be giving up resistance, crit avoidance, endurance, life, strength, whatever, fire damage, whatever. You're giving up a lot to automate sigils. So this would need legendary potential to add back a couple of affixes, and then it would be good. Could you use that ring with the sigils flare sub skill for extra damage bursts? As long as it doesn't say direct cast, yes. Turtle, you went from YouTube to Twitch? Was I not reading your stuff on YouTube? Try to balance and look at both. So the LA Man new nodes are there in total. What? No, nothing. Okay. Let's go through Marksman first. Let's hit up Marksman and look at the threshold nodes there. And then we got to hit Forge Guard, and we are done with passive trees. Marksman. You have an ad block on YouTube, which isn't helping you. You're such a monster. Still don't know what I'm playing. You need to play a one-handed sword, tooth sword, that is going to allow you to summon your raptors up to your companion limit. That is what I am playing. We are starting cycle 2 with Raptor pack. Yes, we are. Raptor pack. What the hell are we looking at? Marksman. All right. Focus fire, haste after evade, added bow critical strike chance, armor shred effect on 5 points. 4 points. Less hit damage with concentration. Concentration. Physical shred chance. That'll be very nice for Multishot. Poison duration. Nope. Wait. Maximum barrage pain stacks. No, that's not a threshold node. That's it. Physical shred is nice. Less hit damage, give me some DR is nice. Nothing insane. So armor shred, damage reduction, and physical shred. They're all positives. So a lot of times what people say is that it's not fair that the older masteries don't have threshold nodes because it's just free buffs. And that's true. Like you're going to get armor shred, physical shred, base crit chance, and less and damage reduction just for the update. I hope Luz enjoys Core Punk. She ain't playing Core Punk. So I got audio from YouTube and the video from Twitch. That's what people do. Unless you were the one that said it. Someone told me they keep up YouTube and Twitch, and then when an ad hits on either, they switch over. I mean, I am multi-streaming on X as well, just in case, you know, it hits all three at the same time, which is insane. All right, last but not least, everyone's favorite, the Forge Guard. I'm back, and we're still talking about rogue nerfs. No, we're not. No, we're not. By the way, everybody, tomorrow's video will be all 30 new uniques. I will showcase all 30 brand new uniques coming. And it will be like a little bit of rapid fire action, or else the video will be 3 hours long. But tomorrow I will have time-stamped new video showing off all 30 new uniques. Forge Guard. Let's look at some threshold nodes. Who's that? Arcastra, thank you so much for the 5 subs. Look at that. Hog got one. Thank you so much. Very kind. Very kind. We are approaching our sub goal of 600 subs. Enough patch notes. Let's play. No. Nerfed my poor Falconeer. Like it was a bad D3 season theme. I know. Why do they got to do that to you, you know? Thank you so much for the 5 subs. Congratulations, everyone. Okay. First threshold node is Weapons Master. Now, obviously, this depends on what you're playing, but you have attack speed with the sword, bleed chance with an axe, melee damage with the mace, and crit chance with the spear. Now, I just want to say, I know not everybody agrees with this, but Forge Guard, for the most part, people think about shield throw and minions. Ring of Shields is minions, Manifest Armor is minions, Forged Weapons is minions. You couldn't give a singular weapon something that does something for minions? Come on. Axe for bleed chance. Exactly. All right. You've got on here physical penetration with Forged Strike and fire penetration with Forged Strike. Or I mean with fire penetration and physical penetration with Forged Strike and Smelters. And then you've got critical strike per 2 points with a 2-hander. Nada for the minions. Nothing. Okay, we continue. Don't worry, you're going to get a little bit. Like right here, unflinching. This is required 3 points. This will give your minions stun immunity. They cannot be stopped. So there's a little minion love. Minions reflect 1% armor mitigation. Now, I hope Raven is not watching. I was hoping he wouldn't see this because I don't want him to get any ideas. But weirdly, they have added damage reflect on Forge Guard. I'm always here. Yeah, they gave some damage reflect here. Stop looking at it. What else do we got? Damage over time mitigation per armor per 2 attunement. So you get some DR. Here's some minion. Minion increased attack speed on a 20 mana skill cost. And you get, of course, on here, minion armor shred. Now, what skills cost 20 mana? Forge Strike. Basically, this entire node is created that when you use Forge Strike, you will buff the forged weapons. Forge Guard always meant to me minion-based tanky. That is how I always felt as well. We've got dodge armor, dodge rating to armor. That's already been there. Maximum forged weapons +2. You definitely need that. I believe that was already there. You've got fire penetration per strength, physical penetration per strength. You heal your minions for amount equal to your armor when you use a potion. 100% armor goes to minion healing. This is an entirely new node titled Shield Crafter. You have a chance to cast a shield from Ring of Shields when you block a hit and have additional block effectiveness per shield from your Ring of Shields. Now, we'll talk about this. This one's hard for me. And the last one is right here. And this is less fire damage taken per 10 overcapped fire resistance. Maximum less fire damage taken from overcapped fire resistance, 40%. Okay, so this one. Basically, you're speccing into block chance so that you can proc your Ring of Shields on block, and you just have this constant shield spinning around you when you are in combat. All right? Makes sense. It actually sounds really, really cool. Now, where this is hard is normally when you are a minion build, you take Void Cleave because you take these nodes up here, where basically you Void Cleave into your minions and it gives them a huge boost. Now, Void Cleave requires a two-handed axe or sword. And yes, there is a new unique item that removes the requirement, but you can't use it as a movement skill anymore, which means it'd be very, very hard to actually cleave into your minions. So you would lose this boost to your forged weapons by putting on a shield to buff your block for Ring of Shields. I guess unless you took... No, yeah, it still wouldn't work, yeah. So I don't know how that's going to work. But that's Forge Guard. Those are all the passives. We are now on to item changes. But now you can buff them and create them with Forge Strike. That's true. Opportunity cost, which is worth more on your build. I'm playing Forge Guard. Good to hear. And don't forget, Forge Guard got this, which I was dangling in front of all your heads, faces. Phantom Grip. Up to 2 levels to minion skills. Up to 4% base minion critical strike chance. Max mana. Up to 8 base melee necrotic damage for forged weapons. Up to 25% increased forged weapon duration. And the most important is up to 100% of your gloves apply to your forged weapons. Common drop. I'm sure you'll have these with 2 LP easily. Phantom Grip. So if my favorite change, increased XP requirements. You like that one? Do you have a Forge Guard minion build out? No. Well, I do. It's just super old. My level 92 Forge Guard is ready, but I'm not going to put out the build guide till after the patch. The high 90s are really slow. Okay, Aaron, your streams have come full circle. I must now leave again to pick up my kids from work. Be back in a little bit. Sounds good. Wait, the ring only applies to stats or also effects as well? Oh, I don't think it'll give you the effects, just the stats. The stats on your gloves apply to your forged weapons. So, for example, what rolls on gloves? Melee attack speed. So if you had a T7 melee attack speed, that would apply to your forged weapons. What else is on gloves? Armor shred. So the armor shred on your gloves would apply to your forged weapons. Attunement. Health. Leech. Anything on your anything on your gloves would work. Might confirm just stats, no effects, sadly. How about Fire Necro? Is that buffed or nerfed, or is it not meta now? It's all the same. No changes. How many of your builds has died with this patch? None. The only build I can think of that needs an update is Shotgun Marksman directly casting Multishot instead of Flurry. Oh, I would need to update Coldstone Elemental. Experimental stats on the glove. That would work. But what would be an experimental stat that we would want? Don't low life? I have no idea. This is gonna be really interesting. Phantom Grip's gonna be really something to friggin' test out. 3 days. Okay. Let's continue on item changes. Minions Traversal. Minions Traversal is on boots. Can't add that to gloves. Right? No. It's not on there. Yeah, it's a different item. Okay. Holy smokes. We are on page 10 now. What we have left is item changes, unique item changes, and we're not looking at enemy rebalance. No freaking way. We already went through all the cosmetics. All right. Item changes and unique item changes. And we have gone through all the frickin' patch notes. Only another couple hours. Easy. We're only at 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours. Okay. General changes. Sealed affix text color has been changed back to beige, changed to white in 1.0. Makes it clear they're separate category than other affixes. Great change. Added health regen now rolls on amulets instead of boots. Okay. Increased health regen can no longer roll on boots or amulets. Okay. Added the dodge rating and evading. Increased dodge rating suffix that only rolls on boots. The increased dodge rating suffix can no longer roll on boots. Bug fix. Fix the bug where archive robes implicit. I don't care about bug fixes. Boot changes. Okay. Boot changes. Leather boots now grant 10. Who cares? Iron boots. Get to the end game boots. Shrine boots increase movement speed, increase cooldown recovery speed for evade. Yeah, there's new boot base. So you'll see this. Outcast boots, +1 to evade charges. And then you will see increase shrine boots, increase cooldown recovery speed for evade. 2 new boot bases, or at least changed boot bases. Boot prophecy. Doesn't matter. Unique boot changes. Rain Dance grants 13% increased movement from 10 and now increased reduction of stuns. Snowdrift grants 160 to 320 dodge rating while using evade from 16 to 32 increased dodge rating. Snowdrift. It covers a lot. It covers nothing. There's nothing there. What are you talking? It covers nothing. When we look at stuff. Okay. Wand implicit. No more flashbang. Wand implicit changes. Ornate wands 3 to 4 goes to 3. Okay, so they have reeled in negative mana cost from 3 to 4 to 3 to 5 to just 3. So now the wands will have updated implicits. It's the exact same for staff. The most you can have is -3 mana cost. Affix value changes. T6 armor. Buffed. T7 armor. Buffed. Holy crap. They buffed base armor. Is that a way to compete with ward? Health gained on block. Wow. That's pretty wild. Health gained on block. It's tier 7. Used to be 20 to 25. Now it's 50 to 75. If you're blocking a lot, that's a decent amount of sustain. Presumably retroactive, even if things already dropped. Yup. Here we go. Dual shields. 175 health on block. Ding, ding, ding. The damage reflect is a huge buff. Don't tell Raven that. Added block chance, buffed by 1%. T7 added block chance, buffed by 1%. Added block effectiveness, added 50. Added 50 and 100. And the more block effectiveness you have, you could turn that into more melee damage. Wait, is it a buffed in mana or nerf? It's a nerf. So for example, you used to be able to get -5 spell mana cost, and now you can only get -3. Look at all these block buffs. I'm telling you. Added dodge rating. Looks like a blanket 10%-ish. Very small buff to dodge across the board. A buff to added flat health. Added mana. Buff. That'll be good for Holy Smiter. Added melee damage, cold fire, lightning, physical void. T6. That's interesting. I wonder if they're seeing a huge influx on casters versus melee. That is a decently blanket buff to all melee skills and builds. Stun avoidance. Nobody uses stun avoidance buff. They buffed added spell damage for swords. This is going to be good on the new smite swords. New smite swords coming. These are all buffs so far. Chance to bleed, blind, chill, ignite, poison, shock, and slow on hit. Buff. Added health regen. Buff. Increased armor. Buff. I don't see anything for ward yet. Increased dodge rating. Buff. No. Oh, it's very small. Increased health percent. Buff. Increased mana regen. Buff. There might be some power creep. Increased melee damage. Buff. Intelligence, vitality, dex, strength, and attunement. Increase the roll ranges. Buff. Percent damage reflected for all you Thorns fans out there. Oh, this one is huge. Tier 7 used to max at a 50% damage reflect. Now it is 100%. Thorns T7. You used to be able to get 200. Now you can get 400. 100% increase. Endurance. 5%. Endurance percent. Buff. Thorns build it is. Early retirement. Thank you for the follow. Now that you're following on Twitch, type in !! giveaway. I will be drawing a free last Epoch key today. Free LE key today. Did a Thorns Reflect build exist? I love those builds, but I don't think I ever saw one. The only thing I've ever seen that would work is a Spriggan, what is it, Thorn Shield build? It's the only thing I've ever seen. I mean, we have so much to play. So, how about this? Last cycle, I promised I would play Raptor. And just throwing it out there, when you talk about things working out, Raptor was considered one of the worst. My Raptor's at 300 corruption, which turned into a build guide, and now I'm going to main Raptor pack for cycle 2. So, like, all the stars aligned. My added in build for cycle 2, I've never played Reflect or Thorns ever. Maybe this will be the new thing we try. I'll put that top of the list on new. Okay. Added bow, physical fire, lightning. Buffs. Health and stun avoidance, hybrid affix. Buff. This is the amulet. This is the new amulet affix from cycle 1. Experimental dodge and endurance threshold. Buff. Mana regen. Nerfed. So the weapon affix that they added as a prefix has been nerfed. Experimental volatile zombie on potion use. Nerfed. You can now make 4 max zombies instead of 6. Experimental mana on potion use. The base mana is nerfed. And the mana regen is buffed. Freeze rate per stack of chill. Nerfed. Damn, they finally reeled in freeze rate per stack of chill. Nerfed. Experimental traversal cooldown recovery. Nerfed. That was a good one. Increased chance to find potions. Buffed. Bow crit and attack speed. Nerfed. It's a really, really good affix. Bow crit and attack speed. Can no longer roll on scepters is big. I did a... Oh, does Thorn Reflect exist? We'll see. Moving on to unique items. Added 30 new uniques. Again, it'll likely be a 15-minute video, 30 seconds per unique. I will showcase all of them tomorrow, and they will be best I can. My opinion, here is the Acolyte uniques. Here's the Sentinel uniques. Here's the Primalist. I'll drop that video tomorrow. That's like Diablo 4's entire unique pool. They are freaking awesome. I'm going to making my whole character off the new one-handed sword for Raptor pack. You can now summon raptors up to your companion limit. And by the way, everyone kept asking me over and over again, Aaron, what are you going to play? Aaron, what are you going to play? Aaron, what are you going to start with for Cycle 2? And I said, I can't say because my community's too smart and it'll give it away. If I would have said I'm playing a Primalist Beastmaster and I'm thinking about Raptor, everyone would have known. Everyone. It'd have been like, oh, Raptor's getting more Raptors. It'd be the first thing everyone would say. We are smart. Thank you. It's always a zoo build. What do you mean? I'm a zoo? Is that what you're saying? I would have figured it out, but I never do. What are your summarized thoughts on the patch, Risen? Risen, it's very hard for me. I've been reading these patch notes for going on 6 hours, okay? But you gotta remember. 1, Last Epoch's my favorite game. But I believe I can be objective. I've already played Cycle 2, so I am reading to you what I've already done. And what I will tell you is it's awesome. It's awesome. Mike, there's kids screaming. Hold on. Love you. I try to not be the grouch, not be the the jerk. My kids are playing with their cousins and they're singing karaoke like 12 feet there. It's like I can't even think. It's I can't even think. Anyways, The Falcon is a pigeon now. Their music is beautiful. I know. It's beautiful. I just asked them to go upstairs or go outside or turn it down a little. I don't want them to not have fun. Risen, to answer your question, I'm sorry. I've spent almost 6 hours reading these patch notes, and I will tell you that there is a lot of people that I don't know. There's a lot of people that focus on themselves, and they can't look at what EHG is doing for the whole game. They're trying to deliver a better end game. They're trying to deliver a smoother experience. They're trying to get more balance. They're trying to give you more toys to play with. They're trying to add tons of quality of life. And then someone will just like blow up the forum saying they killed Healing Hands Ward. They killed the whole game, you know, and just like these over the top hyperbolic statements because the 4 or 5 builds that could push 1,000 corruption or 2,000 corruption can now only do 800 corruption. And it's just, it sucks. It just sucks seeing so... I've already played the cycle. I know EHG. I mean, they are absolutely doing a fantastic job. And it's like all this, the Nemesis system, the Pinnacle boss, the faction, the quality of life, the new uniques, all the visuals and performance. And it's like, well, yeah, but Dive Bomb isn't as good. It's like, who cares? Who cares? And that's just like, I don't know. That's, I don't know any other way to put it. You know, I get it. You spent a lot of time on a build and you're upset that it's not going to be as good for the next cycle. I get it. Like, I'm not trying to say I don't understand. I do understand, but it's really hard. It's one thing to say, man, my favorite build is nerfed, but holy crap, you've spent 6 hours reading the patch notes and you're halfway through. They are truly giving us a new, better product. Like, there's got to be some give and take. There's got to be something to lean into. I don't know if that made any sense. That's where I'm at right now. People who play PoE when nerfs happen, is it your first time in the noose? Is there coming a new class or subclass for season 2? No. They are... So, for Harbingers of Ruin, Cycle 2, it kicks off in 3 days. You are getting updated passive trees, updated skill trees, the biggest balance the game has ever received, 30 new uniques, a ton of the best quality of life features ever introduced into the game, an updated loot filter, the brand new endgame Nemesis system, the brand new endgame Harbinger system, which includes the new Forgotten Knights faction, and the brand new Pinnacle boss, Aberoth. It is a massive update. But some builds got nerfed, and some people are upset. So... I'm so hyped for this patch. It's so good. It's so good, LV. I've played it. It's so good. So yeah. I'm a bit of a meta slave, so I'm kind of happy I get to try something new. Yeah. You know, and I mean like, hey, Thresher, I think you would appreciate this. If let's say the meta is these 5 builds, right? Isn't it more fun that the meta of those 5 builds switches to the meta of these 5 builds, which switches to the meta of these 5 builds? Like, do you really want to play the same build every cycle? I don't know. Yes, I want different things every cycle. Exactly. I don't know how people get attached to classes in these games. I roll with flavor of the month each league to try new things and enjoy them. Listen, if you go to the Discord, the Reddit, or the comments on this post, it really is a exercise of patience. It's almost unbelievable. It's almost unbelievable. It'll be like, hey, we put out these 30 new uniques, and someone will comment and be like, why was Bastion of Honor changed? You know, in like this horrible, like aggressive way. I don't know, it just your community is not very toxic. No, I don't. I mean, just to be clear, I am an overly positive person. So if you're a member of my community, you probably are, you know, you're probably a more positive person too. I don't know. But yeah. I'm curious to see how Minion Forge Guard will turn out. So my new plan, and now that I can openly to state it, my first build will be Raptor Pack Beastmaster. My second build will be Disintegrate, Fire Aura, Rune Master, and my third build will be Forged Weapons, Forge Guard. This will be the first three. I'm more pumped for this than the first round, even with the new classes before. I must figure out what to play in a few days. Those who are upset just need to find the new cheese, right? I want a battle pass for LE, but they don't. Yeah, it's not going to happen. I don't think that'll ever happen. But they are adding in 31 new cosmetics and 4 new supporter packs. So if you want to support or get stuff, that'll be there. How can people not be thrilled with this? I don't know. No, they're thrilled. They're like pissed. Pissed is the correct word. I like Druid Spriggan, could not find any buffs, only nerfs. So I am sad that my favorite got no love, but I'm excited for the rest of the changes. Spriggan indirectly got a big buff to Reflect, right? So if you wanted to play a Thorns build, which Spriggan is the main Thorns build, Damage Reflect and Thorns got a massive buff, like 100% increase. It's something we want to mess around with. Did someone say Thorns? Oh my gosh. Also, like, again, these are, I know it's a small little thing. Spriggan has never had a movement ability unless you use that stupid ring, where now at least you have an evade mechanic that you could build off of. Thorns, totem buff, you say? Guys are just... The point is if you look hard enough, you'll probably see the good in a lot of this stuff. You could totally make a quick Spriggan focused on evade now and give it a movement speed. That ring is not stupid. It was our only option. It's pretty stupid. I think Minion Forge Guard can be 100% automated now. Warpath, shields can be autocast, Smite can be autocast, Forge Armor is another pet, and the Forge Strike is just there to buff the minions. Maybe. I'm going with the maybe. What did you play on the 1-2 server? What do you recommend from Hands of on Time? Oh, I played Disintegrate Sorcerer on the test server. That's what I played. One day Forge Guard will have its day. One day. One day. Hey, at least you got a new unique item. Okay, let's look through a couple more of these. I don't want to talk too much about currently what people think. Hey, by the way, see this 154 right here? Oh, crap. I shouldn't have moved it. This 154, when the patch dropped, it was 16 pages, which means it has added in comments at the bottom almost 140 pages of comments. 140 pages of comments. If you want to see some of the most insane things, I don't read the comments. You just won't believe it. 140 pages of comments. Most will be about the freeze nerf. Why are people like that? I can't explain it. Me and Brow's one of my channel leaders. Sometimes we have a good laugh. The other day there was someone in chat that was like, hey, they continue to fix these bugged builds. Is there any builds that are still bugged that can push all content that are like a one button build? And we just like, what? Like, what? I was like, what? Let me see if I understand. You're asking me if I know of a build that's broken that requires you to only use a singular button that can push all content. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Like, what? No, I don't know. I don't know. Would be funny as heck if using a shield as a weapon caused forged weapons to be shields. Ooh, I might have to write that one down. Give me a game where I win the game without effort. Are you excited to be not playing the game again and have an AI play for your beast man? I am very excited. Now, Epic Raid Boss, if you're trying to say that having minions plays the game for you, you know, I have to leap. I have to attack with Berserk. I need to trigger Warpath. I have to manually tell my Raptors who to attack. I have to traverse the terrain. It is actually a ton of clicking and strategy when it comes to my new Raptor pack build coming in 3 days. It's called the Touch Grass build. Press your button and go outside. I'm not going to lie, one button builds are about all I can play with my physical reasons. That's part of the reason I like Warpath automated builds. No, for sure. And I actually like some of my most popular builds are one button builds. But like, think about what was asked. It's very different. Very different. Meaning pathing and telling them where to go, A, or having them jump with you, or both. Or both. Anyways. Is there no way to make use of Gathering Storm in Werebear form? Of course there is. You gotta go look at my Endless Storm Werebear. You missed out on Mike's Twitch stream today. Someone suggested a Berserker Mastery Classic. That is a good one. That is a good one. Lazy Fire Necro got me through most of the game. Yes, I love that. What will be the peak players on the 9th in your opinion? Tony, we had this discussion the other day. I would be elated at 200,000 return. Peak is 265, I believe. And I would be elated at 200. Now, obviously, Aaron, why would not 250? Why not 300? I consider myself a realist. The marketing and buildup of Cycle 2 is not of Cycle 1. You've got Torchlight Infinite. You've got the First Descendant. You've got Once Human. You've got Diablo 3 Season 32. You are launching into more competition. So, with said competition, with potentially less marketing, I would be extremely happy with 200,000 players returning for Cycle 2. We're going to break 1 million. I know. 200,000 easy? Man, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. You know what I really want? Aaron, tell us what you really want. In at least my streaming time, there has never been a time where the servers have worked day one. Never. I think EHG knows that. I think EHG would admit that. Now, there are better launches, but there has never, ever been a launch day that doesn't have some monumental nightmare. So that is what I want. I'm in, everyone's in, everyone's playing, and we're all discussing the game, not discussing the servers. Aaron, what build is like a werebear pulverized build in D4? What you would do is you would make a werebear earthquake build, where you leap with your earthquake, or leap with your werebear, it makes an earthquake. That's what you'd want to do. Yeah, LE servers, always a weak link. They're always so bad. You can use werebear upheaval too. You could also do that. Cajun. Okay. Cajun, if LE hit 400,000 concurrent players, it would be 70,000 higher than PoE's record. It'd be 70,000 higher than PoE's record. LE servers are tight. I need to get all the way off my back about it. All the way off my back. I mean, my favorite build in D2 is the Dragon Den. Literally walking simulator once you get it rolling. Hope the Fire Aura and LE. That's my second build, is Fire Aura Suda. Do you think Healing Hands was too nerfed? I'm worried Sentinels are going to become too squishy unless we direct cast it. No, Healing Hands was not direct nerf. No, I think it was adequately nerfed. I mean, at least in my power fantasy, I would never. I would never use ward on a Sentinel. Never. It's always armor, block chance, resistances, crit avoidance, endurance, max life, leech. I don't think there should be ward inside of the Healing Hands tree. That's just my opinion. I'd rather the whole tree be redone. Is Marksman actually decent now? They beat up Blast Knife. That's it. I'm making a Sentinel ward build. Do it. My goal is 300 to 400 corruption this time around. Not getting to 1,000 anymore. Yeah, they don't want you at 1,000. I don't want to hear any Fire Aura bashing. Dude, I'm ready for Fire Aura. So I was showing everybody this earlier. That Fire Aura has 2 new nodes. People thought it was only getting 1. No. So this is the threshold node we knew about. Your Fire Aura from all sources deal additional spell damage per 2 intelligence. So you got 100 intelligence. You're getting base 50 spell damage on your Fire Aura. But it's also getting this. Each of your Fire Auras have a chance to shred enemy fire resistance each second. So you not only are you getting base damage to your Fire Aura, you're also going to be shredding fire resistance. On top of that, inside of the new Disintegrate tree, this node, Inferno, used to be 5 points to put in it, gives you a 75% chance at Fire Aura each second. The new node is 3 points and gives you a 102% chance at Fire Aura per second. Which means if you come down here and take twin beams with 3 points right here, you will be casting 2 Fire Auras every single second. And then when you combine that, cast Fire Aura every 2 seconds while channeling. Ooh. Ah. So now you throw a head in there. You are casting 5 Fire Auras every 2 seconds. And then inside of the passive tree, you have a chance to Fire Aura chance per second up to 80%. And you're going to be getting Fire Auras in a larger area. Now, that's still not it. You will. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to be running this as a Rune Master. And one of the Rune Master invocations, I think it's Lightning Fire, is 2 or 3 stacks of Fire Aura with your explosion. When I was testing it, I was getting 20 stacks of Fire Aura. The idea is we're trying to make Righteous Fire in LE. Anyways, it'll be the second build I play. I haven't even gotten to empowered timelines yet. That's okay. Veggie, check out the Nexus. Anybody planning on buying supporter packs? It's the exact same cost. I would appreciate it if you got it through my Nexus store. Oh, it would mean so much. Just FYI. I am genuinely want Fire Aura to be good. Give me the walking simulator. You know, I don't know if it'll ever be a walking simulator. You're still only going to be able to get 50 to 75 base on your Fire Aura and then scale it with damage over time because it can't crit. In my testing, any like trash mobs dead. Like you just walk and everything dies. And then, you know, if there's champion packs or stuff, you got to circle them a little bit. But that was on test realm with no gear leveling a character. So I don't know what that's going to transfer to with legit gear. So we'll see. Add thorns. Get out of here. There's a relic that procs Fire Aura pretty decently. Isn't that with potion use? It's with potion use, right? Vessel. Chance to cast Fire Aura on potion use, yeah. What I actually... Well, let me just... We'll get back to the patch notes in 1 second. Since I'm using Disintegrate, I'll show you what my relic is. I already have this. Knowledge of the Erased Mage. +4 to Disintegrate. This also has cold resistance, lightning resistance, and a T7 necrotic resistance. So this singular relic is +5 to Disintegrate. What do you mean cheating? That's not cheating. It's just +5 to Disintegrate. Sir, you better not be forgetting about RF Lightning. I'm not. That's in Spellblade. It's not that. I already forgot about it. Don't look at that. Forget I showed you. Forget it. All right, let's get back to the patch notes. That was a good break. Okay. Where are you? You. Ba-bam. Okay. Unique item changes. Bastion of Honor. Effective legendary potential is now 75 from 90. So your Bastions of Honor will now have a higher chance of getting LP. Okay. So yeah, that's another buff to shields. Boulder's Wrath. Effective legendary potential. More LP on Earthquake Werebear. Hey, Hey, Veggie, thank you for the 5 subs. Congratulations to everybody that got one of those. We are approaching our goal of 600 subs. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, what? Dual shields? Oh boy, here we go again. There is a new item in 3 days. Monument of Protection that can be held in your main hand. And yes, it is a shield. Dun, dun, dun. I got an invite for Core Punk. Congratulations. I cannot wait until someone makes a game-breaking crab build. Can't. There's no way. You want to know why? I've already tried. And you can only make 1 crab. The first thing I did was try to make 6. It wouldn't let me. Bloodkeeper's Nest. Effective legendary potential. It looks like at least the first 3 items on unique changes have been a better chance of rolling LP on the item. NDA, Aaron. No. That's already been released. Well, that's pretty crabby. We didn't think people could get over 10,000 corruption, but here we are. Wow, that's rad. I won't use it, but I know a lot of people ask for that. I ask for that. Aaron, after I saw your character names, I guess your children should be glad that your wife named them. Otherwise, they probably would only be numbered. Don't look at those. No, one of my character names is Sienna and Mia Slay. See, my 2 youngest named my falconer. Sienna and Mia Slay. See? That one's pretty good. Right, Noob? If everybody does not know what they are referring to, there is a new unique ring. And by the way, tomorrow I'll be dropping a video breaking down all 30 new uniques. It is this crab ring right here. Evade is replaced by Summon Crab. Now, the first damn thing I tested is I put on 2 of these rings and added an evade charge. So I had 3 charges of evade. Wondering if I spammed 3 evades, would it make 6 crabs because I had 2 rings on? No, it just makes 1 crab over and over again. You can only have 1. Sorry. Bloodkeeper's Nest now causes minions to leech 4% physical damage as health from 3. All right, a little buff. That says it. Your youngest name, the falconer, not you. So my statement stays unchanged. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. OMG, my daughter is saying slay. Slay all day. Aaron, if you could replace 1 skill for each class/subclass, which one would you pick and why? It's just too big a question. I'm sorry. It's too big a question. That is maybe a question for like tomorrow, because we have to read these 6 hours of patch notes. But I am a firm believer in I like the initial design concepts for balance. And what I mean by that is, this is a bad example. What would be the best example? So you have the base class, then you have a minion class, then on here you have a transform or a melee class, and then like a spellcaster. I like the idea of, okay, I like nature and woods and minions and whatever the hell you like. And then you have 3 very different options. Every single mastery or class needs one that can lean into summons. Necromancer, Forge Guard, Beastmaster, Falconer, something that leans into minions. And then basically you want melee ranged. I like that. Obviously, these are like insane because Druid, if you actually picked any mastery that probably had the most options, Druid is probably the most. The amount of builds and combinations with the different transforms in Druid are like unbelievable. It's unbelievable. 4 days. 3 days. 3 days. Have they buffed sets? We're actually on that right now. We're going through unique items. I've been reading the patch notes for 6 hours and 20 minutes, but you can see why it takes so long. Blood Roost now grants 100 to 200 of your bleed chance to your Falcon from 130 to 300 and is now less likely to drop. Nerf. Cleaver Solution no longer has 6 to 16% more bleeding enemies. Nerf. Damn. Cradle of the Erased. 8 to 11% block chance per stack of Golden Aegis. Nerf. 22 to 32 ward gained on blocked. Buffed. +1 block effectiveness per 1% total uncapped resistance from 2 per 1. Wait. 1% block effectiveness. +1 block effectiveness per... Oh, nerfed block effectiveness. Damn, Cradle of the Erased. Shield. They nerfed his shield. Bloody Nib. Effective legendary potential. Dragonflame Edict. Fix a bug where Dragonflame Edict's Dragonflame Nova is being cast by the player instead of the minion nearest the target. Buff. Eulogy of Blood. Effective legendary potential. Exanguous. Hey, they didn't nerf Exanguous. Low Life still works. I thought this item was gonna get murdered. They did not touch the Low Life chest armor. That's cool. Aaron, I need good leveling pulverized style build. Okay. Mahoney. I want to be as clear as possible. And I say this with the utmost of respect. Unless you are racing, you do not need a leveling build. Last Epoch is so easy to level in. You literally go to your skills and you pick Swipe and you take these 3 nodes and then you could go Warcry or Maelstrom and then you put an unspec'd Leap on your bar and in 4 hours you'll be at endgame. Really, Swipe will take you to the promised land. That shield did proc a lot. Hell yeah, it did. I have Reen. Chance to gain a stack of Reen Ire 5 seconds when you crit with a direct melee attack. Not requiring a direct use. Okay, you now have to use Eye of Reen to actually proc its ability. That was a bug. Frostbite Shackles. Now grants 1 ward retention per 2 uncapped cold resistance from 1% ward retention per 1% uncapped cold resistance. That is a 100% nerf on Frostbite Shackles. What you got? You puppy. You puppy. How's Flame Whip looking? I haven't seen anything on Flame Whip. Nothing. Gambler's Fallacy and Soul Gambler's Fallacy. Crit chance bonus no longer applied to channeling skills and no longer reflected in tooltip DPS. Damn. So, normally Disintegrate builds use the freaking head. This with Gambler's Fallacy. This is like the king combo. What they have done is they have excluded channeling skills. They have added to the modifier Soul Gambler's Fallacy no longer works. But again, they talked about this basically in their breakdown, that they don't like the idea of the only way to make this build viable is by getting these 2 items. Like, that is horrible game design. So even though this is one of those examples where, you know, people are going to be pissed, you shouldn't be, because EHG redesigned and gave you a brand new skill with Disintegrate. Aaron, they didn't need the new ward formula did it for them. When will 1-1 builds be updated? Oh man. When I can test them in game. Maybe people don't believe me, but I would never, ever, ever put out a build guide without testing it. Every once in a while, someone will be like, Aaron doesn't even play his builds. He just theorizes them on Last Epoch tools and then puts them out. That is like, anybody that says that has never watched my stream, because every single build put on YouTube has literally been tested and played live on stream with the community. So to answer your question, no builds will be updated until I test them. That being said, a lot of these builds will not require an update. So if there's a build where there's no changes, I will literally just update the title of the video. So yeah. What are we playing on Monday while Ellie updates the server? I have no idea. Right now I hit level 30 in Torchlight Infinite. I just hadn't, like, me and my family are huge 4th of July. We love the 4th of July. So yesterday we had the parade in the morning, and then my whole family was over all day, and then we had fireworks at nighttime, and my brother-in-law's here staying with his 3 kids. So yesterday was just like, people were making fun of me because I was like, oh, I've only played Torchlight Infinite on my phone so far. So yeah, we'll get to that. Sounds fun. Oh, it was awesome. Where is the hat? My 4th of July hat? Yeah, it was a good time. I wonder, do I have my 4th of July picture? I mean, I took so many pictures. Hey, good looking. Talking about myself. Of course. No more leveling for you. That's it. What? The twins. Show your puppy. Then we have. There's the puppies. There's the puppers. The puppies. Does she play Last Epoch too? She does. She does. All right. Enough of the 4th of July. Your son looks like he's in a standoff. No, it was good. It was good. OMG, Aaron is blinding me. I'm sorry. Have you leveled up to dad yet? I have 4 children. 4 children. I have leveled up to dad. What a cool fan bam. Thank you so much. Posture check. All right. There. Okay, let's continue for a minute. I love all the questions. We're at 6 hours in today's stream. Tech, I've been reading the patch notes for 6 hours. Gathering Fury, nothing. Molder's Obligation now grants 2 spell damage for fire and necrotic spells per stack, up to 20 stacks, from 4 to 6 on 40 stacks. Dude, they nerfed the fire belt. Blast Knife now grants 48 to 65 melee damage for directly using detonating arrow. Previously did not require a direct use. Done! It's over! Kaboom! Big bada boom, big. Bada boom, big. Big. Oof, Rax is not gonna like the detonating arrow. Big. Big boom, big. It's so funny. Like, just add in that you have to directly use it. Ah, that's dead. Last Laugh instantly kills enemies that are left between 10, 15 to 20 from 10, 15 to 25. That's stupid. All right. Lethal Concentration. Oh boy. Who was talking about what's a build that you've never made that you're excited for Necro? I said so far my number one is Skeleton Rogues. They have been completely changed. Poison damage stats that now apply at 150 or 210 effectiveness on your Skeleton Rogues from 100%. Ooh. Oh. So Skeleton Rogues, if you don't know, they changed how they function, and now they have an inherent guaranteed 20% poison chance on hit. So Skeleton Rogues are going to be very interesting. Poison damage stats now apply at 110. Effectiveness on your Falcon. Now also grants 1 to 3 throwing minion skills. Lethal Concentration. Yeah, Blast Knife finally got murdered. Nightbringer no longer has the enemies you can blind, cannot crit, because blind has changed. Now grants 30 to 6% blind chance. Now grants 10 to 18% more hit damage to blinded enemies with Multishot. Brow, that's kind of interesting. Nightbringer. Now you get multiplicative damage with Multishot. Throwing minion skills. We can throw our minions. Okay. When you talk about Aaron, what do you want to see in the future? I want to see a weapon where the golem picks up the skeleton and throws it. Is that too much to ask for? I don't think so. Blinded enemies can't crit. That's what I'm saying. Blind is going to be one of the new, if you can get it easily from anywhere, it is a must have. Blind is huge now. Absolutely massive. I want it to use a skeleton as a bat. Okay, what if it pulled out a stick and hit the skeletons and their bones flew all over the enemy? Would that work? No? Oceana freeze rate per chill affect has been replaced with 2% to 4% less damage taken from frozen enemies. Dude, they murdered freeze rate on stuff. Oh my gosh. Plague Bear, this is why people are so mad. They got rid of my favorite thing. Plague Bear. Doesn't matter. Effective legendary potential. We're going to skip over. 6-second cooldown on vines from 7. Hey, we were just talking about this. Spriggan movement skill, the stupid ring. Instead of having to wait 7 seconds to teleport, now you can teleport every 6 seconds. It's perfect. Dying breath. First damage. Snowblind. Stupid? What do you mean? I'll take it. Brilliant. I haven't played Merchant's Guild. Can I buy uniques on it? You cannot. This is why we can't have nice things. People broke them. Right? Dude, I am stacked and ready for the egg, by the way. So for anybody who doesn't know, there's a new mechanic where inside of the Nemesis system, you can add legendary potential to items that don't have legendary potential. So I started new tabs titled Egg. These are all uniques that don't have LP on them. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Wings of Argentis. We got Orin's Eye, Paranoid. We got all kinds of stuff. Salt of the Wound, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bastion of Honor. Aaron wants to lay an egg. Yes. That's why it's going to be hard to use the loot filter. I'm going to use the loot filter for Weaver's Will, but I do not plan on adding a only show items with legendary potential because you're putting in your non-LP good rolls into the egg. Wings for Argentis also have slightly better chance of LP this chance too. I got 1 million of them. If you guys don't know, Wings of Argentis, it is not the rarest armor to find. That is my armor, Aaron's Will. But Wings of Argentis is the rarest to get legendary potential on. And it is used for Warpath. Thank you for the organizing stash video. You're very welcome. It dropped from 115 to 90. That's actually huge. That is huge. Okay. Snowblind. Now also grants chill immunity. Now always uses the Gladiator Helm base type. Okay. No longer grants 40 armor. Snowblind is terrible. Okay. Snowdrift. Ooh, what did they do to Snowdrift? Now grants 1% cold penetration with Frostbite per 10 freeze rate. From 2 penetration per 10. People are gonna hate that. Oh, they're gonna hate that. Talons of Valor, effective level potential. Nope, don't care. Wings of Argentis. You're right. They lowered her from 115 to 90. Good. This is going to help my egg chances. The egg will save us. Wait. You said uniques can't be bought from the bazaar anymore. What are you talking about? Of course they can. The bazaar was just down for 48 hours when they were updating it. Nerfed across the board, Cold. Wraith Lord's Harbor. Oh, boy. Oh, I could just feel the writing on the wall on this one. The Wraith Lord can now consume up to 5 minions within a single cast from an unlimited amount and gain 3 spell damage for each minion consumed from +10. The buff can still stack endlessly. Ooh, that's not good. The Wraith Lord's beam ability now has a base damage and damage effectiveness of 40 and 200 from 70 to 350. You know what's crazy? This is a huge nerf for Wraith Lord. It's still going to be the best Necro build. It'll still be number one. Even with this, it'll still be number one. That is how much better it is than everything else. That's my guess. That will still be stupidly strong. People are going to be like, why did you kill my Wraith Lord? And it's going to be like, no. It is probably still the best by, I don't know, 100%. It's actually probably not enough. It will still be stupidly strong. Oh, for sure. Summon baseball bats? I feel like, Robert, if you were going to summon baseball bats, that's basically a forged weapon, right? It's a flying sword, flying baseball bat. Pretty close. I have a level 100 Wraith Lord. Yep. Dang, they nerfed the crap out of that one. Wraith Lord's so good. This is the one where, like, can we just be honest? I played Wraith Lord. I have a Wraith Lord build I put out less than a month ago. I was using Wraith Lord to kill tier 4 Julra in a few seconds to help upgrade gear. I am okay with them reeling in Wraith Lord to a manageable, figure instead of killing it. It was so beyond good. And they didn't kill it. It's still going to do 500, 600, 700 corruption guaranteed. That might be the strongest build in the whole game from what they've done to other builds. I have a friend in game who runs 1150 corruption on his Wraith Lord 18,000 ward. I'm looking forward to messing around with Elemental Nova Wrong Warp build, and this just makes it better. All right, let's see what we got. Wrong Warp. Wrong Warp now time locks enemies within 4 meters of your destination from 8 meters. And now only time locks non-boss enemies from time locking all enemies. Bosses are instead slowed. Wrong Warp grants 5 to 10% increased cooldown recovery speed for teleport and transplant from 35, 55 listed and 10 to 18 actual. Nerf. Bug. Fixed a bug where Wrong Warp's increased spell damage per 1% increased movement speed was giving increased damage instead of increased spell damage. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much... I mean, once the bug is fixed, that's a decent buff. Enemy balance. I think we're done with the patch notes. Was that it? We're not reading enemy fixes. I don't care what anyone says. I ain't reading enemy stuff. No way. I think we did it. Holy crap. We read 6 hours and 45 minutes of patch notes. Don't be a quitter. Read it or I break it off. They are nerfing Cold when I spent all season asking them
Get some help.
to make Cold Warlock a thing. You can turn Chaos Bolts into Cold. Yeah, Cold Warlock isn't going to be a thing. Campaign, Monolith, multiplayer. All right. Ready? Let's go through it. Let's read some comments, see if there's anything good. I just want my Void Mage. Hey, you can turn Disintegrate to Void. We were talking about that. Yeah, you make fun of my Cold Summoner. Here it goes. I hope for some Lich love. Got none. Okay, I didn't expect this much nerfs. Holy moly, where are the buffs? I'm still excited for the cycle, but right now I'm a little bit disappointed about the fact that everything got nerfed. It's better than getting the love some of us got. Why limit the amount of consumed minions on Wraith Lord's Harbor? Why? Druid and Shaman viable this season? Question mark. This is like, I can't. I quit early last season because it's underwhelming compared to the other classes my friend play. Druid legitimately has so many options. This should read, Druid and Shaman are underwhelming compared to the bugged S tier builds my friends play. That's my guess is what it is. I see creep people crying about OP builds. I'm pretty sure the avalanche changes will be meta Shaman build. Maybe. Where are Morrow Shards changes? Please tell me if you forgot to put it in the patch notes. Shocked we did not get more Acolyte changes. Abomination needs work, guys. These are just, I'm jumping past replies to ones we read. Holy moly, the nerfs to freeze are so massive. Freezing bosses is probably about 90 to 99% harder now. It got hit by like 7 combined nerfs. Freeze has nothing to do with damage reduction changes. More nerfs to snap freeze. This person is pissed off. Pissed off. Seriously, freeze and freeze rate is completely dead now. And the associated mods are basically dead filler stats. Very sad. It was a very fun build style that EHG apparently wants to no longer exist. This is serious. This person. People kill me. Jesus, they can only do so much in a few months. These people think EHG work around the clock. Let me translate. EHG is big meanies. I don't know. You know. I think about what this person is saying. Like, let it sink in for a second. Holy moly. It's going to be harder to freeze the boss. This person is upset that they can't 100% freeze the boss to kill them. You shouldn't even be able to freeze the boss. You should be able to chill the boss. You could slow the boss. Maybe freezing has a different effect on them. This person is literally like so upset because they can't freeze the boss. You mean have to engage with mechanics? I don't know. And then like again, guess what builds can push 1,000 or 2,000 corruption? Freeze builds, you know. Because how do you stay alive? Well, you just freeze everything. That way it's not hitting you. Did they really just increase the amount of XP needed to reach max level? I know so many people that quit just because it took too long to get to max level. One person replied, reaching level 100 in last Epoch is still the fastest out of any ARPG. Well, Diablo 4 is faster now. That's false. D4 is the fastest. That's really funny. Everybody is commenting on that one long post on Freeze. What did you do to my Falconer? This feels like a D3 season nerf. Hey, you were in the chat. Where are you? You still out there? Look, I found your comment. What? That guy won. He got lots of attention. I was hoping they'd improve then controller inventory management and overall implementation, sort of what Diablo 4 has. Agreed, they just crushed the defense of the class and subclass instead of fixing the stuff fixed around. Oh, Porcupine. All right. We don't need to. It's just. We don't need to read through it. All right. Let's do this for a second for the people just showing up here. Give me a chance to save my voice for a minute, since I've been reading for 7 hours straight. Enjoy 10 minutes of Mr. Judd.
Greetings, travelers. I'm Judd Kobler, game director for Last Epoch, and
I already paused to comment. There's something wrong with me. I had the option to get that purple hat, and I chose the gray one on my head. I feel like an idiot still thinking about it.
I'm thrilled to announce that Last Epoch's first post-launch cycle, Harbingers of Ruin, Cycle 1.1, is just around the corner, arriving on July 9th. We're very excited to share all of the awesome new content that we've been working on. Let's dive in for a sneak peek at
4 months
everything
CA.
coming your way.
Thanks, Headshot.
In Cycle 1.1, you'll be facing off against our newest pinnacle boss, Aberoth, the Herald of Oblivion, and his legion of Harbingers. Aberoth is a fearsome foe who has selected his strongest legionnaires to hunt down Atera's champions and give them a choice. Either join his side and dedicate themselves to Orbis, or perish. While exploring and fighting your way through Atera, you will frequently encounter these fallen warriors that have been defeated by the Harbingers and tainted by corruption, waiting patiently to exact a revenge on other travelers. When interacting with these remains, choices will be given to acquire their previously equipped items, but the vengeful void will cause the remains to animate and attack. This forms the Nemesis system, where by clicking on a Nemesis, which appears as swirling pieces of armor above a slain warrior, brings up a menu where you above a slain as swirling.
Just in case you missed it, yes, let me screenshot that. That is a dual shield Sentinel. That is a dual shield Sentinel.
Pieces of armor above a slain warrior brings up a menu where you can see 4 items that are obtainable. You're given 3 options. 1, you can banish the Nemesis entirely, so the next one you...
Good call. The Nemesis does show up on the mini map, and I said this earlier. Again, it's been a very long stream. It's not like exiled mages, unless they make a change from what I've played already. Normally, exiled mages, loot caches are almost in every single Echo run. Nemesis is not. So when you see one on the map, you definitely want to interact with it.
Encounter has brand new items. 2.
Wouldn't you always want to banish? No, you literally one. Okay, shouldn't say that. 99% of the time you hit Empower. Okay, so empowering basically takes these 4 items and ups their stats. It could give them forging potential. It can up their rarity. It could seal affixes. It could give more legendary potential. It could change a unique into a legendary. So you hit empower, challenge. The only time you would banish is if your 4 options are like garbage. Like, let's say your build, you have to use a sword. And the options are a non-class item, a staff, a shield, and a pair of boots. It's like, okay, banish that and start anew.
You can challenge the Nemesis, causing the equipment to coalesce into a powerful foe that drops its displayed items when slain. Or 3. You can empower the Nemesis. This will result in it challenging you, but escaping if you were able to defeat it. The next time you find a Nemesis...
Also, it's not an easy fight.
This event, it will be more challenging, but the displayed items
Randall, I'm
will
doing
have been
great.
carried
Thank you,
over
sir.
and upgraded in various ways. This can be done a maximum of 2 times. Empowering a Nemesis can upgrade its items in many ways that are impossible through the normal crafting system. It can...
So if you didn't see it, I don't know if this video is altered or not, but this Gathering Fury bow was a 1 LP. And on the final Empower, it upgraded it to 4 legendary potential. So this is the idea of what I was saying. In last Epoch right now, I have created 2 new tabs. I call them Egg. Maybe I'll do Egg 1 and Egg 2. Anytime you find a good, unique item that does not have legendary potential on it, you can now put it into the egg, and it'll either add forging potential or add legendary potential, or turn it into a legendary. They look like regular tabs full of stuff. No, it's all good stuff. Basically, it's all like very rare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Salt of the Wounds. It's the rarest gloves. I'm sorry, behind Ravenous Void.
add sealed affixes up to tier 7, raise forging potential above its normal maximum, and turn rare items into exalted ones. It can also upgrade unique items, adding legendary potential to them, or turn them directly into legendaries with random affixes. At higher levels, Nemesis can spawn a special unique, the Egg of the Forgotten, which can be replaced by one of your own uniques as long as it has no...
Very cool, too, that when you hit the egg, you can directly access your stash tab. So the second I saw this, I was like, this is gonna yes, it's great, but it's gonna suck, because that means you have to carry around the items in your inventory. No, directly click into your stash. OMG, I was wondering about... I know, they're so smart. And by the way, everybody, you are all about to see the item that I am launching Cycle 2 with, my first build.
legendary potential.
This is the new one-handed tooth sword that allows you to summon raptors up to your companion limit. Or another way of putting it, you can have a pack of 5 raptors. This will be Action RPG's first build. Am I excited? Yes! Yes, I am.
Or Weaver's Will, allowing you to empower that unique with the system. To stop the threat of the Harbingers, you'll need to work with the Forgotten Knight to devise a plan to take out their leader, Aberoth, last Epoch's brand new pinnacle boss, and the source of their power. You'll need to progress through the new in-game faction, the Forgotten Knights, to gain access to Aberoth himself, but only the strongest will have a chance of taking him down, gathering his spoils, and ending the Harbinger threat. The journey begins after completing the final level 90 non-empowered timeline and surviving a Harbinger's ambush for the first time. Harbingers will begin ambushing you when you defeat a timeline boss, extending the fight where they will use their abilities in combination with abilities of the previously defeated boss. If you're able to defeat the first Harbinger, you will take his eye to the Forgotten Knight, Orinthia, and be invited to join the Forgotten Knights faction, which tracks your Harbinger's specific progress. You'll need to lure out increasingly powerful Harbingers across.
Are you allowed to talk about Avalanche now? Yes, I am. Is 1-1 like a new cycle where we need to re-level for new items? JD, I can't even tell. I did my best to talk to EHG about, I don't know if marketing's probably not the right word. I don't know. Branding. You know, like Diablo 4, Season 4, Season 5, Season 6. Well, what we have is patch 1.1. And yes, you might think, is patch 1.1 like a bug fix? Is it a cycle 1 patch? Like, what the hell does that mean? Now, normally what people say is, well, you know, PoE's on 3.25. You can't compare it to PoE. Anyways, yes. This last Epoch, patch 1.1, is Cycle 2, Harbingers of Ruin. This is a brand new season. It's a brand new league. It's a brand new beginning. Awesome. Thank you so much. You're welcome. By the way, jump to in-game again so I can give you this breakdown. What's going to happen is very simple. Normally, when you unlock Empowered, okay, you'll beat Spirits of Fire at 90, you'll beat Age of Winter at 90, and you'll beat the Last Ruin at 90. Whatever your final fight is, right? It doesn't matter. Let's say it's Spirits of Fire. You kill the 3 dudes. A Harbinger is going to pop out. If you kill that Harbinger, you will then run over here, and you'll be able to unlock Empowered, which then breaks open a little an island right here. And this is where the end game business is. And this is where you fight the Pinnacle boss. This is where you track your faction. It's right there. I think the patch version of Cycle Season should line up. I also can't even tell you how many times I told them that. I was like, if you guys would have branded Cycle 1 as Cycle 0, then 1.1 would make sense because it would be Cycle 1. But no, you branded Cycle 1 game launch as Cycle 1. So you can't have Cycle 1 twice. So now you're Cycle 2. Well, they're called cycles, but we're just calling them 1.1. Like, what? 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 I can't go through this. Is that technically sound it makes? That is the technical sound it makes, yes.
Powered timelines through the Monolith of Fate. Once 10 different Harbingers are vanquished, you can spend a Harbinger Eye you've collected to enter the place where travelers are corrupted into Harbingers, the Altar of Oblivion. This is where you will challenge the Pinnacle boss, Adroth. To help tackle these challenging new threats, and because we've tested it and it's just way fun to use, we're introducing a new evade or dodge roll mechanic. While evade doesn't offer immunity frames or serve as a traversal skill, it's a crucial part of your survival toolkit, with 2 charges available from level 1. Unlike other skills, evade isn't swappable and lacks a skill tree, but its cooldown recovery speed increases as your character levels up. Furthermore, evade can be enhanced by various affixes and even...
So, for the new season, you keep your tabs you bought, or no. If you decide to play Cycle, it is fresh. Just like Diablo, just like PoE, just like Torchlight, it is 100% reset. Unless you decide to play Legacy. What is the state of my walking avalanche build? It's going to be even better with the new tree.
unique items that dramatically modify its functionality.
Did you try the Pinnacle boss on the new test server? I tried the Harbinger system, factions, and Nemesis. I did not fight the Pinnacle boss.
Having evade will allow us to design boss fights, knowing that
The
all
crab!
players have a way to
Look at the
traverse out of
crab!
harm's way quickly without having to choose to take a more powerful traversal ability on their action bar.
Good luck, Risen.
1.1 brings the most extensive balance updates of any patch ever, unlocking many exciting new build opportunities. We've updated skills, passives, and mechanics and can't wait to see what builds emerge as a result. For example, mana now regenerates while channeling on most channeled abilities, making skills like Warpath and Disintegrate awesome to build around. The Mage's Disintegrate skill tree has been updated and can now gain multiple stages.
My first build is a brand new Primalist. Sorry, question was asked, what's your first build? Have you decided? Yes, I decided a month ago. My first build will be a Primalist Beastmaster Raptor pack.
Of destruction. Minions are now tankier.
Raptors!
The Sentinel's Shield Bash ability has received extensive updates. The Spellblade Mastery now has more access to Critical Strike. The Sorcerer has even more incentive to build high mana. Shaman and Forge Guard have received extensive updates to be more powerful and interesting. The Primalist Avalanche ability is no longer a channeled skill by default and can do...
There's the new Avalanche. So these 3 nodes are new for Coldstone Elemental. You right here, this node, you can channel and proc Earthquake. This node you can proc your Upheaval. You can still turn it into a channeling skill. You could still have it follow you. But there's going to be lots of stuff you can do.
Things like proc Earthquake and Upheaval. And the Rogue's Multishot has been buffed when used directly, alongside much more. See the patch notes for a full list of updates. And of course, with new and challenging content and massive balance updates, we're introducing a large swath of awesome new uniques to hunt. For example, the Nihilus Amulet, last Epoch's first ever unique to have negative to positive roll ranges.
Okay. Thanks, Judd. I did not plan this, so I don't want to hear anything. All right, maybe it was planned. I'm putting it right now in Twitch. There it is, the Discord link. I'll put it in YouTube as well. My YouTube channel, Action RPG, is 140 members away from 4,000. Okay? And we just started sign up for the brand new community event. Okay? Now, this new community event, I already released a video on it this morning. This amulet, the Nihilus Amulet, the first person in Cycle and the first person in Legacy to find a Nihilus Amulet that has a roll of +2 to skills, and you turn it into a legendary with a T7 health affix, wins the race. Okay, you have the link to Discord and Twitch. You have the link to Discord and YouTube. All you do, join the Discord. You can either go to announcements or you can go to Last Epoch. The sign up is right there. You just click interested. Better be winning $1,000 for all that effort. Well, let me first tell you that you're going to want this damn thing anyways. So you're already going to be looking for it. You might as well win something. The person that wins in Legacy and the person that wins in Cycle will get a custom Action RPG merch item. This is the 7th treasure hunt we have run. I've never won one. And before anybody says, oh, it's not fair, Merchants Guild COF won last treasure hunt.
This large variance means that finding a well-rolled one will result in you obtaining a very powerful
Happy
item.
hunting.
The Nihilus Amulet is extremely versatile.
Yeah, I'll get you
and can
some
be used in
tacos.
many builds. Meet the Monument of Protection. This
Dual
Sentinel
shield
counts as a one-handed axe and can be equipped with another shield, adding significant offense to shield-based skills and strong additional defenses. And the new Black Blade of Chaos. This powerful in-game two-hander changes the Blade Dancer's Lethal Mirage into a skill that can be used much more frequently, providing a potent and engaging new playstyle. There are 30 uniques coming with patch 1.1, so happy hunting. Let's talk about some of
tomorrow's video. I'm going to break down all 30 new uniques
of the existing system changes coming with patch 1.1. First off, we've added 2 new ranks to both Circle of Fortune and Merchants Guild factions and reduced the time it takes to reach the highest ranks. We've also revised their rank rewards, and there's now smoother progression in the items to access with Merchants Guild, and we provided Circle of Fortune with ranks to receive more boss loot, experimental item affixes, and the final rank now completes the prophecy twice instead of just duplicating the reward itself. We're also working towards improving the Merchants Guild Bazaar search feature and plan to release those updates during the 1.1 patch as soon as possible. We're excited to announce that we're adding level ladders alongside arena ladders, which can be accessed both in-game and on the official Last Epoch website this patch.
When you're listening to all this, the skill updates, the quality of life, the new uniques, the nemesis, the pinnacle boss, the new faction, doesn't it make you a little sad that there's people that are so upset? Can't you just be like, you know, this is great. There's so much good. I don't agree with everything, but can't we at least... There's a lot of good here. No?
We're also adding timestamps on the
Poop
arena
dollar,
ladder entries
hello.
so that players are able to tell when an entry on the leaderboard
I don't
was
care
made.
about their opinion.
We've replaced boss dynamic damage reduction with a new boss ward system, which solves a number of issues. This new system clearly represents boss's true health, makes health leech reliable, ensures players' damage output meets expectations, and there's no longer downsides to higher DPS builds. We have a few changes coming to the Monolith of Fate. First, Echoes now more consistently contain swarming and rare enemies to ensure that they're sufficiently populated and rewarding. We've heard your feedback that progressing through non-empowered timelines on alts is too time-consuming. In 1.1, you will be able to find the new Glyph of Envy, which siphons stability from your items to add to your timelines.
This item, I will openly admit, takes time to understand, and it is weird, okay? When you use this glyph, it will automatically upgrade one affix. So your damage reflection will go from tier 1 to tier 2, and then everything else on the item switches. And through that, through your crafting, it builds stability on your monolith.
The stability granted to uncompleted, non-empowered timelines is very high, allowing you to quickly progress through the unempowered.
Okay. So, I'm going to switch sides really quick. He just used it. Now, when he used the Glyph of Stability, it changed this affix. I'm sorry. I don't know which one he used it on. It changed this affix, this affix, this affix, the base. Literally, the base armor changed, and it created a tier 2 chance to cast fire aura on skill. So it added sealed affixes and changed the whole thing. But by doing that, it added 161 stability to Fall of the Outcasts. Aaron, I still don't get it. That means when you are leveling up stability, you no longer have to fight in echoes. You can use these new glyphs to just get to the boss fight.
Powered monolith on alt characters. We've also made some changes to the Gaze
Holy
of Orbis
crap.
mechanic found in empowered monoliths, which previously could be overly punishing. Not only were there diminishing returns at higher amounts of gaze, you also lost all of it if you died to a Shade of Orbis. In 1.1, every stack of Gaze of Orbis always gives 12 corruption, but you can only use 4 at once, the rest carrying over to your next Echo Web. Additionally, when you die to a Shade of Orbis, you now only lose a single stack. Also, in parties, everyone who has enough stability to get blessing and boss-specific rewards is also given 1 Gaze of Orbis, making it easier for multiple people to progress corruption together in a party.
Dude, there's no worse feeling than killing the boss 3 times. You have 3 Gaze of Orbis, and then you die to the Shade of Orbis, and that hour, 2 hours, just completely wasted. So now you can build them up. You always get the same corruption, and on a death, you only lose 1 stack. Big difference. Question, what are people mad about? They say there's too many nerfs to last season's meta builds.
Next, let's dive into the massive amount of quality of life additions that we have been working on with our community that you can expect to see in both Cycle and Legacy with the launch of Cycle 1.1, Harbingers of Ruin. In 1.1, all blessings that your character finds and can select from are stored and can be changed out at a vendor for a gold cost. Additionally, all characters that share a stash together have the option to equip a minimum value of all found blessings, as long as they have conquered the timeline it is found from. You can even access grand blessings normally found in empowered timelines by just conquering the normal version of the timeline. You can now search timeline echoes with text or via icon. We've made some good improvements just conquering the normal version, as long as they have.
This update, I just don't know if everybody comprehends what they have given. I just don't know if you can comprehend. I was under the impression they were going to give every blessing you have selected, you store in a codex. That is not how it works. Every blessing option is stored in a codex for you to select. So every time you fight a boss above 200 corruption and it gives you 5 options, those 5 options are stored, and the highest roll of that option will be available to you to switch for free at any point, including the fact that the minimum rolled blessing value is available account-wide. Massive. Oh my gosh. Because I'm sure a lot of you are like me. It's like, I need max mana. Oh, I don't need mana. I need lightning resistance. Oh, I don't need lightning resistance. I need lightning shred. Oh, let's go fight Lagon 100 times. Like, no, you never have to do that again. In the Q&A stream, they talked about it with the alts. You get the lowest roll first, and then when you complete the timeline, you get boss the rest of the codex. Yeah. They have idols that have term armor and some that say arm or. Did they fix this? I don't know. Did they bow and nerf Lagon? Not that I saw. I skipped all the enemy stuff. I'll look at it.
Conquer the timeline it is found from. You can even access grand blessings normally found in empowered timelines by just conquering the normal version of the timeline. You can now.
This is a pretty cool little update too. People have asked about this for a while, and it's not huge, but it's a nice quality of life. Just like when you're searching your passives or your skills, you can just now type up here or click on the image, because sometimes you have these massive webs, and it will literally just throw like a circle around it as a visual indicator for what you're looking for. It's pretty nice.
Goes with text or via icon.
Also up here, you have a select difficulty button. So if you clicked this, you can immediately swap between your level 90 or your level 100 timelines. So if you're grouping or you're playing a different character or testing something.
We've made some good improvements to the loot filter. For example, you can now filter for legendary potential and Weaver's Will.
Okay. I highly recommend filtering for Weaver's Will. I do not recommend you filtering for legendary potential because, again, you want to keep good high-level items. This is my egg stash to put inside of the egg because you can add LP to items now. So remember, you can add LP to items now.
Selecting multiple ethics conditions is now supported in the user.
I did not get a chance to try out shield throw. My CT test realm was all disintegrate.
Interface. For example, you can have one condition to only show boots with an exalted movement speed prefix, and a second condition.
Explain how the egg works, please. I'll explain at the end of the video.
To only show those boots if they also have another prefix from a separate selected list. And loot filter rules now have numbers, and we've added an option to show those rule numbers in brackets next to items on the ground to show which loot filter rule is applying to the item. Great for troubleshooting your filter and deepening your understanding of how the loot filter works. We have added 2 different variations of always displaying your endurance threshold on your health bar that can be changed in the gameplay
I love this. It's hard to see. No, you can't see it.
settings.
You can see endurance on your health bar now.
We're thrilled to be bringing you all of this and much more, like visual updates, client performance improvements, tons of bug fixes, network gameplay improvements, and plenty others with our first major post-launch patch. Check out the patch notes for full details, and we'll see you in Last Epoch Patch 1.1 Harbingers of Ruin on July 9th.
I don't need it.
I just explained it. No problem. I explained it again. It's what I'm here for. When you come across Nemesis, you'll see this little gold circle on the ground. This is a fallen warrior from the Harbingers. You will sometimes get an egg. And if you click on the egg,
This will result in it challenging you.
you can
defeat
replace it.
Find a nemesis, but the display items in various ways. Times possible through the build athic items into exalted ones. It can also unique items, adding legend.
Oh, hold on, it's right
Also
there.
upgrade unique items, exalted ones. It can and turn rare items into normal maximum, and turn rare items into
Oh, it's right there.
the Egg of the Forgotten,
Okay, listen.
which can be replaced by one of your own uniques as long.
So when you see the egg, you can replace it with your own item. And this is the item I'm going to build my first build off of. You can summon raptors up to your companion limit.
As it has no legendary potential.
So when you put this into the egg, it'll basically do one of 2 things. It will transform this item into a legendary and give it random affixes, or it'll add legendary potential.
Or Weaver's Will, allowing you to empower that unique with the system. To stop the threat of the Harbingers, you'll need to work with the Forgotten Knight to devise a plan to take out their leader.
No, it cannot add Weaver's Will. Is that specific Primalist, or could you do Raptors on an Acolyte? It's only Primalist. It's only a Primalist. Okay. Now I feel like I need to look at enemies. We didn't look at enemies. I've been reading the patch notes for 7.5 hours. And I was like, there's no way I'm reading enemy changes. But okay, we can look at boss changes. That should be very easy. Did they give Lagon an update? Elder Gaspar improved hitbox on the Tri-Elemental Beam. Optimize Herod's Ice Stab attack. Okay. No. Nothing on Lagon. Can you find an item with 0 Weaver's Will? You cannot. You cannot. Lagon stands. He does. He does. Well, everybody, 7-hour stream today. I think we made tremendous progress. If you asked me at the beginning of stream, Aaron, what are the odds you're going to read the entire patch notes? I would have said 0. And I mean, we didn't read the bug fixes, but we got through the majority of it, and I can't believe it. 3 days and 14 hours. So you can put any item with 20 Weaver's Will and add more to it using the egg. No, you cannot put Weaver's Will in. So with the egg, you can put in any unique that does not have legendary potential. Makes uniques more useful to keep. So again, everyone knows how organized I normally am in my stash. Everything in order, highest roll kept. Helmets, shields, armor, relics, catalysts, belts, boots, gloves, bows, staffs, accessories, two-handed, one-handed, sets, weavers. I have now added in egg. These aren't very organized, but basically any unique item that I find, here's an example, a Bastion of Honor that does not have legendary potential, a Wheel of Torment, a lot of Wings of Argentus, Aaron's Will, whatever, Salt of the Wound, Smoke Weavers. I'm throwing in this stash. And then when I come across an egg, I'll just pick something and put it in. Thanks for the clarification. You're welcome. The only way to get Weaver's Will is one of those by letting the egg randomize it. Yeah, the egg will spit you out a Weaver's Will item, but you can't add it in with the egg. Correct. It gives a random number or 1 LP. Every time you empower it, you have a chance to add LP. Sometimes you get none. Sometimes you get 1. In his video, which he shouldn't have done, he added 4. So in his Gathering Fury bow, or whatever it is, he added 4 LP to his bow through empowering. I got a feeling that will not be normal, but it is possible. So everybody, this is my Raptor that does 300,000 damage. And to be clear, I am not going to be able to make 5 of these that do 300,000. It'll be less damage. But the new build I am making, come cycle 2, I will have 5 instead of 1. 5 instead of 1. If you take the wolf tree, you can get 6. Maximum companions plus 1. It's right. You could have 6. You'd give up a skill for 1 extra raptor. Hey, I literally didn't catch that. You could have 6. There's literally nothing that would help you, huh? It would be literally you're taking a skill for one raptor. He's right. But you can't turn raptors into squirrels. You cannot turn raptors into squirrels. No. They will be. I mean, who knows? Maybe 1 raptor will be better than 5. But it's going to be fun. It would have to be like, okay, we have a free skill. And there's just nothing that I like. All right, I'll take the damn 6 raptor. Oh, we're for sure going to mess with 6 raptors, though. Just for fun, I feel like. How about the Locust unique? Yeah. Hive Queen is pretty high on my list. My old Hive Queen build. Right now, my first build will be Raptor Pack. Second build will be Disintegrate, Righteous Fire. Third build will be Forged Weapon, Forge Guard. And then we'll decide from there. By that time, everything will be insane. We need a unique that turns raptors into Godzilla. That's a pretty good idea. That's a pretty good idea. Hey bro, explosive trap plus detonating arrow is dead after this patch? Yeah, toast. Basically any build that can do 1,000 corruption, they said no soup for you. So now you get to play with all the new builds that can do 1,000 corruption. Said no soup for you. Do you know if the new servers are going to fix the raging bear form? I don't understand what that means. Ask your question a different way. By the way, anybody that needs to... Oh, the glitch on it? I didn't read the bugs. There's like 100 pages of them, so I didn't read all the bugs. I could probably do like a Alt F and see if there's anything for Rampage. So what are those new build? I don't know. I play what I think is going to be fun. Raptor pack should be a lot of fun. Disintegrate Fire Aura should be a lot of fun. Forged Weapons should be much stronger, especially if it's triggering Ring of Shields. Locust is going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's good. I don't know who's going to find the bugged interaction. I don't know. Oh, we definitely want to mess around with Void Beam. See if we get some Void Beam going. I'm going to try and see what I can do with a new Poison Necro. I've never used Poison Necro before. And we're going to see what we could do with some Skeleton Rogues. There's going to be so much stuff to try. Decided I'm going Forge Guard. That's it. Consider it written. Consider it done. I'm still not played any Lich build or a Swarmblade build before. Swarmblade is a lot of fun. What I like about Swarmblade is every once in a while you find something that's like unique. Like, oh, I don't know if I have experienced this kind of thing in an action RPG. Playing as a flying bug that has lots of options. Do you want to have a minion army? Do you want to go into Swarm Strike? Do you want to go into Maelstrom? Do you want to go in? There's so much fun stuff inside of it. Getting Murph somehow sounds worse than getting nerfed. It's probably true. Get him, Raptor. Get him. What's really cool about Raptor 2 is it has two synergies that are awesome. One, Raptors leap with you. So my whole Raptor pack is going to jump with me. Two, inside of Warcry, it has Berserker. And Berserker also works with your Raptor and Bear. We're going to super buff this Raptor pack. Your Poison Necro should be as good as your Wolsen Necro. That's impossible. That's impossible. My only minions, Wolsen Necro, pushed the hardest content. Like the max content. I guess it's possible. Raptor! Swarmblade Lightning Bug is dead. They decrease the dodge from Serpent Strike. Wait, why does the dodge matter so much? They didn't change the way Stormbolt works with tornadoes or Maelstrom. Right? Lightning Swarm Bolt. I think it'll function the exact same. They did change something for the storm bolts, how many it can proc. Max of 10. If you're proccing 10 storm bolts a second, or even every 2 seconds from Maelstrom and Tornado, that should still be very viable. Derek's here? I think that's my hat. This is my hat. What are you talking about? Everybody, if you don't know Derek, Derek is one of the oldest members of the studio for EHG. He's currently in Twitch chat right now. And he helps head up the entire art department. He's the artist. He's the art guy. Derek, look, I've already got my egg tabs ready. I got my egg tabs ready. It was only for Maelstrom, not tornadoes. Yeah, so then it doesn't matter. Thank you for all the hard work. Damn! Derek for the win. Good to see the artist around. See? Derek, now that all the cats... Derek, now that all the cats are out of the bag, how are you feeling? Nervous at all? Good? I was testing Abrath using your builds. Good stuff as always. I'm glad they helped. I'm excited for Raptor Pack. That's what I'm going to start with. And just so you know, I decided on Raptor Pack before Mike decided on Raptor Pack. He's trying to copy me. Still can't sleep. I'm too excited. Derek, I know you could never say they aren't going to work. We had a good discussion earlier. So people were asking me like, Aaron, what do you want to see? And normally that question is like builds, masteries, skills, balance. And I said, you know what I want to see? I want to see EHG, who I respect and adore, have a launch where the servers work. That is what I want to see, because there is nothing more painful than being live to hundreds of people and it doesn't work. That is what I am excited for. Or scared about. I don't know, however you want to put it. Love Ellie. No game has captured my attention like this since Diablo 2. Ellie is my favorite ARPG right now. I want to see the game advertised better. You think they're selling themselves short or what? The main reason why we can't sleep. We're doing everything we can and then some. This is for sure. It's good. Also, we are going to be tracking.
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
We're going to be tracking player counts as well. Comparing it to 1.0, seeing how many return. It's going to be awesome. I'm also attempting a 48-hour stream. I've got tons of giveaways. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'll give away some of my EHG socks that I've never worn. I got them right here. Oh, by the way, everybody. In the patch notes, they talk about 30 new cosmetics coming and 4 brand new supporter packs. And if you're so nice and decide to pick up any of those supporter packs, you could get them through my Nexus store as well. It just supports everyone. It's just like buying them through Steam or the game. We want the ones you wore. You want me to wear the socks for a day and then send them to you that way? I always buy all of them.
Yeah, baby.
No? Do you need the new unique sword for the Raptor packs? You do. You do. But it's a world drop. So if you I have 386 attempts
Emotional
to get my Raptor sword. Do you want in and out? Has a more ridiculous question ever been asked? Yes, please. Orange wants some too. Weird fans. I was giving away an EHG cup, the LE61 cup. People were like, hey, can you spit in it or drink out of it and then send it? I was like, you guys are insane. You're absolutely insane. Me and Jay are going to go get in line soon. All right. Insane. I got to spend time with Derek, by the way, in chat. We were in Germany together for Gamescom. It was a lot of fun. We had a lot of bratwurst in Germany. Bomb. I want LE merch. Everybody does. It's too hot right now. I got my hoodie right over here. I need a purple hat. I should have took the purple hat. They're like, do you want the purple or gray one? I was like, I'll take the gray one, which is obviously awesome. I should have taken the purple one. Silly. By the way, Chad, I stole some of his socks. I might sell them. Oh, great. The purple is pretty cool. I know it is. And at Gamescom, Judd wore the purple on stage, and he always wears it in all his announcement videos. Purple's where it's at. It's where it's at. Just much like game-worn jerseys, they're in high demand. That makes sense. That's what it is. Wifey will be back by breakfast. Okay. So let's talk through some stuff. Today, let's say soon-ish, seeing as how I already made 2 videos today. I made 2 videos today and have streamed for 8 hours. So soon-ish, we will be ending today's stream. And we will be giving away a free copy of Last Epoch. All the people on YouTube, all the people on X, I really mean it when I say I appreciate you watching. Unfortunately, right now, I can only run the giveaway through Twitch. So that gives you time to jump over. All you have to do is type in !giveaway in the Twitch chat. You're doing a 24-hour stream on release day. I'm going to attempt a 48-hour stream. Now, let me explain what that means. That is not a 48-hour stream straight through. I'm going to attempt to stream all day and then leave the stream on and say, yay, the servers worked. I'm going to bed. Good night. And then we'll see you in the morning. And the stream just runs all night. And I wake up and then we just get back to it. You guys did that on purpose. That's the plan. So come on over to Twitch. Type in !giveaway. Now, I am pausing announcements. If you are new here,
Use up all the glue on purpose.
if you are new here, you probably don't know that every once in a while, the inmates take over the asylum. Any level 2 hype train or higher, the polka will flow until the hype train is over. Look at them. Look at them all. Look at them all. Back to more announcements in a bit. Have a good night, Derek. Thanks for coming by. Polka scared him away. Me too. You guys need the banger. To all the new polka fans out there, you need to hear the banger. The Twitch chat's going wild. Now you get to do some swing polka. Got a beautiful 80 seconds left. This sounds like King Louie trying to catch the monkey that's like whistling. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you all for the support. What a great polka train. All right. Let's do this. What a fun stream. Today was honestly such a great stream. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Tomorrow's video. We are back on announcements. Tomorrow's video. I'll try and make it as streamlined as possible. All 30 brand new uniques and what classes they are for. Sometimes it'll work on both, and I'll try to explain that. But here's all the uniques for Acolyte. Here's the uniques for Sentinel, Primalist, Rogue, Mage, and then generic uniques. So tomorrow's video, I'll timestamp it, Try and make it about 15 minutes long, and we'll blow through all 30 uniques. That'll be tomorrow's video. I have made the announcement now that everything is out of the bag that I will be starting Cycle 2 as a Primalist Beastmaster Raptor pack build, and we're going to see what that's like. I honestly don't know if it's going to be better than Solo Raptor, because there's so many awesome synergies with Solo Raptor. But the fact that we will have 5 instead of 1, you're going to be able to put Berserk on all 5. You're going to be able to leap with all 5. And the new unique one-handed sword. Since it's a unique, you can add legendary potential and then throw on an awesome tier 7 affix like base minion melee. It should be a lot of fun to play with. So our first build for Cycle 2 will be Raptor Pack Beastmaster. The second build will be Disintegrate, Channeling Disintegrate, Fire Aura, Righteous Fire Rune Master. And the third build will be a Forge Guard Forged Minions. That is the plan. That is the plan. Don't forget the location of all the drops. Don't say stupid stuff like that's too crazy. That's too crazy. This is the smite change. I saw that. Oh, I directly cast smite. Yeah. I direct cast smite, so the idol, I don't use the idol, so it doesn't matter for the way I use it. So my way I use smite actually got buffed. So I like that better. It's for hammer void. Or if you are shield throw or yeah, anything that procs a throwing, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so tomorrow's video, all 30 uniques. First build will be Beast Master Raptor Pack. Second build will be Righteous Fire Disintegrate Rune Master. Third build will be Forged Minions. And I think the fourth build, we're going to try and make a Hive Queen Locust Swarm Blade. And I want to be clear. It's not about, no, you got to play meta. I am really going to lean into the fun. And we're going to see if the fun can also kill pinnacle bosses. Oh my gosh. I cannot wait for July 9th. I cannot wait for July 9th. Let's draw a giveaway. In the chat, your fun builds will become meta. Let's hope. Let's draw a giveaway. Free copy of Last Epoch. In the chat. Type in ! giveaway. Let's see what we got today. Let's see what we got today. I hope the pinnacle boss is tuned to be a good indicator of a successful build. Most people would think if you could kill tier 4 Julra, you have a successful build. It's currently the hardest fight in the game, hardest static fight, and this is going to be harder than that, so I would think so. All right, let's draw a giveaway. All right. Let's do this. Today's giveaway. Bam. 73 people in today's giveaway. I got ads on Twitch. I know. I'm waiting. I'm letting the ads go. I'm letting the ads go. $20. Okay. Pinnacle is probably a combo of strong build, good gear, and good control of your character. Yeah, to answer the question, because an ad hit, most people would agree that if a build can kill T4 Julra, which is technically the hardest static fight in the game, it's decent, right? It can at least hit the hardest content. Now, everybody has a different definition. No, it's got to be able to do 500 corruption, 800, 1,000. You know, the Pinnacle boss will be the hardest static fight in the game. It will have 4 phases. It will require skill, or your skill can be contemplate, or you can you don't need as much skill if you have more gear. You can contemplate with gear, but ultimately, if it could kill the Pinnacle, if you make a build, and it's like, hey, here's Raptor pack, let me show you it killing the Pinnacle boss, and someone's like, nah, that build sucks, then that's one of those 1,000 corruption people, I think. In the first phase. Oh, I see. You got to kill it in the first phase. That level 70 detonating arrow was killing Julra. Yeah, that's why it no longer exists. Yeah, I don't play those types of builds. So I don't play detonating arrow or dive bomb or frost claw. I try to stay away literally as much as I possibly can from that kind of stuff. Okay. Last announcement. I'm putting Discord link in the chat. The new community event, the new treasure hunt community event. Sign up went out today. YouTube video went out today. We are going to be hunting for the new Nihilus amulet. First person to find it and hit all the things you need to do will win Action RPG merch. There'll be 1 winner for Legacy and 1 winner for Cycle. The sign up is in the Discord. It's in Last Epoch chat and in announcements, and I'll throw it in general chat. You literally just join the Discord and click the button. Also, in Discord, going forward, every 2 weeks we are giving away something. Whether it's merch, whether it's a free game. So we also, just for being a part of the Discord, we are giving away a free copy of Last Epoch, okay? Also, in the Discord, we normally have anywhere from 5 to 20 different voice channel parties going for Last Epoch launches. It's always a party. It's always insane. If you plan on playing Last Epoch Cycle 2, you should join the Discord. We're approaching 4,000 members. It is always a really good time. It is always a really good time. And I'll put the Discord link in YouTube as well. Wait, when's the new league? July 9th. So there is the Discord links. Okay. Challenge. Use Heal Thorn Totem Spriggan for Aberoth. I said I play fun. I play fun builds. Raptor pack number 1. Righteous Fire Aura Disintegrate number 2. Forged Weapons Forge Guard number 3. Locust Hive Queen number 4. That's what we're going for. All right, you guys got the Discord. Join. Let's draw today's giveaway. In Twitch, all you have to do is type in ! giveaway for a chance to win a copy of Last Epoch. Starting my countdown right meow. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, a 3, a 2, a 1. And entries are closed. Right now. And the winner of a free copy of LE is, look at that, we just hit 8 hours. Click. Hakashu is the winner. Hakashu, I know you. Like the little rhyme there at the end. It's not rigged. It's not rigged. Don't listen to him. Spellblade, Righteous Fire, Lightning, let's go. That's for sure coming as well. Congratulations, Hakashu. Look at that. Hakashu kicked out a Prime sub today, too. Not that it's rigged. Migs, it's not rigged. Migs, it's not rigged. Congratulations. All right, everybody. 2 YouTube videos and an 8-hour stream reading the entire patch notes. We are ready for our 48-hour Last Epoch Cycle 2 Harbingers of Ruin stream. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we go live. Fun stream, Aaron. Keep it going. I'm glad you were entertained, even though it was 8 hours of reading. You're all awesome. If you have any questions or need anything, hit me up on Discord. If not, we're going to go say hi to a friend. Bye.
RPG. Hey, Aaron. Let me give you a big shout out. How you doing, man? I'm just slowly making my way through these patch notes. Everybody give Aaron some love. I think you've already gone through these patch notes. What are you thinking? I'm still on, I think I'm on Mage right now, yeah. I got through Acolyte, now on Mage. Big shout out, that's right. Welcome everybody. Took you 8 hours to read through live on stream. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm hoping to get it done in 5 hours because I need to get some sleep tonight. Well done, man. 8 hours. That's awesome. I hope. Raptor Pack Beastmaster. That looked fun, man. I'm happy that someone's going to try that out. I'm going to have to see how it turns out for you. Because that looked fun. You can have like 3, 4, or 5, roughly. If you go YOLO, you can have, I think, max 5, right? He just finished his 8 hours Passion Note stream. Oh my goodness. Max 6. That's even better. With the hat, with the helmet. And with running the wolf skill tree. And what else? What am I missing? But yeah, that's pretty solid. 6 Raptors. Even though they're cutting their damage in half, that's still effectively triple damage, right? Times 0.5 times 6, so roughly triple. So I think it should be solid. I think it should be good damage. And even better, it should be visually appealing. You know, you have all these raptors running around biting stuff. Oh man. Exactly, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a blast. I'm trying to choose right now. I think I'm leaning towards Sork, Spellblade, and Shaman. Those are my 3 top choices, top 3. Those are my top 3 right now. But I'm gonna decide within the next few days. I'm gonna do some build planning and we'll figure it out. Should be fun.